30 minutes. Sergio Mendes, thank you.
Yo, dog.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Swing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, I had seen the movie. I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. This is before my podcast. I don't even, you emailed me. Okay. So did I email you off your website? I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, maybe so I have to be in LA. Synchronicity. Yeah. So, let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos in the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy whose research is the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that people that believe in.
Well, let me start by saying a comment about the default theory. It's not a theory. They did take the away. That's a fact. So many people realize that.
Okay, look, we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, well, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today, more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the movement. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when they question the movement. They use terms like patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, you talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where the bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that.
3 million people, including 58,000.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwood during the same time period. Operation Northwood was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags and try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner, blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack on Panama Bay. So there's things. There's all these things. There's Kennedy assassination, which they still won't release the shot. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon, which I didn't know. Tucker Carlson was what? A bunch of the same picture. This one's the one that people hold on to because it's a source of national pride, and it is also what the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of these people are able to make things like just stuff. All the wild shit that we know that we absolutely space shuttle, SpaceX, all the amazing engineering. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing space, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? This is the one thing that you want to hang your hat on. Because I know they lied about it. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and waffles with acid and bottling rum. They dosed up Charles Manson with Harvey Chain, him out of the open in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. Plenty of documents on it. They experimented. This is just a 90s experience. What did they teach you? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? Everybody did this one we're going to be, this is just what it is what it is. We're going to get the scientific community access to all the orders, verified, we're going to test people testing it.
Well, I'm trying to think that's a good fit. My opinion is really the community. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100%. He has more access to the JFK house than I have. He's 100% certain that is open. President Kennedy was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin, Robert Kennedy, before he died, not his death, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident without America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,000 American soldiers. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill the duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,224 children, I don't think we have a problem taking him like Congress. The problem is it's a positive. If you ever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. Still there, it's still a tragedy. Or 9/11, you can change who did it and why, but how much people and people don't want to give us that feeling, and I come along and say, wake up and start. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten back. And people need to realize that the sheer urge of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust. It was all the moon from the federal government. So it was actually very easy to say. And in answer to your first question, I was more than I was God idolizing the moon landing with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11 as I moved every 2 years from house to house. They were prominent place of the Lord on every bedroom wall from
what
city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And when, but was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was, so from the age of, I was asleep in bed. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, like 3,650 times over the next 10 years, probably saw them 3 times. So I see these pictures over time of leaving there on the moon and being sentenced to greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocket 9 employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program, with high security clearance on his second who said, look, I headed to a limo from Bob Rogers and Pentagon warning you they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance if we go to the moon on the moon.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome one of the challenges that got them to 10,000?
No, because, I mean, well, we're going to go over many
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the
Well,
way.
here's how you can prove that's not the case. So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning. Because today, with 53 years better, rocket designs and computer design, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut in the space is the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they live behind from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of their computers and 1 millionth computer powered cell phones, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send today with the ability of better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology than the past or the future.
But they haven't done a moon landing program yet. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
But
did.
it's taking more
But
time.
they're not, you're right, but they're not doing it. Right? But during the
Because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia, get the first person in the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people are involved? How many employees? How many was that overall? You heard them talk about a lot, right? But how many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
So a couple hundred.
That's a lot of people to organize and to promote, to focus on one very specific thing. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning a position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it.
Well, actually, they are
400,000. At the peak Apollo program was for 400,000 people required to support over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that we would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's done. First of all, Eugene Krantz blanked he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch of the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real one. They can't tell the difference with just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell the difference, so how can we as 15-year-olds watch it on a living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person they can love and the food and the then, just like that's what you do, but that's no, but it's a sort of a command center doesn't know, then the command center people once the rocket is up, there's only 3 items that can do it. It's actually less than 2. So we realize a bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers. But do they know that the CEO knows the bank? There's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had a million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. It's much easier to think than people realize, and then people want it to know.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that live in 1969 and the fact that they're in the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available to you today. It's just really not available. And you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employees told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA to think that they had the kind of understanding as the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way to do it. There's no way they didn't know about the Command. They didn't know about Operation Northwood. They didn't know about so many things that we know through government. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet. Or it would happen, but they still didn't know who was done it. You know, they just wrapped it up and said, we have the outside that for no one. They just found out the subsequent investigations of other people. Again, that was close to Russia. Jack Kennedy was in the mob. What the fuck really happened here? So back in 1969, this was a different country. It was a different way. People had much different way of looking at it.
So the people were going to trust the government. They just think they're on president. They just think that people were the Vietnam War, and they were encouraging to take the middle because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, that even people like NASA and Rothschild couldn't tell the difference between the two and the other.
They also had a history. They had a history of that. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving the national citizens.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the military and why it's so different. I mean, let's take a look at the two factors. You were the next to the middle and the first attack ahead of schedule. Because they did that, they did before. They lied to the war. They lied to their own people. They endeavored the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for the response to they sent it on stamps and clothes. But that's true. That's so much more profound than how they actually done. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this the new one. And we have to understand these people are still alive. You don't say, oh, well, there was a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and that child gets killed every month for the last 30, 40 years. These people are in terms of, they killed the new one. We get the new thing, the Brown.com, 17 for free.
Have you had these debates with people that think that
Well, most interesting comment on that, because I showed all this truth to a college professor and they said, all this truth. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting with my disease, but you can't just assume it's kind of like the truth, it's a lot of things, which means you get something in all this truth. But what is your intent?
the definitely is that photograph?
Okay. Well, I was the picture she said that they really lit. But
Well,
in any
you
case,
could make the argument that there is
well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare take any of it.
I think they had a lot more people back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. I mean, you know that the Chinese wanted the Gemini 15. where you see Michael Collins in simulation where he's doing a drill and he has the wires, and then they just use the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying that to have the track record of taking space
Or,
like
or,
before then. Yeah, you're right.
or publicity firms that work for NASA have a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
The spacewalk.
but what we have is demonstrating being kind of
Right, but they do things like spacewalks. They do things like the space shuttle. So that's where it gets confusing.
well, they can't leave it at all.
That's where it gets confusing. So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated the nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that, something kooky? They were trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts.
heard that. It's not concerned by that.
Yeah, it's well secret small stuff. But what is Operation, Google that, what is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that damn video. They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States. The joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962, the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnson Atoll in the Pacific Ocean about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Developed a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll at a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind to learn that the fucking thermal route in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up for radiation.
That was what it was.
They knew that the radiation
Is this connected though? Is this program connected to NASA? Officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a
Look at it says there.
to go through.
Look at it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it shows much of the information on a large scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave net. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine a burglar alarm goes off to the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave plant shut down telephone calls from Hawaii to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircraft were operating to support the Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of South Pacific Ocean and Samoa Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture Region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it though? Anyway, I'm interested to see like why can I do that? Give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, they began a response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. But began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. aliens kill the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up. Well, that's the whole folklore. The folklore about fat man and when you drop those bombs and the aliens start showing up. Hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like as soon as they start dropping bombs in cities, Jesus Christ. So we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not a full. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. But there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, or not possible to launch because of the temperature.
That's the only way you can do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA, how flight plans are directly through the center. That's why they launched so short to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are shit.
Well, go to theground.com and watch it.
Well, I'm just you're right about it. But you're right there, so I just
Yeah, well,
give you the
I'm just
opportunity.
saying,
What they would say to you.
the clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he said that dangerous, and then he said that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
So let's listen to him say that. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2015.
On that, we'll pull that up. But that would be the argument against the lunar reality. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for we are at 3,600 miles above Earth. 15 times higher on the planet than the International Space Station. We get further away from us, and after the Van Allen area, radiation like this, other guys are looking for other electrons. Naturally, you have to pass through the dangers on flight.
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again? Okay. You see that? When was it wrong?
Well, he says we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that
No, not video. What's that?
What's the video?
Yeah, what is it? When you say 2014? I think so. And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step towards going to the moon.
And what year was this?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project made in 2014, just not spoken.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He said we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people to this region of space. Meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been
Well, that's
invented.
not exactly what he's saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But what he was just saying was dangerous. And he specifically talked about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go to the
Well,
moon, so he didn't
it's,
mention that.
it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you'd open up a can of worms.
Right,
So,
he says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation shield is developed, and it has not yet been developed. A way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that is important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous. Even if you, but I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying, he did say people before he said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, and that would be dangerous.
Well, they also included people. Before he said
Right.
people to the three
Right,
groups,
but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
you're overly generous.
I'm trying to be. It's what it is, generous. Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. But how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. Well, this is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11. What we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental ship, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half, so over the moon, an hour to an hour and a half.
So
So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of that?
it would be 100 times more than a lethal, according to their own report, which are documented at Cabral.com. All for free, you go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly?
Well,
What was the first one? The first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a man.
yeah, there were allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them safely being halfway to the moon from their orbit. So it proves that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're safely being halfway to the moon.
Well, whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them safely being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them safely being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's stated 2 days into the flight where they're
We'll
supposed
show
to
the
be
video.
halfway to the moon.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steal man, what I would say is, if I'm training these guys to film things, and they're training all day long to do a bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what they can do is black all the light when you're in lower Earth orbit, focus on one of those circular windows, put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window, and practice that way.
Except
So that way we make sure you get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight, when we're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Yeah, okay, so
You're really
take a-
bad. Devil's advocate.
I'm just giving.
Yeah,
I have to,
here's
right?
something
Don't you
about-
think I have to?
No, you don't. No, you don't. Well, here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 51 years.
Everybody has it. This is where we go.
No, their side of the story.
Yeah.
We've heard that the moon landings are real for 50, 40 years.
You've heard that.
So
But
they
it's not-
don't need
but
extra
it's
time.
not
They
they,
don't
it's the
need
people
extra time.
today that are in the scientific community that believe in the United States. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk it.
Okay, well, let me tell you something else about the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logical would be that they're friends. Yeah. So this is one when you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Isn't there one of just the actual video that we could watch?
Well, you could go to ground.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the movement of video games, ground.com, and focus on smoking gun. I just gave you the time to on the most significant part to do the side by side.
And the side-by-side comparisons for...
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens has to be glass, and that the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of the special effects by accident. And the lights come up, and you see.
Okay, so this is the exact same size image, so roughly the same distance.
So on the left, he claims that this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space, halfway to the moon looking back. And then on the right is the outtakes where the lights come up, and you see that the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft, and that's part of the Earth outside of the circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it, and that's the tank on the left-hand side. But that's the Michael Collins breakdown part of the
So this is
special
where
effect.
this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
This is where okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right, so now there's
not
people standing in front of the. We used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something that there's you're filming a room, and then
That's
whatever
really the window.
Right.
That's an
It's a
arm.
window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's an outtake they never shows because it shows that it's
Okay, do you think that that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window?
Well, I
Or do
mean,
you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency. There's this circular
Let's let
window.
this play out. Let's let this play out. So
So that's the window. The point is it's the window.
Back it up a little
They're
bit.
using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows.
And it
makes
looks
look
like
it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them thinking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are, 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014, in 2018, they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's. They lie about everything. I mean, they might have grand plans and didn't do something. But this is shocking, weird stuff. Because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well,
So,
that's
because if they are
being
saying,
halfway to the moon. That's what it is.
but we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away.
Right, and then they also say, which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth and it turns up at the TV camera. Meaning, right, the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights on.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the Earth outside of the window. It's very unusual.
Let's play that so we can hear the words. You can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, what could they possibly be doing here? This is you.
Yeah.
We're gonna find a raw video.
The raw video is that a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Go to ground.com. It's on the homepage.
That's the YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not my film. That's another.
Yeah, go to Sabral.com instead. Let me sit there.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, you don't allow them to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you set up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation bottles they should have had 50 years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they sent this to me. He said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you set probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun is a military secret. When you set probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So in other words, the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation that argued that if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't get there to the moon.
Or God just knows that we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? That's the real fact. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. I have a t-shirt condemned.
Oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's real, Dad. So, but there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them, because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spend your own money, bitch. You can't have that fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying out because they don't know how to get through the radiation belts that we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
Well, they set probes to the moon, so they would probably have to understand it on the
Right, but
they would know the radiation.
But they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. There's stuff that the data that you get now, we both agree, right? They do way better data than you got in 1963. Big time. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the trip if you want. Yes.
That doesn't make sense about the radiation belts when we were talking about instruments.
Start at 30.
But my point is, I don't really recognize that the amount of instrumentation that is dangerous radiation causes is dangerous virus.
And of course, that's why there's mannequins over the moon.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why we've ever seen those horrific images of X-rays back in the day. When we first started using X-ray machines to track this out, the technician would put cameras and X-ray, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up. That is like, they have horrible cancer all over the hand.
And that's for 1/24 of a second. Something that's 100 times more than
The point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that is what some could be awful stuff. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. Unless you're fantastic, right? Because we're the superpowers, right? Is that what happened to them?
Well, yes. I mean, let's get back to the technology.
Yes.
I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb in 1945, just 20 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1 million computing power software, we would have been on Mars 2 years later. We'd need another solar system, and there would be things to call over.
It's the only interesting, one of the most facts that there's no other technology from 1969 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster to produce today.
Except because it was a bluff, like the Pope.
Okay, so let's play the video when you get to hear the audio. So the audio is real strange. So this audio is this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away, and they're talking to them.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before you get started. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and storage and had a lot of computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of this special effects element, basically being halfway to the moon, is the third track of audio. Do I believe it's the CIA? So first you'll hear,
Why do you believe it's the CIA?
well, the two others helping them say, the movement. And so that just says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece in counts out 4 seconds, counts it in 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll hear a third track of audio. Not NASA, not the astronaut, who has this kind of walkie-talkie, radio type of thing. You say, and then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake, let's put a 4-second radio going to make it appear they're beyond recording. But there is that.
Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this war footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing those sections were believed to be planned. Here, they were shocked that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were just streamed and edited to play back later. Here they discussed the fact that they had turned off the lights and the broadcast cameras had turned faces through the other windows to not cause any reflected light.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft.
Right, let's talk.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter might be revealed. For instance, though the federal government hasn't believed that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of spacecraft's window as it views the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the paragraph. Outside of it, it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth as it is, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior done and block out the sound from entering through the other window. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is angled at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be at an irregularly shaped surface, so you are seeing the outside of the window and the inside of the window, which together form 2 different sized particles with a surface. Subsequently, this split will be removed. As we detected the shot, just a short piece of this machine is insect slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminating, dividing the night together. It is our periods in winter. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later on worldwide television program, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong announced himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight might also state on the date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit around the moon. Here, during another segment, also intended to broadcast a review, Neil Armstrong also explains to the viewers how the tower begins by putting the camera's lens to the window surface, as it would have to be if they were at range distance away from the Earth. If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, then an astronaut's hand would have to hold to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this actor. You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacts to the mistake by attempting to pan away.
Keep going. No questions.
Hey, dude. How you doing? What'd you say? It is 7:10. Yeah. California. Do you know what the Monkey app is? Irvine? I've never been to Australia. No, have you ever been to California? Ditto.
about $100,000 Australian to go to California, and now you're like lost in a week.
I understand that.
Have you ever owned a crypto, Rabbi?
Just a moment. Let me get a better phone. Just a moment.
I said, have you ever owned crypto?
I have. Yeah. Just a moment. I want to talk to you, Zoo. I just can't hear you really well. So just a moment, and I'm gonna get a different device. What's up, Tim? Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay, your question. Have I ever owned cryptocurrency, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I have. Are you hearing me twice? Are you hearing me twice?
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute. Let me fix that. All right, can you hear me now? Bitcoin. I owned Bitcoin like more than 10 years ago when it was less than $1,000 a Bitcoin. And like many people, I wanted it for things in the dark web. And then I basically got rugged on that. And not that that didn't do really well, it did, but I put it in a wallet and then transferred it, just being naive, into another wallet, and that wallet website, the entire website went down. And then people had given me Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin, but Ethereum, and some other things since then. How about you? How did you get into crypto and everything? Fuck yeah, I was a mayor of it. Okay. Oh wow. Dog. Do you know what Monkey app is? You have? It's gonna be really good. Not like TikTok big, but it's gonna be good. Dude, your grandma's a smart person.
weeks of about 300 on the Australian. This was a week. This was about 2 weeks before the holiday. And it did nothing. It claimed the ferry and they just did nothing for about 3-4 months. So boring. They just tried sideways and then go whatever.
I understand.
And then, so yeah, I made money really quickly. I turned $5,000 into 55,000 in like 2 weeks.
Oh, that's incredible. Good for you.
And then I bought an apartment with my Ethereum. Later on, I still had some Ethereum left over, and not all the Ethereum, but I had, like, I still had about like 35 Ethereum that bought me an apartment.
Now, when you say bought you an apartment, does that mean like a condominium or like a house, or do you rent it?
I bought it outright.
Good for you, man.
I paid $120,000 Australian to buy an apartment.
Dude, good for you, dude. That's excellent work.
It's
So,
about 160.
so you're saying I can come live with you? No, you're saying that we can shack up, like roommates.
Actually, there is a spare space, and I want to live in there because I still live with my parents because I don't have enough money to live on my own. I fucked that up. I would have.
Wait, I'm confused. You bought your own house, but you live with your parents? Do they live with you?
No, because I sold my apartment, bro.
Oh, you sold it.
If I sold it,
Oh, if you sold it.
it's like, if anything happens to my situation, I'll just go live in that. I'll either live in that apartment or I'll sell it.
So it's empty. Well, why don't you rent it out? Extra income.
I do rent it out.
Oh, okay. Well, good for you. So that actually
But I don't get like $100 a week.
still is something.
Barely, yeah, barely. After all the expenses, yeah, it's like 100. Like, property tax comes out, so about $140 a week. Back. Not much, but still something.
Definitely.
$140 maybe. And I should be raising the rent, but I haven't.
Well, that's good. From where are they? Yeah.
Japan, I think.
Very cool.
Like Japanese student, yes. Not student, living on a base,
They're a nice person.
I can't speak, I don't speak the language, so.
Oh, so you don't even know.
It's just some Japanese guy, but
That's cool.
he lives on his own, very quiet, and he just
Does he slang dick in your apartment?
no, he just sits on his computer and plays League of Legends all day.
Oh, wow. It's like the perfect tenant.
Perfect tenant, yeah. He goes to sleep, and then, yeah, he just plays League of Legends and goes to sleep. I think he goes to university. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to go to this monkey app, and I am the king of signups when it comes to signing up for just and everything on the internet, because definitely I've got like hundreds, no, thousands of social media accounts. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts 2,100. Twitter accounts /X. Oh, what's Tiny Chat?
I think you would enjoy Tiny Chat.
What is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
Okay, so it's very similar to Omegle.
Oh, perfect. That's what I'm on right now. A similar thing. Monkey app is Omegle.
Instead of talking to one person on their people, you're talking to about 9 to 12 people at once.
Ooh, that's cool.
So it's called Tiny Chat.
Dude, I'm gonna try it out. You're gonna try it out with me. Tiny Chat.
I've used it before.
Is it tinychat.com?
Yeah.
All right.
So this website was around in 2009. It was really popular. Ashton Kutcher was actually a seed investor in it.
Very cool.
So Ashton Kutcher invested in it in 2009. It was a very profitable investment for him. But in 2012, it started dying off because you had other social media apps that got bigger. So it got really popular in 2009 to 2012, and it kind of just died off.
Okay.
So
Well, I see it, and I'm gonna check it out too.
Rabbi, there are a lot of people that are have very similar interests to you. That's why I recommend it out, because there are a lot of people that remind me of you on there.
Oh, so it's just a website full of amazing people. That's great to know. Thank you. Kidding.
It's a drum.
All right. Please check the email.
But yeah, I would definitely recommend that.
Well, that's good to know. I am trying to log into this fucking Monkey app. Here's why Monkey app is going to be really big. Because influencers go on it and randomly connect with just people and talk with them. I don't know. I don't know anything about it except that it is super big in the influencer world all of a sudden because everybody, when they get bored on their stream, they just go on Monkey app and then talk with random people. But it's like what you're saying too. It's a group of people or couples. Excellent. Take your time, dog. How you living, pimp? What's new in your neck of the woods?
Just excited for all go crazy and smack all the inside out the water.
Oh yeah, baby. What's it? Word Mockingbird. Dog, I'm getting on a new one. It's called Monkey app. Have you heard of Monkey app? Dog, it's amazing. All these people on it, these influencers, and I'm the coolest motherfucker of all time. So once I'm on it, they're all gonna know what's up. And I have this fucking lit ass setup. Now you can't see it right now. It's the setup on yeah, and like people are just gonna be like, what in the fuck is this? That's exactly what I want them to say. What in the fuck is this? If they don't say that, I haven't done my fucking job. They need to say that. And then when they're like, oh my fucking god, this motherfucker is they're gonna be like, am I fucking live on YouTube? I'm like, you're goddamn right you're live on YouTube. You know, like, I didn't agree to this. I mean, I don't give a shit. You're live on YouTube. What do you want to say to the world? I have. Hell yeah, baby. Dude, I'm an outside the box thinker. You got that right. All right. So one moment, and I'm going to share my screen because I want you to see this, and it's probably going to slow my shit down like to a fucking standstill, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm logging in to my fucking email. Monkey, activate your monkey account. Dog, that's what I'm going to do. Activate my account. Come on, you little bitch. Monkey app. Come on, work. Damn it. Fucking work. It's going to work. It is going to fucking work. Okay. Did we activate it, dog? Yeah. Okay, so what's my first name? Rabbi Rothschild. Birthday. I always put the creation date of Israel, which is May 14th, 1948, which is kind of a pain in the ass for me to have to go all the way back and do that. But I do it for my peeps. And then we do it 5/14/48. Done. I'm a dude. Actually, by the state of California, technically I'm a girl. I have been non-binary, and then I've also been a girl. All right. So now I'm in Monkey app. I'm going to close that. I'm here. Now I'm going to share my screen in a second. Okay, go to dog. All right, we're in there. I'm going to be sharing my screen, and you're going to share yourself. You're going to be like, Rabbi, that is the crazy shit I've ever seen. I don't know if it's going to work, to be honest with you, but we'll see. I just want you to at least see what it looks like. It's fucking cray-cray in a good way. All right, we got Yo-Yo in this biatch. Okay, join. It might boot me out of this one, though. All right. Let's see here. Let's fucking see. All right. If I go like this, again, this might fucking slow my shit down. Like, cray. You're gonna be like, holy shit. Right? It's fucking fire, dog. All right, so let me give you a tour of my fucking world. Firstly, this is on a... Exactly, that's what I want. Exactly. It could be so much better. I don't want to go into it, but I should have had a computer today, and it's going to come maybe on Saturday. But nevertheless, I have 32 people watching me on Kick. I bought every single one of them. There are no non-real... I mean, like, people pop in and out, but if you're like, wow, why are you so big on Kick? I needed to get my stream off the ground a little bit and, like, you know, knock me up in the algorithm. So I've got 32 people who are going to be watching me, or 32 bots. Actually, should be about 50, but nevertheless. Okay, so that's in the upper corner. But all of that information is what do I want to say? It's connected, but no, what do I want to say? It's integrated. It's integrated, and that's a pain in the ass. So, like, basically, I've got subscription goals. I just want 69 subscribers on all of them in whatever amount of time it takes. And so I've got like one person watching me on YouTube, 32 whatever on Kick, one on Twitch. All right, that's upper left hand. Then I got this like Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7, 365. I made this animation, and I mean I made all this shit. It's fucking wild. But this thing is just like, it's really annoying. Now, if you notice, the color scheme isn't perfect. I don't know why, for some reason. It should be a lighter pink, but basically, notice like my color scheme is pink and blue. It's like, why are you using that color scheme? But the human eye can actually not detect some colors. Like we think like, oh, I can see all the colors of the spectrum, but that's not actually true. There are some colors that the human eye cannot detect. What are they? There's one called magenta and another called cyan, like a certain version of them, certain shades, where your brain actually doesn't know how to process the color, and so it just makes up something. And so we see this really bright pink, and we see this really bright cyan, and there's some others. These aren't the only ones. But if you notice, TikTok uses this color scheme. You know what I mean? Exactly. Now, the reason why they use that is because it creates a subconscious layer in the mind, and it's hypnotic. The reason why they call it TikTok, it used to be called Musically. For like a long time, it was called Musically, and no one used it. And then it got this huge influx of attention and capital from the Chinese. Yes, from the Chinese. Well, as you know, it's a Chinese company. Exactly. Everyone has bought into it, though. It's the next big wave. And the reason why they changed the name is, do you know? Um, cool. Zoo, can you see what's going on my screen? Hail Sonic Trump. Nailed it. It's like Times Square. So I was just explaining the color scheme that I'm using. The color cyan that I'm using, that not exactly, they're pretty close, and the magenta, the human brain cannot actually uh, interpret these colors. That's why TikTok uses them as well. And the reason why they call it TikTok, because it used to be called Musically, is it is to put the user in a trance. If you remember when, like in art and media, when they hypnotize someone, they'll take a locket out and go tick tock, 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 and after about 10 seconds of that, it hypnotizes someone. It's also a very catchy name, TikTok. It was available in some other things.
TikTok's saying that in the US that have to get from the US player and blind dances. So blind dances have been over out by. I have a feeling that men are going to buy out blind dance. I have a feeling men are trying to buy out blind dance right now as we speak.
It would be in their best interest, but that probably would be considered perhaps too much of a monopoly. Yeah.
They are on Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. But they can afford it. Well, that's the reason why I use that color scheme. Now, when it says Rabbi Rothschild always live, and that font that I use, it's like that comic font that is very popular online. All right, then in the upper right corner, we've got a chat box. What's really cool about that is if you type to me on a bunch of different platforms, it'll talk to me so I can hear it, which has been a real disadvantage of mine because I have so many streams going, but I never can see what anyone says because they could be on all these devices. All right, the next thing is Monkey, and we're going to go get into that in a second. The middle one, that's where I am. I've got other cameras I could use, but I choose not to. The next thing is the news. I think it's just a good thing to always be informed. The next thing is my screen in the lower left corner. The next is like a zoom. Like I took a video, and it's just a really cool like zoom through the universe. And then the final corner is the most amazing thing. And if you guys really were like wanted to learn a whole bunch about the future, you would just read what I have scrolling in the bottom right corner. It's about an hour of text that just talks about future technology, like anti-gravity, antimatter weapons, life extension technology, on also all these questions that humankind can't answer, and that I want to help answer with this stream. So like, here's one of them. This is on economics. So I've got like 10 of the biggest questions in every single field, and I'm gonna see if I can read it faster. What are the ethical something about dividing resources to individuals and needs and preferences. Now, these are good. I mean, these are fine questions, but the real cool ones are like, how do we access dark matter? And like, what happened? I mean, they're questions that Zoot asked me today, like what happened before the Big Bang and what happened after the Big Bang. So all of these questions, I would say that even Zoot perhaps might even inspire some of this. So what role does trust play in the equitable division of resources? Like, in astronomy, what is dark matter and what role does it play in the structure and evolution of the universe? That's a good question. What is dark energy and what is causing the accelerated expansion of the universe? I don't know. What is the true nature of black holes and what happens beyond the event horizon? What's the origin of cosmic rays and how do they affect the universe and structure of evolution? What caused the rapid inflation of the universe and after the Big Bang? What is the ultimate fate of the universe? And will it end in a big crunch, big freeze, or big rip? I mean, that's what Jude asked me the other day. I forget what this. All right, I couldn't read it fast enough.
There's two possibilities. Big Bang. It was created by humans themselves and will be created in helicopter jets. But it will happen later on. Well, it did happen, but it didn't happen in this timeline. So it happened but this timeline is also in the same timeline because it doesn't exist out the universe does. The creation of the universe exists outside of time and space. So that would mean that we have not created the universe yet.
Holy shit. We're connecting to people on this thing. People are going to be like, what in the fuck is going on?
So that means we have not created the universe. The other theory I could have is we already are in the process of creating the universe. And the universe has been designed like a big balloon. So it stretches, and the balloon inflates. But the more likely it is to pop, and eventually, when the universe stretches out enough, it will pop and explode.
How do you do that?
I guess that's what I call it, the Big Bang.
I guess that's like Big Bang.
Either humans are going to cause it, or it's naturally happening as we speak. One of those two. I just feel like we only want it for the first self. I can see us doing it. Well, it's annoying. We don't need to do it right now. But when we need to do it when it's like rebooting a computer, right? So the time will come when we need to do it. We need to reboot the computer, reset the universe. We won't have our memories. Not in this timeline. Maybe in the future they will be able to restore their memories. They might be able to restore their memories and know exactly what's going on. But we as humans right now, we cannot restore our memories. So we're in a timeline where we've already had this conversation before, but we can't remember having this conversation because the computer deleted the information for us to process this conversation we're having. It's crazy. That's crazy to think about that. Wow. You know that outrageous is there's so much storage that there isn't enough. No supercomputer can store as much as our brain yet. Really? Yeah. And we can't even remember. That's the crazy part. And remember, we're not even using our full potential. So that's why I've always been skeptical of afterlife because people with Alzheimer's brain chemistry changes when they have Alzheimer's, and when they die, does their brain, does their consciousness still have Alzheimer's when they go into the afterlife? I think when you die, I think you're actually free. You know, I think that's what you really need to do. I think that's when you really start living. I think this is just a little like transition spot. Like you're just doing all of this stuff that it doesn't really matter. Like none of this stuff with you. You know, all you can really take is that memory, like you just said. That's it. You can't take nothing and no one with you.
Dog, I think differently. But I'm an outside the box thinker, and I'm here to blow your fucking mind, Hail Sonic Chump. So if you had been on the stream the entire time, which I understand you haven't, you would know that one of my big goals in life is to expose the world to several new types of technology. One is known as mind uploading technology. Another is known as life extension technology. So yeah, you're right. Traditionally, there are two necessities in this world, death and taxes, and I want to be able to escape both of them. Taxes through not-for-profits and philanthropy, and death through mind uploading technology and digital immortality.
Taxes is easy to escape. You just need to have a big
Exactly.
enough company to have
Yeah.
buy enough equities.
Death is the tough one.
Yeah, that's not easy to do, but it's possible.
Yes, it is.
There's very few people in the world that do it, and they're the richest people in the world.
Exactly.
Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, the list goes on. You know, so yes, those people are avoiding taxes because they have. If they didn't avoid taxes, the whole economy would be fucked. So equity is the biggest Ponzi scheme in existence. If they were taking out loans from the bank, then everyone's 401k in America, everyone's retirement funds would be fucked, and your American economy would have collapsed because every Fortune 500 company would have to sell their stocks to profit, and then the whole system would go down within fucking milliseconds. So when people say tax the rich, that's like literally one of the dumbest things you can say from an economic standpoint. Because if you tax the rich, you're just gonna fuck everyone else. I don't know about that. There's always this information about that because let's say in the 60s, half 90% over here, 90% we were a corporation. And for some reason, the economy was great. People were able to live. Gas was low. A lot of things were good, right? And I feel like there has to be they created all of these extra incentives for companies to basically put the tax and offload it off to the individuals of every day, right? Because in the 20s, actual income tax was actually illegal to do. You know, so why do we have taxes? Why do we have taxes in the first place?
Control. The powers that be want control over the people. The last thing in the world that they want is for you to be independent. There's a reason why you have property taxes. You can pay off absolutely everything in your life. You can have absolutely no debt and think that you can just sit there and be fine the rest of your life, and that's not true. You have to have some kind of income, or else eventually the tax man's going to come and want to collect on your annual property taxes, and you're going to say, look, I paid off everything. I don't owe anyone anything. And they're going to say, that's fine. That's why you have property taxes. That takes care of people like you who want to live off the land now. You're not allowed to.
So just buy another property and then pay back the property tax on that. Just borrow the money. So what you can do in that situation is you buy another property and then you use the equity, you get a loan, and then you
Well,
pay for the property tax for the rest of your life.
here's what happens. Over a generation or two, where property taxes might have been 5%, 10%, they'll become 50%, 75%. People won't be able to afford them anymore. And that's when you have huge hedge funds and private equity firms that can afford those tax rates because of the massive amounts of real estate that they own. And then eventually you have private ownership of all real estate on earth.
You are in nothing, and you'll be happy.
Klaus Schwab, dog.
I don't think we're close to that yet. But the reason why we have taxes is
Dog, we are very close to that. He wants that world within 6 years.
right, the government can pay taxes. So the government makes you pay taxes to pay off their debt. They can just print money themselves.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yeah.
So the whole purpose of taxes is to pay off their debt to somewhat, because if they kept inflating money themselves, we would have higher inflation than we do now. So they have to tax you so you can pay 60% of the debt. So what happens to the other 40% of the debt? So what happens to the other 40% of debt? Well,
What's your question again?
so what happens to the other 40% of the debt that's printed every year?
Well, what you end up having is more and more, it's like compounded debt.
And then the prices of your food and the prices of the houses go up. Cost of living goes up. You pay more rent.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just not beat around the bush anymore. What's going to happen? You will own nothing and you will be happy. And you will eat the bugs. And you will eat the bugs. Yeah, oh, that's a big one, dog. That's going to be a huge amount of the world's protein very soon. Do I have a credit score? Everyone on earth has a credit score.
Do you know what my credit score is?
I don't have the slightest clue.
799.
Very good.
Yes, it is very good. Do you know what pisses me off?
That it's nearly perfect, but yet you can't be financially independent.
Because it's 1 point away from excellent.
Well, it's just a number.
Is this a number?
It is just a number. Meaning they can change on what the basis is of what credit is.
I always pay back. I always pack my.
That doesn't matter. That absolutely does not matter in today's day and age. And let me explain why. Yes, that's your economic credit, but it's about your social credit. And you never know what they can tie to that. So you're like, hey, my economic credit is very good. Even still, you have near excellent credit and you aren't financially independent, meaning like, you aren't able to do absolutely everything that you want and retire. And you should at that point. And that's what they want it to be. They want you to have excellent credit, yet still not be flourishing.
So yeah, I got very good credit. 799 points. I can do a lot with that. Now, I got. Now, here's the thing, Rabbi. I can use my property if I wanted to right now, get a global loan and start buying assets, and then I'll have to pay taxes back. Because I borrowed money.
Is that something in which you're interested?
That's what I'm thinking of doing, son.
No, I could see how that could be successful for you.
Now imagine moving away from the one with it don't know how to do what I'm doing.
That's 99%.
Why do you think 90%, in your opinion, why do you think 90% businesses fail? I don't think it's more. I think it's more like 95%. But why do you think 95% of people fail?
That's a great question. I would say the system is built for them to fail based on administrative fees alone. Countries and municipalities that want to increase their economies and their economic success would find it beneficial if they did not charge people all kinds of nickel and dime fees in order to start a business. Like if you want to start a business, it's great. You need a whole lot of capital to be able to do so. So that means you can't put that capital into your business. And guess what? Next year, it's going to be even more. So your taxes are in there, your fees are in there, and those happen annually. So let's think about this. When a company like, I don't know, what's a big Australian company? Billabong? Is Billabong an Australian company? All right, so Billabong, I don't know when it was started, but whenever it was started, the tax rate was lower. It was less expensive to have employees. You didn't have to worry about insurance and all these other things, okay? So they got off the ground and they were able to do all kinds of things, perhaps even off the books. They might have even employed people illegally, who knows? And then they've let 10, 20, 30 years of market saturation allow them to dominate the surfing industry. Now, let's say, Zoo, you want to start your own surf shop and you want to compete with Billabong. All right. Well, Billabong already has their stores, they already have their factories, they already have their employees. All that is done. Now it's in Billabong's best interest to make it harder and harder for small surf shops to start a business. So what do? They advocate to their local government and municipalities that property taxes should be higher, that fees to start a new business should be higher, that in addition to a business license, you also need perhaps a shopkeeper's license, and they'll also advocate that your insurance has to be higher. Why? Because they want to keep their market control and they don't want small competition. So each year it becomes more and more difficult for any small business to start up because the competition has already had years and years to advocate on their own behalf to their local legislatures and even, at a state or national level, and perhaps even internationally, to benefit them in any way possible, to the point where they can't really have any competition. The goal for these companies is to become so crucial, yet also impossible to emulate. And what do I mean? You become like a public work. So basically, Zoom, if you wanted to start your own power company, you can't just do that. It's very expensive. You need a power plant, you need phone lines, you need all of the permission for real estate. Basically, it's impossible for a person or even a small group of people to start their own power company anymore, even though 100 years ago you might have been able to do it. There are just too many regulations now that it becomes a public work where a public utility, I should say, where you can't really start up that kind of company. Another one would be perhaps like a cell phone provider. It's almost at a public utility level now, where you don't have permission to go start up your own cell phone towers and get your own, band on the cell frequency. Like that takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of influence. When like cell phones were new, it might have not been any money to rent a certain wavelength on the cellular band. Now all of your large companies could have been grandfathered in, and they just say any new companies that want to do this have to pay X amount of money every year. Basically, all of the companies have already made it very beneficial to them and very difficult to have any challenge for any challenger to emerge. So, in answer to the first part of my answer is that the current competition does not want further competition. To quote J.P. Morgan, competition is a sin. Basically, once everyone is in cahoots at the top, you have no reason to compete. So why do 95% of businesses close though? So nevertheless, that's not why they all close. There are other things that happen too with businesses. Many times business owners don't know what they're doing. Someone may really like Italian food or Mexican food or Greek food, and they think that they can start up a Greek, a Mexican, or an Italian restaurant when they have no idea what it takes to have a successful restaurant. They just like the food, and that's why many restaurants fail. Other reasons why things can fail, it's just a simple amount of supply and the ability to get certain resources. So, for instance, let's say you want to start your own cell phone company. Somehow you're able to start a cell phone company. You're competing with Apple and Samsung. Okay, then all of a sudden there's a lithium shortage. Well, Apple and Samsung already have a lot of inroads with their resourcing to be able to get lithium in other places. But maybe you can't. And so now you're done. You can't get your lithium anywhere, and your company cannot continue. You're going to have to close, or you're going to be bought out. Something's going to happen to you. You don't have the influence that those other companies have because they've had so much time in the industry. And they've made it that way so that it's very difficult for them to have any competition. Other reasons why you have businesses fail are it just becomes more and more expensive to have a business. So the further and further that you take this business, the more expensive it becomes. Rent becomes more expensive, inflation goes up. So what I'm saying is that let's say you do a service for 100 Australian dollars, whatever it is, you're a plumber and you charge $100 Australian per hour, and you've been doing that for 10 years. Well, what 100 Australian dollars were 10 years ago is a lot different than today. And so all your hard work, all your energy is actually being done for less today than it was yesterday, and less yesterday than it was the day before, simply because inflation, which is a hidden tax. So it's a complicated, multifaceted reason why it's more and more difficult to have a successful business. And well, to kind of complete the idea too, the other major businesses out there don't want competition. And if you find a niche in the market where you think you can capitalize, they're going to take every good idea that you have and they're just going to steal it and make it their own. So perhaps, Zoo, you have a really great surfwear line. You think it's really great. Well, Billabong's just going to come into your store and see exactly what you do and take that idea. And it's going to be very hard for you to be able to compete with them. If you're familiar, there's a company in the United States called Urban Outfitters. and they're notorious for doing this. A lot of people want to start their own businesses. They have like an Etsy store. They have cool T-shirts. They have good ideas, and what they do is they sell their T-shirts online. All these companies have to do at a major level, particularly this one in the United States, Urban Outfitters, they would just have their employees look at the most popular shirts that were selling online, and then they would just produce those in their own store. And it's very hard for someone to say that that was your idea on a T-shirt and that no one ever had this idea before. And you need a whole lot of money to start suing these companies. And then when you're able to, you're not going to get that much out of it anyway. So at the end of the day, was it that fruitful? And basically, these companies are realizing this. It's more beneficial for us to break the law and pay a fine afterward than it is to follow the law. And when you're an established older business, you can take those kind of risks. When you're a new business, you can't. What was that, Doc? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Hey, what's going on, dog? Dude, I stream my life 24/7, and right now I'm just trying to get my stream going. I'm sorry, I didn't even mean for this to come up. So I'm actually going to bounce, and I want you to know that I'm new on this platform, but I'm going to take it over. I'm live on YouTube 24/7, 365. I'm going to add you as a friend, and I wish you the best on here, and we're going to make miracles together. Okay, baby? Dude, they're huge. Thank you. Ask Munch, do you know what Monkey app is? You've never heard of Monkey app? You don't know what Monkey app is, dog? Dog. You don't know what Monkey app is? Monkey app is like Omegle for the modern day. Omegle is everybody calls it, but I call it Omegle. Like, oh my god. What? Yeah. So anyway, I'm trying to get it set up. I have the most fucking crazy ass thing going on, but my computer's too slow to fucking handle all this shit. Ask Munch. Yeah, basically. Ask Munch, I want to know why isn't anyone in your fucking Bitcoin Ask Vision club? No, I want you here. And I never want you to leave, dog. I want you here and I never want you to leave. It sounds like you just ate a potato chip.
You're really close. Guess again.
Damn.
Take another guess. It's made out of a potato.
A French fry?
Yes, sir.
Alright, that was very close. Was that the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your entire life? In the history of mankind? Just me in general?
Yeah, I love you boys, baby.
Who doesn't, though? I mean, really, who doesn't? Dog, I fucked up big time. I don't remember what account I logged with this computer, and I need to log into this fucking account, I don't know how. And that's concerning to me as a person. It's true, I got distracted. Let's see if this shit works, dog. Dog, I'm overflowing with talent. That would be like trying to put a bucket underneath Niagara Falls. How are you going to contain this? I figured it out, dog. I figured it out. Whatever thing I think I did. Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, I did. The account in which I needed to log in. All right, so I want to know something. Ask me. Do you know Hail Sonic Pump? Well, he's a pimp. Do you know Jovi Printing Bags? Why do you say unfortunately? He's a good-hearted individual.
I'm just kidding. I know Joey.
Why do you call him Joey?
I don't know. He calls me Assy, so I call him Joey.
Very cool. Why is your name Asma?
Well, my grandpa, when he immigrated here, that's what he changed his name to.
At Ellis Island?
Yeah, at Ellis Island.
It was very brave. There was probably a lot of anti-Asman rhetoric going on at the time, and yet he embraced it. He leaned into it. Good for him. So that's why you're such a proud ass munch today. Carrying on all the ass munch culture and traditions.
Yeah, I try to keep my forefathers proud.
I think you do. I think you represent them and the ass munch community exceptionally well. I have a question for you. How's my girl Spring is Fred doing?
She left the chat again.
Why? Did Face leave the chat?
Let me check. Yeah, bro, I don't know.
Face left the chat as well?
Surprisingly, he's still in the chat.
What's your favorite person? Who's your favorite person in Bitcoin Activision? Dude, you already took too long. You already took too long to say Rabbi Rothschild.
I have like 10 people that are tied for first, and you're one of them.
That's tight. I'm fine with that. So long as the other ones are Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild. Dude, how haven't you watched Chappelle's show, dog? Dude, we're gonna watch every single one of them tonight. Dude, can't you see what I got going on my screen? And isn't it fucking trippy as shit?
Yeah, it's like making a heart, like a psychedelic heart.
Isn't it pretty cool?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
I appreciate that. And it's like, you know, if you had seizures, it would fuck you up. That's what I'm going for. That Caesar pushies. I want those bitches to just freeze up in front of me. No, I don't think that's cool, because then it'd be rape.
You're like Bill Cosby and that bitch.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? I mean, that's not hilarious. It actually wouldn't be at all. But basically, if you had like a fucking website you could just send someone to, this is like a fucking science fiction horror movie. Basically, you send somebody to a website and instantly they become hypnotized by something that you have on it, and then they could drop dead. Like a website that kills you. That's a fucking cool idea.
Did you ever play that Rothschild game and then at the very end of it, when you're about to win, that thing jumps out and scares the fuck out of you?
No, it sounds scary though. What was it called? The world's hardest game? Did you have to be a little bitch to play it? Oh, cool. It seems that that was not something I ever learned. I'm really.
You should play it on your live stream.
I think it would be very scary.
I think people get a kick out of seeing you fucking fly out of your chair.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
They'll be like, did you see that rabbi go flying because he shit himself?
When's the last time you shit yourself?
Surprisingly, for how often I have diarrhea, it's been a long time.
Dog, I understand that. Do you know what the Bristol stool scale is?
Yeah, you were telling me about it the other day.
Yeah, it's a real thing, dude. It's how doctors determine. Shit, dog. It's how doctors determine, you know, like medically what a patient's bowel movements are. And I would say that when my stream goes big, there's some things that I'm going to change in the world, and one of them is the Bristol stool scale. And I mean, I don't mean this. Look, I think it was Brady, like the Bristol guy or whatever, to come up with a scale, but I'm sick of these fucking scales that don't make any goddamn sense. The scale is on a scale of 1 to 7, which doesn't make any fucking sense. It needs to be, everything needs to be 0 to 10.
That's like the P1. The P1's like 1 to 14.
Fuck that shit, man. Then it needs to be 1 to 100, 0 to 100.
Those medical skills are dog shit, bro. Like, maybe you eat extra vegetables that day and then throw you off, but that doesn't mean you're unhealthy. It just means like you ate something different, you know what I mean?
Well, just a common person can't come in and be like, dude, how was your piss? And you're like, oh, it was a 14. Well, what the fuck does that mean? A 14? What kind of piss is that? Is it orange or is it white? I don't fucking know. I want somebody to be like, dude, I had a good 9 piss. If I hear a good 9 piss, I know that bitch is fucking either super hydrated or super dehydrated. But I know that the scale goes to 10, basically. Anyway, I'm going to change all this shit. I'm going to be seeing that. Dude. I got it. Can you see my screen? Look, we're doing a monkey. Yo, what up, dog? How are you? Yo, dude, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24/7 for World Peace. How are you? What is that? Huh? I can't hear you. What do you want? You're giving away something free? I'll take it. You want to give it to me? Give it to me. That's cool. I'll take Tibet too, dog. Dude, these people are fucking enchanted by this. It's like it's hypnotic. He just left. Did you see him? Hey, Asmuch, you fucking asshole. Did you see him? Yo, dog. Yo, what up? You stink, 22. I hope Queens is great. Do you see how amazing I am? I hope you know how amazing I am. Dog. Do you know how cool I am? Hey, dude. So, Asman, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm just going to leave myself, just leave this bitch scrolling. And I bet everyone will want to be my friend. Asman. Dude, Asman, can you hear me? Dog. MaryJoke.com, free adult video chat. Dog. Dog. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Is it going to stay on this one? Asman. You saw. Asman. Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? How's Algiers? Yeah, I can hear you, baby. Hell yeah. You're amazing. How's Algiers? I hope things are cool. Dude, Asman, what the fuck, dude? I needed your help. Oh, dude, I think I just got banned from their platform. Dude, did you hear me? Dog, I think I got banned from their platform. I got banned. Dog. I did get banned. Monkey app. Dog. I got banned. I don't know. Some kind of terms of service violation?
These streaming apps are so fucking stupid. Like, why are you getting banned for fucking streaming?
I know. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like...
I'm gonna make this app called Camp Frog. It's gonna be an app. We're gonna advertise it as a place where you're allowed to stream 24/7, 365. But when you get there, it's gonna be 11 naked guys jacking off to 2 girls with clothes on, and if you do anything else, you're gonna get banned. It's fucking stupid.
I can't believe I got banned that quickly. I met 3 people on there. One of whom was just saying anti-Semitic things to me. The other person just smoked a cigarette. And the third person wasn't even a person. It was an advertisement for some adult cam show. Yeah.
That sounds right.
Which is like, I don't understand why they don't make it so that when you get banned from a site, they don't tell you the reason. I think that should be a law. Like, if you get banned for something, it should be the law that they have to tell you why.
Well, that's the thing now. Is that censorship? Censorship's illegal in America, but since
No,
it's
it's
a
not
private
illegal.
business, they're allowed to censor you. You know what I mean?
Horseshit, dog. It's
Like, censorship's
absolute
illegal everywhere else, but on the internet, they're allowed to censor the fuck out of you.
horseshit, dog.
And then, like, in Discord, I I go into a Discord. There's little kids going in and out all day. And then I say like hi. And then I say like hi. Man, what the fuck?
Yeah, dog. It's life in a big city. I don't understand why they don't have to tell you why they banned you. Does it ever make you want to fist fight?
That's why I created my own group so I can talk whatever I want to say in there and not get banned.
Right. Because I bet you get banned even more than I do. Yeah, you're right. I do. I get banned for a few reasons without even doing anything. I'm just going to tell you this. It's just there are a lot of people who, when they see my name, they just automatically don't like me. And yep. And I get reported a lot just because of that. And I understand. And I'm glad that this is all recorded because in the future people will see. They'll be like, Rabbi, why weren't you more fucking famous earlier? It's very difficult if you don't have like a huge following already to just randomly start up because there are a lot of haters out there. I've been watching this motherfucker on Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto looks so fucking realistic nowadays. All right, are you done? Yo. Absolutely not. I fucking refuse.
I want you to make one. You already have like 15 accounts. You already have like 15 accounts. Make one that says like, I choose 69 or something and see if that works better. Just as an experiment.
I can do that. I bet it would.
You know what I mean? Because all these people, they see your name and they start talking about hating Jews. I think maybe you should push that, Rabbi, to say that you hate Jews too, and then suck them into your thing, and then they figure out that you're a rabbi. You know what I mean? Troll them.
Right.
Yeah.
Dog, it's a genius. Did you see on my stream? You haven't seen. I have something that's going to change the world on it. In the bottom right corner, can you see? There's like a video going that's just words. Yeah, read what it's saying. It's fucking really interesting. Dog. Do I have to read it to you? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. You're right, it does just look purple. That's very interesting. That is so fucking blurry.
Just really blurry for some reason. I can tell the thing words, but I would not be able to read that.
Yeah, can you read the thing at the top? Barely. I can read it, but I know what it says.
Maybe if I turned it on it, I might be able to tell. No, I can't really tell.
All right.
It's a cool looking graphic thing with the 6 screens and all that, but.
Oh, that's cool, because it's 9, dog. It's 9. Okay, well, let me read to you what this shit says. Dog. It says, it's fucking amazing. You're like, how amazing is it, Rabbi? Okay. It's just all kinds of futuristic technology and like questions that humanity doesn't know how to answer. Dyson Hartrop satellite, a satellite of the Dyson sphere proposed by Duncan Leonard and this Hoffa guy. composing the ring around a star to capture and utilize the energy. The next is Eurovision starts. I don't know what the fuck that said. Hold on a second. Let me read the next one. Field propulsion, a broad category of propulsion that consists of electromagnetic or other fields to generate thrust for space, potentially offering revolutionary propulsion methods. Fission sail, a proposed space sail that allows nuclear fusion to heat and accelerate the propellant, offering high thrust to weight ratio and rapid acceleration. Forward sustaining mirror, something that this guy invented, involving a perfect mirror that reflects it reflects light perfectly and doesn't lose any. That's a cool mirror. I didn't even know a mirror like that thing too. Next thing is gravity tractor, a method of altering the trajectory of asteroids in space debris by using spacecraft's propulsion and to generally propose force of an object away from a collision course. And next is a halo drive, a space-time proposal where dark matter to generate thrust, allowing for faster than light travel. Basically, this is all really fucking interesting things, right?
Yeah.
So that's just going all the time. And it's also a bunch of questions that humanity can't answer. Like what? Like how do we capture dark matter? I don't know. Exactly. And neither do we really. We know it exists and it's 90% of the universe, but we don't really know too much more about it. So think about all the shit in the universe, all the stars, all the planets, all the asteroids, all that shit. That is only 10% of the universe. 90% of the universe is dark matter. We can't even perceive it. Yeah. I remember a teacher telling me in physics class, now this is like 20, 25 years ago, but he said, if we had a pound of dark matter, also known as antimatter, if we had a pound of it, we could give the Earth energy for 100 years. Basically, all you need is a little bit of this energy, and you can do a whole lot with it. And it's 90% of the Earth. 90% of the universe, but we just don't know how to get it. But as time continues, we'll get better and better, and eventually we'll be able to get our hands on it. And that's a question. That's a really good question. What's another? No, it's real. We can detect it with space telescopes.
How do we know it's real though if we haven't got it and touched it?
Well,
we only know that it could power the Earth for 100 years or something, right?
Yeah. Now, I don't know exactly how that fact, well, I kind of do know how that fact is true. You could actually power the Earth for 100 years on just an atom, perhaps the right atom. But even some types, like using nuclear fission by just breaking open an atom and using the heat from that to turn a turbine in a power plant, that can last for 100 years. So can nuclear fusion, where you take two atoms and slam them together and create a huge explosion. Essentially, use that to turn a turbine in a power plant. Now, as for antimatter, how do we detect it? As I understand, we have telescopes in the very deepest areas of space that we can detect these things giving off either some kind of wave or negative wave, some kind of radio wave that these things either emit or somehow radio waves interact with them. So basically, to answer your question, how do we know that they exist? I should just ask ChatGPT this question. Not to say that I'm stumped, but I think we could get a better answer from ChatGPT. Just simply from the fact that all of my knowledge is on dark matter. Well, let me ask this first, because I may be wrong on this. Are dark matter and antimatter the same? Because I've heard them used interchangeably, but no, they're not the same. Dark matter and antimatter are not the same. They have two distinct concepts in physics and with different properties. A brief explanation. All right, so apologies there. And to anyone, again, I don't know if a lot of physicists know this stuff. Antimatter is a type of matter that consists of antiparticles, which are particles with the same mass as their corresponding matter particles, but of opposite electric charge and quantum properties. For example, the antimatter counterpart for the electron is the positron, which has the same mass but a positive charge. When matter and antimatter meet, they annihilate, releasing energy, usually in the form of gamma rays. Antimatter is commonly used in scientific experiments and medical applications with positive emission topography schemes. So I think that's actually what my physics professor was saying. That when antimatter and matter meet, they annihilate, and it releases a huge amount of energy. And so if you just had a pound of antimatter, all you would need is a pound of, this is what I remember saying. You needed a pound of antimatter and a pound of regular matter. And those together, you would just have to run these particles at each other once every, a couple of years or whatever, and then that would allow you to do it. Now, dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter. So this is more what you said. Are you sure that this thing exists? So I'm going to just be honest with you. I wasn't the perfect person to explain this, but I'm the perfect person to understand it now because we're going to go right to the source, or at least something that knows more about it than any article we're going to find in that ChatGPT. Dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not emit, absorb, or reflect light or other electromagnetic radiation, making it invisible to traditional telescopes. So forget everything that I said about that.
It doesn't exist.
No, it's hypothetical. Despite being invisible, dark matter is believed to be made up of about 27 of the universe's mass energy content. Now, hold on, I've seen other things, other facts of that. We're going to have to look at these facts. About 27% of the universe's mass energy content and plays a crucial role in the formation and structure of galaxies. The presence of dark matter is inferred from its gravitational effects on visible matter, such as rotation curves of galaxies and large-scale structure of the universe. So, well, both dark matter and antimatter are part of modern physics. They serve different purposes. So, let me just ask the question: is dark matter 90% of the universe's matter? It's something like that.
I don't think you can tell you that if it's not proven to exist now.
I mean, it says not quite. According to the most recent estimates, dark matter constitutes about 27% of the mass energy content of the universe. Here's a breakdown of the approximate composition of the universe. Oh, sorry. Dark energy. Hold on. I'm mistaken. Obviously, not a lot of people know a lot about this except like really advanced physicists. Dark shit makes up 90%. So there's dark energy and there's dark matter. Dark energy makes up 68% of the universe. Dark matter makes up 27% of the universe. Combined, that's 95% of everything in the universe is dark energy or dark matter. So I was at least right on that. That there's like a whole bunch of the fucking universe that is not visible. Now, dark energy makes up about 68% of the universe. This mysterious form of energy is responsible for the observed acceleration in the expansion of the universe. Dark matter accounts for about 27% of the universe's total mass energy content. Although it doesn't emit or interact with electromagnetic radiation, dark matter's gravitational effects are critical in shaping the structure of galaxies and galaxy clusters. So that's maybe what it was. That dark matter actually does not interact with waves like radio waves and stuff. So that's why the telescopes actually don't work. But what we can do is see the effects that dark matter has on gravity. And that's how we prove that it exists.
So, two things that might exist but probably don't exist take up 95%.
Well, I think they exist. They're just not visible. And then ordinary, which is known as baryonic matter, which includes stars, planets, and everything else that we can see and interact with, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total mass energy content. So I just want to go and clarify again, I'm not an expert on this field, and that's why some of my facts were not correct. But there were some others that, you know, you hear something, is it right? 95% of the, or 90% of the universe is made up of stuff that we can't see. I think that's kind of how it was phrased to me, and that seems to be correct. Now, in your opinion, you're like, look, if you can't see it, does it really exist? That's kind of one of those philosophical things. The tree falls in the forest. Does anyone hear it?
The tree falls in the forest, and you come back and it's fall down and fall down, but the thing is theoretical, it's not proven.
Well, the way that it seems like you're able to detect it is through its gravitational effects on other objects. And that doesn't mean that we won't ever be able to detect it better. It's just currently we don't have the ability. Don't you like how I'm a dark matter apologist?
I like that. My science teacher, when I was in 12th grade, he's a physics teacher. He said, the ring around Saturn is made up only of diamonds, or something like that. And I said, really? It's made up only of diamonds? He said, yeah. I said, you know that for a fact? He said, yeah. And I said, so somebody went to Saturn and harvested some of the rain and it was diamonds. Oh, no, but you can tell because this and that, blah, blah. Unless somebody goes there and gets a fucking diamond, there's no proof that that is a goddamn diamond. No proof.
All right, I understand you have a very high level of skepticism, and that's cool. Yo, dog, will you do me a favor? Go to youtube.com/@SexRov, Sexrov, SEXROV, and I want you to see if you can see my YouTube screen any better, and if you can read what's going on in the bottom right corner. Because I'm telling you, somebody's going to be like, what the fuck is this? And they're going to start reading whatever the fuck I have there, which is like anti-gravity particle rich, blah, 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 blah. And they're going to be like, whoa, what is this? This is actually really fucking interesting.
Wait, how do I spell it? S-E-X what?
R is in Rover, O is in obese, V is in Victor.
Oh, R-O-E?
Yes,
Okay. Sex Rob.
correct.
Okay. Let me try to get into this.
It's basically the coolest thing. I'm pretty sure of all time, there have been some things in this world that some people may have considered cool, but nothing has ever been this cool. Nor will anything ever be any cooler than this.
I like you better than I like the graphic, to be honest.
Oh, dude, of course. But not everybody knows how cool I am right off the bat. So, can you read the thing in the bottom right corner?
It's not popping up on mine for some reason.
What do you mean?
I looked up Sex Rob and it's some lady getting her back blown out, some Chinese girl getting her fucking ass cheeks spread apart on YouTube.
Dog, that doesn't make any sense. Go to youtube.com/the @ and then SEXROV.
Yeah, it's not popping up. I'm driving through traffic too, so it's kind of tricky.
Dog, it's S as in Sam, E as in enema, X as in xylophone, R as in rabbi, O as in over, V as in Victor, SEXROV.
Yeah, no, I typed that in, but I'm driving through traffic and it ain't popping up.
Dog, it's live. It's the only one that's live.
Oh, I got it. Never mind.
There you go.
It was right at the top.
That's what I figured. Can you please read the thing in the corner? Or can you tell me if you can read it?
Hey, I can hear myself talking through YouTube.
Isn't that cool?
Wait, hold on. How do I mute the YouTube? I'm hearing like 8 different things at the same time.
There is a little sound, a volume adjuster on the YouTube player. It's in the bottom left corner of the YouTube by the play, of the YouTube window by the play button. Did you know, I just got this alert on my phone, breaking news, Rabbi Rothschild, aka Viral Rabbi, has just broken the Guinness World Record for most amount of time live on YouTube. Isn't that amazing? I'm gonna make it echo worse. Echo, 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 echo. What causes aging at the genetic and molecular level? That's true. But can you read the thing in the bottom right corner?
I can only hear you yelling, echo, echo.
Hold on. There is a pink box in the right corner.
How can we develop effective treatments for neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's? What are the underlying mechanisms of chronic pain, and how can we alleviate it? How do antibiotic strategies we employ to combat antimicrobial resistance? What are the genetic? I'm reading it. Personalized treatment approaches.
Just keep reading these things.
Mental health outcomes. Develop more effective treatments for psychiatric disorders. What are the mechanisms underlying autoimmune disease, and how can we modulate the immune system to treat them? How can we develop something? Should I got surgery?
You're good. You're good. You can read it. That's cool. So it comes in clearer on YouTube than it does in Telegram, apparently.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit too fast, and it's still pretty fucking blurry.
That's okay. You can read it.
Kind of.
I mean, you read it to me, so while driving, so that's good enough on a cell phone. I imagine somebody on their desktop computer who can pause it will be able to read whatever they need.
Yeah, no, you can read it.
Excellent. I think it's a very interesting strategy, basically putting really interesting material on your YouTube and just cycling it, but there's enough of it that it always seems random.
I think it's a good idea.
I appreciate that.
I think for your thing, you should go outside more, like go outside and try to hit on bitches or something.
All right.
Different.
I agree. Give me the internet and I can do that again. I've done that before. I did that for 2 years on here. I paid $400 a month in cell phone bills. It's not that easy if you don't have the connectivity.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Exactly. Everybody says that. Hey, you should just go on vacation and stream your life. And it's like, okay. I've had people who are like, you should stream yourself on a plane. I'm like, exactly. That's what I'm saying. People think that you can stream absolutely everywhere, and it's like, no. Now, some people can, but they have more investment in this, meaning like they have cell phone plans that are unlimited, and even still, they have connectivity issues. The best streamers in the world, the people who are streaming in like these huge cities, still have connectivity issues, which kind of surprises me. That there isn't a company out there that's just like, look, we've got this fucking thing figured out. So long as you're within, like 100 fucking miles of a tree, you can always get cell phone service or whatever it is. I mean, just whatever it takes. I want connectivity everywhere. But so when I would go out and drive, I would stream and I would have 0 viewers. I would buy viewers. And so I would have like 100 viewers watching me, and I would still get 0 viewers. I would record. So if you want to see me driving and on the beach and at Disneyland and all of that, I have it all archived. It's all on Instagram. It's all on YouTube. So anybody who's like, well, you should go out and do something. I've done it. What do you want me to do? I've literally done on this stream I've streamed more fun shit than most people do in their life.
I believe it.
And it's archived. I'm telling you, when people go back and watch this in the future, they'll be like, wow, his life got really, really exciting.
They're like, wow, this guy has a fucking nice car.
Oh, they're definitely going to. They're going to know that. They're going to be from that because I'm going to repopulate the earth. Just watch. Once people find out about this, I'm going to be the most in-demand bachelor on earth. Calm down, dude. It's still available on Instagram. You know what's hilarious? It's hilarious. It's very funny. Sometimes people around here are like, wait, so you're live all the time? Yeah. They're like, so you've been naked on camera? I'm like, yeah. They're like, you have an OnlyFans? I'm like, no. OnlyFans rejected me twice. If you want to see me naked, I'm live on Instagram. They're like, what? Where is this? But it's just a funny way to go about it because normally, like OnlyFans takes anyone. They won't take me. They've not taken me, and then usually as well, Instagram doesn't have nudity. So it's very funny when I say to people, no, the company that allows nudity has rejected me, and the company that doesn't allow nudity, that's where you can find my nude content. Isn't it?
Yeah, what the fuck? That makes no sense. I mean, I know it's true, but it makes no sense.
It's just how it is. And here's the funny thing with that new content. I was streaming that, and I had like 7 different streams going on at once, and 5 of them got banned. But one of them didn't, and it just snuck out.
You know that change.org website where you can make a petition?
Yep.
We should make a petition on there to get you on OnlyFans.
Dog, has anyone, I really mean this, like from the bottom of my heart, I've heard of change.org for like 20 years, and I don't know not one thing. I have never heard of anybody ever saying, well, it's a really good thing that we have change.org behind us. It's like, no, this is like somebody's blog. It has some credibility in society, but really it's just like some asshole's blog, and nobody does anything with it. You know what the other one I hear is a lot is I don't know, this could be real or whatever, but I hear a lot of weird shit happens with a GoFundMe. So like basically people will be like, oh, there was a fire in our part of the city. I'm gonna just say this is a charity for the family that lost their house in that fire, and then I'm just gonna claim all the money for it. And right, I don't understand that kind of reasoning. No, it's true. I don't understand when people do that, but I don't know. Joe came to me last night, and he was like, well, first he sends me a meme. So here's the thing. I don't know. I could be wrong. I would just say this to him, though. So, Joe, you may hear this in the future. You may hear it now. I'm telling you right now. Maybe it's just the way that I come off. I get it. I want my cake and eat it too. Basically, I want to be able to be really mean to everybody and have no one be mean to me. That's how I like life. And yeah, exactly. So I'll give Joe some shit, and he'll give me shit back. But I'll be like, I didn't deserve that shit. Like, that came out of nowhere. Anyway, like what? Yesterday, I was talking to somebody yesterday on something, and I was really talking to them on something. Like, it was kicked, or it was Discord, or something. Somebody was talking to me. and I was really talking to them. And Joe thought I was talking to him because he was in Bitcoin Ask Vision, and he's like, he's trying to talk to me, and I didn't even know he was. He had to tell me this. I didn't even know he thought I was talking to him. I was talking to somebody else, and then he came into Harry Potter Obama Sonic. Well, he sent me a meme that's just a bag of dicks, and they're like edible dicks. Just, and I'm like, what? And then he comes in and he's like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, I didn't say what the fuck, but he was really aggressive. I think worse than that. He's like, "Why don't you suck a dick?" Wait, what did he say? He said something when he came in here. He's like, I don't know, it was really aggressive. I'm like, wait a second. Oh, I remember what it was. He came and said something really aggressive. And I said, hold on a second, Joe. My life does not start and stop at your request. That's what it was, or something like this. He's like, how are you going to be talking to me that whole time and not allow me to fucking say a goddamn thing back to you, or something like really aggressive? I'm like, what? I'm not even aware of what you're saying. Anyway, I said to him, I don't even know what you're referencing. He says, you were in Bitcoin Ask Vision saying all this shit. And I was like, I wasn't even talking to you. I don't even know who I was talking to, but it wasn't you. I didn't know you were in there. I'm like, how are you, Joe? He's like, oh, so you weren't talking to me? I'm like, no. And then he said, look, I don't think that life starts and stops when I say it does. But I'm like, well, obviously something's not connecting with you. Where you go into a Telegram and you know that I'm streaming in a whole bunch of Telegrams, you shouldn't be under the assumption that I'm always talking to you, because you know that I could be talking to other people. And he's like, yeah, well, it is what it is, I guess. And then he said somebody wanted to talk to, or somebody, this is what it was. Somebody told him that I wanted to talk to him. And I said, I don't want to talk to you. I don't have anything necessarily to talk to you about. And he's like, well, somebody said that you wanted to talk to me. I said, Joe, of all the people I know online, you're like one of 5 who I have their cell phone numbers. And I've used it. Like, if I want to get a hold of you, I will just send you a Telegram message, or I'll text you, or if it's really important, I'll call you. But I'm not going to go to someone else and say that I need to talk to that person. I will just go right to you, unless I'm really having some trouble finding you. So I told them, like, just know in our relationship, if I need you, I'm coming to you. I'm not going to go to someone else and ask them to tell you to come talk to me. Oh, dude, there's no doubt about it. I'm surprised that you're not funneling this information to him right now. But here's the thing. Right, that made him really, really angry, though, because he's like, what does he want? What does he want? And then he went into Bitcoin Ask Vision and thought I was talking to him, and then he was confused. Then he came into Harry Potter on the Sonic 10 minute and was like, what in the fuck is your problem? It was something like that. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, what in the fuck is your problem? You've been talking to me in Bitcoin Ask Vision for I don't know how long, and you won't shut the fuck up. I'm like, excuse me, my life does not start and stop at your behest. What in the fuck is your issue? Why do you come in here saying all this shit to me? I haven't done anything wrong. What is your issue? He's like, somebody said that you wanted to talk to me. I said, no. If I want to talk to you, I'll call you, I'll text you, I'll email you, I'll do whatever I need to do, but I don't necessarily need someone else to communicate the message. And I'm like, how are you doing? I knew it was you. I'm like, and Joe's not the most, how do I put it, private of individuals, but he didn't say who it was, but I still knew who it was. So you just honestly, and I know you love stirring up shit. You love it. And so when I heard Joe coming in, I was like, oh, this has Bitcoin as vision written all over it. Dude, I can't believe Monkey App banned me. Dog, I want us to think how it could be banned from your place. Aside from putting something illegal in it, I think I could get banned from your place by I think, yeah, exactly, something like that, like, you know, a terms and conditions violation. But I get that. But yeah, you run the loosest ship on the seas, dog. Absolutely. It's 2 sheets to the wind, 3 sheets to the wind.
Honestly, that's how it should be on the internet, just so long as, like I said, it's not illegal.
Right.
Actually illegal in real life.
Right. There's such a big difference between illegal and offensive, and yet people confuse the two.
Oh yeah, offensive is offensive. I don't care about it.
Right. You know what people say when they say that offends me? I say that sounds like it's a you problem, not a me problem. That's your issue. Yo, dog. Dog. Do I have the coolest YouTube stream of any YouTube stream that you've seen in the last hour? Dude, can you please, if possible, look at this animation that I made, this zoom animation? It is in the 8th quadrant, basically the bottom center quadrant. I made this. Hey, dog, and also on Twitter, the ghost of OJ is now following me, so I got that going for me, which is nice. Dog, you want to hear something hilarious? I don't know, I don't think it's that hilarious, but it's like, I like the show Family Guy. Do you know the show Family Guy? Yeah. Are you aware of that show? That's what I wanted you to say. All right, so do you remember there's an episode, I believe it's called The Juice is Loose, starring O.J. Simpson? I agree. I definitely agree. So when, this is like 10 years ago, Fox Studios, this is when MMOs, massive multiplayer game, or MMGs, whatever, wait, what were they called? MMG, I think they were called MMOs. Massive multiplayer online games, something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Fortnite, I think it's one of them. Exactly. These huge open world things. Yeah, exactly. So, Fox Studios came out with a game, and it was called the Family Guy MMO. And what was it? Basically, you lived in, it was all free, and it was all online, and it was like a Grand Theft Auto with Family Guy. And I remember doesn't it sound amazing? And, all right, so I don't know how I learned about this, but it was something that I learned about in advance, that Fox Studios was going to be launching this massive multiplayer game, and it was going to be available for free, and it was going to be available, let's say, on April 1st. Okay, so April 1st comes around, and they have like a countdown for you to be able to register. So I register, and I wanted to register like a real Family Guy character because it was really early. Like the website just started. So I'm like, man, if I could be Peter Griffin on this thing, that would be huge. Obviously, when I got in there, I couldn't be Peter Griffin or Chris Griffin or, like Mort Goldman or like all of the major characters were taken right away. I mean, within the first 10 seconds or something. But so then I kept going through and I'm searching for like, I don't know, what's that bitch's name? Like and any of the fucking more minor characters, like greased up deaf guy, I don't know, those kind of people. I was, trying anyway. And I thought, I tried like every character to the point where I think Fox made it so that you couldn't take any of those names. They just, if they were a major character on the show, their username was taken, is what I'm trying to say. However, OJ Simpson was available. Just straight up OJ Simpson. And like, because this website was really, really new, obviously no one had taken it. So for about a week or so, I was OJ Simpson on Spooner Street, and I had this guy who would run around the city and do things. And Fox was supposed to do all kinds of things for this and add all kinds of levels and yada, yada, yada. And then at like a week after it launched, there was like an email that went out that said that they were halting the project and it stopped. But I thought it was a really good idea that Family Guy. I mean, can you imagine if Family Guy would have launched a huge game 10 years ago, what that could have potentially been today if it was like Grand Theft Auto Online? I agree, and it would be really big for their show, the cartoon. Nevertheless, I was once OJ Simpson. It was Family Guy Online. That's what it's called. Family Guy Online. And no, that would be good though. All right, dude, baby. I know that story better than like anybody. It did, and I've been to the murder site. It did not happen in Orange County, it happened in LA County. But I've been to the murder site, and I can tell you this, and I really mean it. O.J. Simpson is an innocent man, or was an innocent man, and he's perhaps the greatest father of the second half of the 20th century. If you really know how that story went down, OJ did not kill Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, but his son had killed them. His son had the same DNA profile as his father, and in the mid-90s, you couldn't tell the difference between the father and son's DNA. And his son had a knife collection. The murder weapon was found in his son's storage unit. There are pictures with his son with the hat that was found at the scene with not only his DNA on it, but his dog's DNA on it. There's all this evidence, yeah. And they never talked about it in the United States. There is a BBC documentary called O.J. Simpson, What Really Happened. And when you watch that documentary, it gives a completely different side of the story. It talks about all of O.J. and Nicole Brown Simpson's cocaine deals and deals with the NFL and the world of gambling. It talks about all of the affairs that they were both having with on each other, and it also talks about their son, not their son. OJ's son with his first wife, Jason. Jason is the one who had a huge rage problem and was in love with Nicole. He was in love with Nicole. This was a super hot blonde who was only like 4 years older than he was, and he was in love with this chick. And that's his stepmom. It's like every like 20-year-old dude is his dream is to be able to go out in Westwood and Beverly Hills and party with a super hot blonde. And he was able to do that all the time. And it just so happened to be his stepmom. Agreed. So anyway, dude, I'll watch it with you right now. It's called BBC O.J. Simpson, The Untold Truth, I believe. Untold Story. Dog, let's watch it right now. Dude, you don't have to shower. Dog. All right, I'll give you an hour, and then we really have to watch it because I'm serious about this. If any, I'm a no bullshit person, and
It sounds interesting as hell. That's why I don't want to have you start playing it and then I miss something.
you're good. I on the day that OJ died, I was, Jacob, whatever the fuck happened to him. I don't know, but I said to him all the stuff that I knew about that, and he's like, Rabbi, I can't believe all that information exists, and I didn't know it. Like, I was able to put together all of the little puzzle pieces that, like, didn't make any sense. Like, why did they have this super racist detective on the case, Mark Furman? And, like, why do we have recordings of him just saying the N-word, like N-word. Like, what? And then why would he come over and say that he never uses that word? And I'm sure it was. But if you really know, the recordings of Mark Furman, at least to my knowledge, were actually lines that he read in a movie script from years earlier. So basically, he was reading the words that were in a movie script as an actor, because he was also an actor. And they had this recording of him. And so when he says that he didn't use those words, he meant like in his normal everyday life. But yeah, they did have recordings of him doing that. So that made him out to be a super big racist. Do I think he's a racist? I don't know how the person is on an individual basis. I'm telling you that there's a lot of evidence that explains all of these things. Other things, okay, so people will ask the question, well, let's just go into some of the big things. If you truthfully are gonna kill somebody, a knife is like the last weapon that you would use. You would strangle them to death because it's cleaner. A knife is the dirtiest fucking way to kill somebody. Like, in my opinion, if you're trying to be like a clean killer, a knife is maybe the worst weapon that there. Like a bomb, maybe worse. But like a knife is just so messy, and no grown man who's mature is going to be using a knife against anybody. They'll shoot him with especially if you're OJ. OJ has access to guns. He has access to hitmen. And in this documentary, they actually interview one of the hitmen that OJ interviewed. And they say OJ wanted Nicole dead, but he's not the one who did it. They said that OJ came to him. The one guy, he was in jail when he said this. They did an interview with him. He said, yeah, OJ Simpson came to me as a hitman on Nicole. He was mad because she was having an affair with his best friend, Marcus Allen, and also spending his $40,000 a month in alimony all over town, getting fucked by every single guy, doing cocaine when she's supposed to be a mother to their children. OJ was pissed off, and he wanted to end that problem. However, that doesn't mean that he killed her. It means that he wanted her dead. There were other people who wanted her dead, including OJ's son, Jason. And they go into Jason and all of the evidence that they had. And I'm telling you, like, okay, when they announced that OJ was innocent and they pan over the family of OJ, every single person in his family is celebrating, except for Jason. Jason has his hand in his hands, and he's crying. Like, your dad just got acquitted of double murder in the biggest trial in the history of the United States. And you're crying and you're hiding your face. It's very suspicious. And the reason why is because they know that they could go after him. Now, other things that are very suspicious about Jason, the night of the murders, he was a chef. Okay, he had knives. The night of the murders, he was supposed to be punched in at a restaurant where he was working, and he didn't punch in the electronic way. He had to write in his time, like, because he wasn't there at the actual time, and that was never brought in into the trial, they never questioned Jason Simpson as a potential suspect. It was always on OJ the entire time. And I don't think that might have been on purpose. I'm not sure. But basically, there's a documentary out there now. There's the BBC one. There's also a book and a documentary out there by a man. He's a former detective and private investigator. His name is William C. Deere. William C. Deere. And he has a book. The name of the book and the name of the documentary is very straight and to the point. O.J. Simpson is innocent and I can prove it. What a great name for a book. It's right there. And look, I'm telling you this as much, like, I know the O.J. Simpson case very well. I listen to it all the time with my mom. I remember my dad, and saw it. I grew up with it. I remember when court TV was coming about. I know it pretty well. I know it better than most people. And all of the evidence for, I would say, 20 years of my life always pointed to OJ until I really investigated it. And the reason why I investigated it, I was on a forum, and I shouldn't say I was on a forum. I think one day I was just going through the big questions in the world, like, are we alone? Okay, that got me into UFOs. Is there a God? That took me on a religious route. You know, who killed Kennedy? I got into all of that. And then what happened with OJ? And I wanted to know, and so I investigated it, and I went to the murder scene. And I'm going to tell you, when I was at the murder scene, I've been there twice in my life, or maybe 3 times. One of the times when I was there, I'm telling you this, Nicole's sister was driving by. When I know what she looks like, I've seen her in a bunch of interviews, and she was driving by, and she yelled something at me, like, let her rest in peace or something like that. They didn't just yell it at me, though. They yelled it at some other people, too. Because there's a lot of fascination with this place. Basically, this is the biggest case in American jurisprudence. And when you go to the murder site, it doesn't look anything like it did in the 1990s. They've changed it around. The building still exists. Rockingham, where O.J. Simpson lived, that building has been demolished. But the Bundy residence, where Nicole Brown Simpson lived, is definitely still standing. It's just they've redone it so that you wouldn't know that anything happened there. You absolutely wouldn't know it. You could walk past there 100 times and not know that that is the site. Very interesting. Anyway, that one's super interesting to me. You know what other one's really interesting to me? And to call it I've listened. Did you listen to Joe Rogan? You probably didn't, but Joe Rogan had a guest on Thursday, Bart Sebrell, on the moon landing. Oh, totally. That one's a joke. Six times, no one died. They did it perfectly. 50 years ago, and they don't have the current technology to do it again. It's the first time in history that technology has ever regressed. When Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic, the next guy did it a week later. This is the first time in human history that a country would have such an accomplishment, and after 50 years, not another country would even attempt it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you would think that maybe Russia would have wanted some other advanced society. No, never even, not even try. No.
So, Joe Rogan had the main proponent of this theory on Thursday, and I've listened to it, I'm not kidding, 17 times. And is it because I've never heard it before? No, I know it very well. I've known it and publicly espoused it since like 2008. But to see that it's starting to get some mainstream traction is really nice. It's really refreshing to me. It's an absolute joke when you look into it. And the thing is, it's so sad because it's the most like traditionally taught as the greatest achievement in human history. And to find out the greatest achievement in human history is a lie is very sad to some people, and I'm included in that group. Rabbi Rothschild streaming live 24/7, 365 for as long as I have. And I really mean that. You can laugh at it, but you will see that this project will be more influential than the Apollo program, that more technology will be gleaned from this project. It's the first time in human history that humans will actually be able to observe themselves, will actually be able to see all of the issues that we experience and the technical issues that we experience, and we'll be able to improve them, and we'll be able to comment on them. It's the first time that an individual has allowed their life to be watched like this. So when I say do I really think it is the greatest accomplishment in human history, I'm absolutely sure of it. Now, aside from that, yeah, great question. Probably the harnessing of electricity. I would say so. If you think about all the shit like that we had in history for like thousands of years, and then all the shit that we've had in the last like 140 years, all that shit changes when we start to harness electricity. Look, like if you look at what life expectancies were, and like personal enjoyment and education, because you no longer needed a bunch of candles to be able to read at night and to be able to heat your house and all kinds of other shit. The harnessing of electricity, I would say, is the greatest human achievement. But you know what? That's just how I see it from a modern day sense. I could actually go back and probably say, like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the first person to be able to harness fire probably had just as big of an effect as the people who first harnessed electricity, because the ability to cook your own food meant that you could avoid a lot of bacteria and disease, and perhaps you and your offspring could be able to live longer. Yeah, I do too. I love that bridge. Have you ever seen the? Have you? Word dog. I mean, I'm surprised they got the Bay Bridge done. Exactly. I do like the look of it. I agree. It reminds me of like a huge sail. Exactly. Now, what you're saying about the Golden Gate Bridge, have you ever seen the documentary The Bridge? Oh my word. It's a life-changing documentary in my opinion. It is it inspired me partially in this stream. Why do I mean that? The documentary The Bridge is by a documentarian who, for 1 year, recorded from different angles the Golden Gate Bridge and all of the suicides that would occur, because he wanted to bring attention to it. And this documentary is one of the big things that helped to get the netting around the Golden Gate Bridge to be able to save people. Before this documentary, they didn't have that. And so it's literally just a year of people committing suicide, jumping off the bridge. And it's so silent how it happens. You just have somebody just start walking, and then some people contemplate it. Some people will just sit there for like hours and just stare out there. And then all of a sudden they lift their leg over the railing, and they drop, and they hit the water, and some of them struggle, some of them just sink. And it's harrowing. And why was it inspiring to me? For a lot of reasons. One, it made me really value my life and just recognize like that life is precious, and that there are people who are pushed to their limits. And while this has been documented, it made me just more and more realize how important my life is. So that was important. Secondly, it was inspiring to me because it was such a huge amount of footage. It's a year of footage of the Golden Gate Bridge, which is, you know how I am with data. That's fascinating to me, and all the shit that could have been recorded. And to have to go through all of that footage and edit it. I mean, can you imagine? Like, hey, we have a year's worth of footage, and now we have to watch all the people who committed suicide. That's that's like a really sad thing to have to do. But this person did make it, and what else did I like about the documentary? Well, you learn a lot about the Golden Gate Bridge. That before they put up the netting, it was the most popular place in the Western Hemisphere to commit suicide. And right. Exactly. I think it's fascinating. I love the color of it. It's like and like why it's painted that way was like for visibility, but it's just become such a visibility in fog, I guess. But it's just become such a recognized, arguably the most recognized landmark of any city in the United States. Definitely, I've always loved it. So yeah, it's cool as fuck. You got it, baby. Dog. So here's what you have to do. You have to take your stupid ass shower. Because I'm gonna watch this documentary with you. All right.
Joe Rogan experience. The Joe Rogan experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
We first met, what was it, at least 20 years ago, right?
22 years ago.
Was it 22? Wow. So I had seen your movie. And I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Was this before my podcast? I don't even
You emailed me.
Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. And I happen to be in LA when you sent me the email.
Synchronicity.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing is real the most. So how did this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying comment about the use of theory. Well, it's not a theory. They did take the moon landing. That's a fact. Whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts, and I'm going to call it theory.
Okay, you're so
Just
cold.
for fun. I'm just trying to, well, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms of patriotism, they use terms of national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where there was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,000 Twitter claims.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags, try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the file. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation. Tucker Carlson wrote down a lot. What? And then I read a bunch about it. What he's saying is totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber, all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real, the space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineering and science. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from the human. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. This is mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie. Guys, everybody agreed. This one we're going to be, this is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the industry. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than I do. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McNamara, before he died, popped it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem with making an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive lie. See, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten back, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees in a picture we have to trust. It was on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to think. And in answer to your first question, I was more than a certain. I was goddamn idolizing the moon landing with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11 as I moved every 2 years from house to house. There were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from
what
city
changed?
to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And but was there a moment?
Yeah. The first moment was so from the age of I was asleep in bed, but at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, like 3,650 times over the next 10 years, I probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocketdyne employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only 7% fraud, who says, look, I took a memo from the fraud to the Pentagon warning they are not going to get involved. There's only a 1 in 10,000 if you go to the moon on the moon.
What year was this?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome one of the challenges that got them to 10,000?
Oh, no. Because, I mean, so we're going to go over many clues.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the
Well,
way.
here's how you can prove that's not the case.
Okay.
So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reason. Because today, with 54 years better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth of computing power cell phones, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
but they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior. Right?
So it would take
computing
less
power
time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
But
did.
it's taking more
But
time.
they're
It's not
not
less
doing
time.
right. But they're not doing it. Right. Like during the
Because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
if that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many, like overall? It was very compartmentalized, right? Like how many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
Well, a couple 100,000.
Okay. That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel man in their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000, it says. At the peak, Apollo program employed 400,000 people and required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. Everyone would know and everyone would tell and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Krebs, flight director, he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real flight. They can't tell the difference with just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell the difference, then how can we as a 10-year-old watching it in our living room at home? And then do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the lab or the food or the door handle, hey, we're ready to go to the moon. You should never tell anybody. And then
That wouldn't be the question. The question is that too many people would have to know.
but that's
But it would get out.
no, it wouldn't. But if someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people will do it. Once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to fake than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows about corruption in the bank? I don't think so. You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. Only 3 people. It's much easier to fake than people realize, and then people want it to fake.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 with incredibly limited access to information. I think we become incredibly spoiled by the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available. Just were not available now. And you knew either what you learned in school or what the government or your employees told you, your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA to think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet. Or it would happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. You know, they wrapped it up and said Lee Harvey Oswald actor. But without the Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, wait a minute, this guy like, kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the bomb. Like, what the fuck really happened here? Back in 1969, when the Guinness, this this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government wasn't. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA and command center couldn't tell the difference between a simulation and a real
They
flight.
also had a history of fiction.
Yeah.
They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving people all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt and had a escape route with 1 mil, give you 5 or cell phone, but they can only send astronauts 1,000 for distance. Okay. Let's say they did that, came back with you before. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good officers. They printed it on stamps and coins and taught in universities. If that's true, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually done. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this thing of the moon landing. And you have to understand, these people are still smart. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did take the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to SimBrown.com, watch 17 clips for free. That's proven.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely what we do is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor of a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in some degrees, which means they didn't put in all this proof. The footage here.
So stop you there. That doesn't mean you didn't go to the moon. It means that photograph is good.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
Well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs of the Constitution. Use fake photographs.
well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare to take any of it.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. I mean, you know the famous one of the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill, he's attached to wires, and then they just use the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space
Or-
flights
or-
before then? Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA have a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they can have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
The spacewalk.
but what we have is them faking being passed within the
Right, but they do things like spacewalk. They do things like the space center. So
Yes.
that's where it gets confusing.
Well,
Right.
they can't leave it for work.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation levels. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that, something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts?
heard that. I don't know if I've confirmed that.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operation? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that one. They did. They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States. The joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll at a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up the fucking thermo nuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
before
it.
you go to the moon. They knew that the
But
radiation
was this
belt.
connected though? Was this program connected to NASA
Well,
officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way.
Look what it says there.
To go through it.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave plant. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircraft were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it say why they're doing it though? I'm interested to see like why did you do it? Give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, it began a response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have just do a test back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens killed the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up. Well, that's all the folklore. The folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. When you drop those bombs, that's when the aliens start showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as we start dropping bombs in cities, like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why'd they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belt as possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch.
That's the only way you could do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched at 740 to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are shielded.
Well, go to Cibro.com and watch the
Well, I'm just they're right
about
there.
it.
But you're right there, so I just
Yeah,
want
well,
to give you the
I'm just
opportunity.
saying,
What they would say to you.
the clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles. It's a huge band of radiation. And astronauts would have to go through to the moon and do it again back. First, he said it's dangerous, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Let's listen to him say that. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
All right. I'm gonna have to pull it up. But that would be the argument against the moon landing. Let's go. You check. Did you just say that over and over again? Oh, yeah, right. You see it? When was it wrong?
Well, he says we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What was he talking about?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that
No, what's that? Yeah, what is it? When you said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step toward going to the moon.
And what year was this? What was
I
it?
think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project to go to the moon in 2014, just not its focus.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space. Meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been invented.
Well, that's not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters, but what he was just saying was dangerous, and he specifically talked about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go to
Well,
the moon, so he didn't mention that.
it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you'd open up a can of worms.
Right,
So,
he says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to us. Even if you, like I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying it.
Yeah.
He did say people before he said people, but you could imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, and that would be dangerous.
Well, they also included people. Before we send
Right.
people through this region
Right,
of space.
but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous
They
there,
haven't
Jeff.
tried it. So what is this, Jeff? Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11. What we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half, going to the moon, an hour to an hour and a half. So
What would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of X-rays?
it would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabrel.com. All for free. You go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly?
Well,
What was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a
yeah,
man.
there were allegedly 24 people with allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being
footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtake of them
Right.
faking being halfway through the movie, which even
Hello.
Am I heard? By the way, just making sure that I'm heard perfectly. I don't know if I am or not.
Hello, Kayla.
All right, is this heard?
It's heard.
Okay, thank you. I hear that train a-comin', it's rolling around the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, time keeps dragging on. The train keeps rolling, all down the sound of its own. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't never play with guns. Shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear the blowing, I hang my head and cry. I've had 30 straight smoke seasons from a planted dining car. They're probably drinking coffee, smoking big cigars, but I know I can't be free. But the people keep me free. And that's what tortures me. I prefer to stop right there right now.
That was amazing.
Next is best worm.
One fruit pie.
I've been staring at the edge of the water as long as I can remember. Never really knowing why.
Faggot, kill yourself, dirty ass nigger, kill yourself.
I've been staring at the edge of the water as long as I can remember. Never really knowing why. I wish I could be a perfect daughter, but I come back to the water, no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, I make leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to. Still my west I can see calls me. No one knows how far it goes.
Outside the city,
Wind in my sail, seas they keep behind.
I'll
Go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design. I know everybody on this island has a complex island. So maybe I can roll with a strong, satisfied, play along with the voice inside a different song. What is wrong with me? The light that shines on the sea is blinding. No one knows how deep it goes. And it seems like it's falling out to me, so come find me. Let me know. Put me on that line, will I cross that line? See the line where the sky is a sea. Calls me. No one knows how far it goes. If the wind and my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. Yeah, that's it.
Faggot tranny black, kill yourself dirty faggots Asian ching hindu diet.
Yeah, I got the name all good. Here's the name. Yeah, there's the name.
Too much time on the fucking thing.
I know.
Did a great one.
Some beautiful singing. Sorry for the trolls.
I'm coming hours over. Oh, tell me I got this feeling. Time just to hold me down. Once I'll tear up this time. I gotta cut the boots, put this, pick up Sunday streets, please, Louise, rolling out to my knees, Jack, get back, don't want me for me back, dude, oh dude, everybody come with me. You're playing so cool, no paying at the table. Hey, I know, you're burning for somebody to tell you that nothing passing you by. Don't you tell you Whoa, my love, come on, let's go. Please, feel please, everybody come to me. Oh, it's God, you sound like a fucking video game, lady.
Thank you. That was amazing performance from Tofu. Incredible. That was crazy. If I so wish I could do that. Like, that's talent. Wowie. All right. Indeed. Whew, this next one's gonna be tough because I have only sung it. Also, I've only sung this like twice in the entire time I've known the song. So let's just go for it. Oh, I already messed it up. Oh boy, the delay is really tough. Hang on, I gotta make sure that there's no delay between the two, which is gonna be hard. Oh no, not you. I really need to figure out a new way to do this audio setup someday. Okay, actually there might be. I just download it instead. Yeah. If I download the track instead and then just put it on my soundboard, that could be a way better way to do this. Yeah. Give me one moment. Yeah, I apologize, guys. This may take me a small second to get set up, but once it's set up, it should be good.
So are you gonna sing or?
Yes.
Yo, but you said you're gonna put the track onto soundboard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the delay between the voice and the track?
So because my soundboard is a Stream Deck, I'm able to press two buttons at the same time with my fingers, obviously. So that way there will be no delay between the two.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Hopefully this works the way I'm hoping it goes. We'll see. Oh wait, did I accidentally downloaded the same thing twice? Okay, one sec. Apologize, guys, for the delay and trouble.
You want to just take your time and let Ken go first so you're not stressed out.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, Ken. Next up is Ken.
Oh, well, I was not ready. Okay, I guess we're just gonna do some more, but let's do some Harry Maguire. But let's switch it up a little bit. Let's put this down here so the guitar actually comes through. There we go. I don't know when this turned off, but let me turn it back on. Let's try this. Can't really bother to. You can create a few copies to track choice, not going to be just too much noise. That's the game that has the Rabbi with a bunch of toys. It's the opposite. Nothing other from another boy. That's go to max to O. Believe no, we got to look back so rhapsody road. Never check. That's the hit. That's the dark. That's the pizza. Screens. That's the speed. That's the hope. Dark colors of the dome from the darts from the melon. The thunder is compelling. Then you start swelling. The gut will love. Behind the cannibals, but it's candlelit. And the bunny serpent. They're going to need the bars because of it. So much to take you the life of truth just to ask the faith. But keep it authentic till the end. The time will send the blend. The rock and fleet. Spend things, but you can go. see. Every time I grab the mic, you fucking shit up in the afterlife, you know, see. But the start is blowing the birds, that bird motherfuckers like to cover the earth and double see. Every time I grab the mic, you probably put the shit up in the afterlife, you know, see. But the start is blowing the birds, that bird motherfuckers like to cover the earth and now the motivation. All I need is a routine to focus on creating consent, giving the new scenes, but with the first sex, what was better than too clean, it's moving to the ground, but we don't think that's what you mean. I'm not thinking it doesn't green. Don't start it crazy. Every sensation comes out of place. You can all these sub-creation sessions out of fact that I'm not relating to the philosophical population. I stop debating. I'm playing the sickest lyrical misfit. They hear me when I'm here with the sick, the serious temper that goes deep in the range. Over with design and design. In fact, even the black hole sucking the light and deeper than the addiction. Till the rush of accepting the drugs and fighting. Deeper than the crushing depression. Deeper than being fun. Deeper than the love that you're fighting from a friend that's talking. You turn from love to judgment inside of a little steam. Except I grab the mind. You're probably full of shit over the afterlife. No mistake. But the sky is blowing the birds. I burn motherfuckers like a party earth. It goes in. I picked up a grab the mind. You're probably full of shit over the afterlife. Goes in. But the sky is blowing the birds. I burn motherfuckers. Burn motherfuckers like that. It's a million passes, churches, the passion is not a book. What they got, stash, mass, good back. Lots of no, not valuable materials, impeccable. How I believe it's very that's it's enough for in the gods. The way the artificial of the sun, condition medical MCs are put up in the ether. And that you receive big spars, then you let it retard. Every rhyme in the seventh eye forever compliant to the very beat. The same every sweet, they trip and you will never see. Because of everything, so less than the ghost. Cause if you don't, I should play with a fucking cable. I can't fucking hit the notes that I want to. You don't know what I mean. I can't tell you. But the freestyle, you see, I'm there trying to write the shit that I wrote before for the song, but it can't go like this. It goes over like that. I just have to freestyle my back to the ball. I don't know why I'm talking at all. I just feel like I'm out of the zone, out of the line, that I'm there again. It's my fault that I live for, that I die for it. Actually, I wouldn't die for that because, you know, you don't want to die for music of a feedback. It's okay if you don't think like that. But hey, you want to act out that, you can go over there and, you know, gotta suck songs. Sucking songs? No, a couple songs, you know, but I mean, and go on, yo. John, because I feel like I need breakfast and it's in the morning, so you know that I have to eat some food. Yeah. I don't know what that reason is. But there we go.
Right, that was
Nice. Dude, you really do have genuine talent. All right.
I got some breakfast. I'll be ready to take so I gotta get some sausage.
Go for it, gamer. Thank you.
Thank you.
You too. Bye. I have. Here we go. Figured out my issue from earlier, so this is gonna go hopefully pretty smoothly. All right. Oh. Yeah, there's. Okay, still a delay thing, but it's not too bad this time. I know you know I love you. Sometimes I get too comfortable, and I'm messing up on a regular. New day, new grace, I don't get it, God. I'll be patient with you. Be patient with me. And I don't know when I try to find you, cause I know you love it when I try to.
Kill yourself trying to ask country faggot nigga hope you get raped your sneak socks and you'll never go anywhere in life. Reality get face mask, dirty Negro colored monkey glass. Work already left the server, so don't try me. Kill yourself trying to ask country faggot nigga hope you get raped your sneak socks and you'll never go anywhere in life. Happened and raped dirty Negro colored monkey glass. Work already left the server, so don't try picking one 30 Asian token.
Oh, you guys mind if I restart? That was completely threw me off.
That would be good.
Okay, thank you. Trolls, man. They're all over the place. All right, let's see if I can do this a little better. I'm gonna see if I can figure out the. Yeah, I really can't compensate for the delay.
God, shut the fuck up and sing the fucking song. This is not an audiology class. We're not audio engineers. Just do it, dog.
I know you know I love you. Sometimes I get too comfortable and I'm messing up on the regular. New day, new grace, I'll get it out. I'll be patient with you. Be patient with me. And I'm done with all the wrong trying to find you. Cause I couldn't lose your love if I tried to.
Yeah, you had my back. Oh, can you bring it right back? Staying strong, I'm falling off track. Getting the race and wanna know. Yeah, I was gonna fake and I was just. Feel like I'm gonna work. I know you know I love you. Sometimes I get too comfortable and I mess it up on a regular. New day, new grace, I don't get it, yeah. I'll be patient with you. Be patient with me. And I'm done with all the running trying to find you. Cause I couldn't lose your love if I tried to. Yeah, cause it's still all my problems. Pessimist with all my problems. Be the one who hold my close. Take back to be my house. For my devotion, I hope it's real. Try to put some emotions, I'm hoping to feel. I said on my phone, trying to give you it all. Cause you've been in my heart when you told them, I know you know I love you. Sometimes I get too comfortable and I mess it up on the regular. New day, new grace, I don't need a guy. I'll be patient with you. Be patient with me. And I'm done with all the right behind you. Cause I couldn't lose your love if I tried to. You have my back. And I try to. There we go.
Nice work, my man.
Hey, that was good. That was nice.
Thank you. I just found this song the other day. It's insanely good for anyone that wants to take a listen. I'll link it in the chat.
Her voice was really good.
Alrighty. I'm up next. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, Guinness World Record holder, most amount of time on YouTube.
Alright.
This is Elvis Presley, Jailhouse Rock.
Alright, let's go.
Warden threw a party in the county jail. The prison band was there and began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard those knockdown jailbirds sing. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the Jailhouse Rock. Spider Murphy started sons of saxophone. Little Joe was blowing on the slide trombone. The drummer on the violin over patch boom bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the Jailhouse Rock. Number 47 said to number 3, are you the cutest jailbird I ever did see? I will be delighted with your company. Come on and do the Jailhouse Rock with me. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the whole cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock, 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 rock. Sad sack was sitting on a block of stone, wailing in the corner, weeping all alone. The Lord said, hey buddy, won't you need no square? You can't find a partner, use a wooden chair, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the whole cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock. Dirty Henry said the budget ever safe. Who wants ever down to make a break? But the lieutenant said, Nix, I want to stick around, I want to get my kicks, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the whole cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock. 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 That was Elvis Presley, Jailhouse Rock by Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you.
That's nice. Who's next up? Next. Compilation. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey. I don't know how to sing this song yet, so sorry if it's a little bit out of lyrics. Something could change, or a train could arrive. They'll call me a name I won't recognize, and I will sing along as long as we're moving. I don't care if we're lost. Eyes really shots, 5 o'clock in the morning, light in the sky, and the night costumes. Keep waking up when it's tough, when you're lonely, tough when it's closer to home. Yeah, I've been thinking about going, things not growing up. Yeah, I've been thinking about going somewhere they can touch. Something could change, or a train could arrive. They'll call me a name I'll recognize, and I will sing along as long as we're moving. I don't care if we're so that your life change, ripple up in that rain. I done seen everything you can tell by my age. I just lost, baby, trying to figure out my ways. I'm a dog, baby, trying to break out of this cage. No other option, baby, gotta make my name. Stumbling onward like we always do the same thing. Even if I don't want to, probably with 1 or 2. Watch your muscle well dues, I'll entertain, I promise. Whatever that you need, I got it. My mama told me I'm a prophet. Put on the drugs, boy, gotta stop 'em. Something could change, or a train could arrive. They'll call me a name I won't recognize, and I will sing
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Everybody can Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Good job. Well done. Experience.
Join by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, at least 23 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, I had seen the movie. I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Just before my podcast. I don't even remember. You emailed me. Okay. So did I email you off the website? Is that what it was? I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA with me, then I have to just be in LA with you. Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall with your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing is real people. How does all happen?
Well, let me start by saying comment about the Houston theory. Well, it's not a theory. They did take the moon landing. That's whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call you.
Okay, you're so cool.
I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today, more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where there was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,000 people floating there.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation too. Tucker Carlson read that all out. I was like, what? And then I read a bunch of them. They're saying total truth. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like this stuff, and all the wild shit that we know is absolutely wrong. Space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented with acid. This is just mind control experiments on people. What did they torture? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie about that, guys. Everybody agreed. This one we're gonna do. This is just what it is what it is. And we're gonna give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're gonna have third-party people test everything, make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin, Robert McNamara, before he died, nodded off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed no law. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,000 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem creating an image of the moon on television. The problem is, it's a positive one. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead, it's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive. And people don't want to give up that dignity, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the news. Some people are like, well, I know America has bad. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees that have pictured the episode from the federal government. So it was actually very easy to show, and it actually was I was more than I was God-blessed. Idolized the moon landing with my father in the Air Force. Giving me accurate pictures of Apollo 11 like I moved every 2 years and how high it was on the place of the Lord on every bedroom wall from
So what
city to city.
What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was at the age of, I was asleep on that. But at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, it's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3,000. So I see these pictures over 4,000 times. And living around the moon and being thinking the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Gates, a former rocket science employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program, with high security clearance on the second floor. He said, look, I'm taking a memo from non-browser Pentagon in the Indian. They are not going to involve. There's only a 1 in 10,000 if we go to the level.
And what year was it?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome those challenges that get gotten to 10,000?
No, because I mean, we're going to go over many things.
Yeah, it's really important, but I need to every step of the way.
Every time you can prove that's not so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reason, because today, with 54-year veteran rocket designs and computer design, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of computers and 1 millionth the computing power cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send today with 54-year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
but they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior, right?
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. But it's taking more.
But they're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it. Right. But during the
Because
Apollo,
they can't do it.
but that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many, like, overall? I mean, very compartmentalized, right? Like, how many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
Well, a couple 100,000.
That's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steelmanning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000, it says. At the peak, Apollo program employed 400,000 people that required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
So let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Krebs, flight director, he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during a loss to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and real flight. They can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell the difference, then how could we as a 10-year-old watch it on our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the glove and the group and the door handle, hey, we don't have to the low future, not to tell anybody? And then, just like
that wouldn't be the question would be that too many people would have to know,
but that's
but it would get out.
no, it wouldn't. But if someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people can't be fooled. Once the rocket is up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to tell than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers. But do they know what the CEO knows about the director of the bank? You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. It's much easier to say than people realize, and then people want it to.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 because of limited access to information. I think we've become incredibly spoiled by the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available. Just we're not available back then. And you knew either what you learned in school or what the government or your employees told you. Your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA would think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today. There's no way to do it. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen, but they stated no proof on it. You know, that they wrapped it up and said, we have the Oswald action. Well, without this Zapruder film, without the subsequent investigations under it, people said, wait a minute, this guy kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. What the fuck really happened here? So back in 1969, this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government was. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the media because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people like NASA and Command Center
they also had a history of it. They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt ahead of schedule, when they're like, did you find yourself on today? They can only send astronauts 1,000 participants. Let's say they did that, came back with you before. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such big actors. They printed it on stamps and coins and probably with that. If that's true, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually done. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this thing of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to brown.com, watch 17 clips for free. That's true.
Have you had any debates with people that think you definitely
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor at a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't just consider sunlight. All this proof. The footage here is
something that doesn't mean you didn't go to the moon. That photograph.
okay. Well, why would the pictures be taken to really live?
Well, you could make the argument that the radiation damage was almost you're only able to get real photographs and make a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare think any of it.
I think they have a lot more troopers that they faked a lot of photographs. I mean, you know the famous the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in simulation and doing a drill and attach the wires, and then they just use the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space
or
for them. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos they didn't have of an actual event that really took place.
Well, spacewalk. But what we have is them faking it.
Right, but they do things like spacewalk. They do things like the space center. So that's where it gets confusing.
Well, they can't leave it alone.
That's what gets confusing. Right. So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belt, right? Didn't they do something like that, something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation belt.
I've heard that. I don't know if I confirm that.
Yeah, well, secrets from all stuff. But what is Operation, Google that, what is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that one. They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency, was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962, the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a MK-2 entry vehicle was launched from Johnson Atoll in the Pacific Ocean about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is? That's right. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll, a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this? Or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind throwing that fucking thermonuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
never to go to the moon. They knew that the radiation.
Was this connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way.
Look what it says there.
To go through it.
Look Look at it says here, starfish climb, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The starfish prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii, about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company's microwave site. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of domestic military ships and aircraft were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoa Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture Region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it though? Yeah. I'm interested to see why Joe do that. give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, again, in response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens kill the aliens with nukes? That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's the whole folklore. The folklore about Batman and shit. Hey, what are you doing? Which I would do, if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs in cities, like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belt. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not a full. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. But there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole.
That's the only way you could do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched the
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are shielded.
Well, it's the ground.com and watch it.
Well, you're right there. You're right there. So, just
Yeah, well,
give you the
I'm just saying,
what they would say to you.
the clip there is of Kelly Swift. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles or extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he said that it's dangerous, and then he said that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Let's listen and see. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
All right. Why not? Pull it up. But that would be the argument against the mainland. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for the we are headed 3,600 miles above Earth. 15 times higher than the planet from the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can come
Okay. So you just say that over and over again? Okay. You say that?
What was it? Well, you said we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that the
Video. What's that?
Video.
Yeah, what is it? When you said 2014? Yeah, I think like that. And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step forward going to the moon.
And what year was this? What year?
I think he said that in 2015.
So the Orion project was a new project for the moon in 2014.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space. Meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been.
Well, that's not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But what he was just saying it was dangerous, and he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go.
Well, it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you open up a camera.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation shield is developed, and it has not yet been developed. A way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to us. Even if I'm saying, even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying, he did say people before you said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation would be damaged, not would be dangerous.
Well, they also included people. Before we send people through this region.
Right, but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous.
I'm trying to be. So what is this Genesis from Reddit? Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard the spacecraft. Is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, so the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11, what we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch less. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon, and an hour to an hour and a half coming back. So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-ray?
It would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Cabral.com. All for free, you go on there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that? ones. The first one they did, there was an orbit of a moon, a manned orbit of a moon before there was a manned.
Yeah, there were allegedly 24 people that allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we had covered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from the orbit. So it proved that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Well, whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight, where they're
We'll
supposed
show
to be
the video.
halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steal them, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things and they're training all day long to do a whole bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is to train them how to film.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yeah, to some extent. Well, Pompeii's Roman, dog. Pompeii is Roman, and I believe that happened in the 1st century Rome. Yeah. So that happened in 79 AD, or Common Era. Well, more accurately, 79 years after Caesar Augustus started the Julian calendar. It's basically the calendar that was used throughout much of the Western world up until like the 16th century, when the world switched over, much of the world switched over to the Gregorian calendar, which is what we currently use. What about him? Correct. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Because no one cared at the time until 40 years later. After his death, no one cared about Jesus Christ until about 20 years later after his death.
That's when the movement started up. No, actually, I don't think any of them did. If you really know how it went, well, hold on. Maybe Peter or Paul did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe Peter or Paul did, but at no point do they ever say that this is Messiah. Like, there would be a big fucking event where, at like the Last Supper, everybody there would be like, dude, you're the Messiah. They never say that. So to say that they knew isn't necessarily true. What'd you say, Doug? I don't think they did, no. Yeah, dude, it's a huge thing that I dislike about the world.
So we just like, 2024 is 2024, look at Jesus Christ existed 24 years ago, but no one actually knows when he actually existed.
Yeah, I mean, there's a prominent theory that he never existed at all.
I think he did exist, but I don't think he was Messiah.
All right. I mean, you can believe whatever you want. I'm just saying that there's a lot of evidence that he didn't exist at all. Like, his story is the story of like every Messiah figure ever. Like, born of a virgin, son of God, the Alpha and the Omega, 12 apostles, 40 years in the desert, all that stuff. But those are all stories from the Indus River Valley in Hindu. There's stories in ancient Mesopotamia.
40 years in the desert.
Or 40 days in the desert. Apologies.
40 days in the desert.
Yeah.
40 days in the desert.
Yeah. We Jews spent 40 years in the desert. The idea of 40 days in the desert, the fact that he was born of a virgin, the Alpha and the Omega, Son of Man, these are all like Krishna stories. They're all stories of Osiris. The idea of dying and then resurrecting 3 days later, that's Osiris. That's the Osiris story.
I mean, it's also very common for resurrected 3 days later.
Yeah, I mean, right on the fucking dot. Not like 5 days, not 10 days, 3 days. It's exactly the same story. Just one moment, I'll show it to you. Like, the thing that the thing, there's...
No one saw his body. He didn't resurrect. No one they claim they saw his ghost. He didn't resurrect.
I mean, the resurrection is a big part of Christianity. The fact that Jesus of Nazareth died, was buried, and 3 days later rose from the dead. Now, I know he wasn't technically buried. He was like in a tomb, but I think that's what they call buried. Has anyone seen Jesus?
The border opened right there.
Yeah.
And they opened the border, but no one saw it.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not Christian, nor am I a theologian, so I don't know all the specifics of that story. If anything, you just have to give me a second, and I'll have to Google it.
But yeah, from my knowledge, the border was open, but no one saw it. And he resurrected, but no one saw him. He didn't come back.
I thought there was some kind of story that he visited somebody and scared one of his fucking disciples and told him not worry. Hold on a second. That's a fucking story I remember. There's like the Nazarene as a ghost. Just a moment. I'm going to figure this shit out. At what time did Jesus of Nazareth visit one of his disciples after death? I think so. I could be wrong. It's tradition that he appeared to them after resurrection. Okay, so there are a bunch of them. First appearance to Mary Magdalene, according to the Gospel of John. Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene on the morning of his resurrection, which is Christians commemorate at Easter Sunday. That was shortly after his tomb was found empty. So, I don't mean to be corrected, but I think you said no one saw him. So that's one. Another one is appearance to his disciples on the road to Emmaus. In the Gospel of Luke, Jesus appeared to two of his followers as they were traveling to the village of Emmaus on the same day as his resurrection. Then there's the appearance to the disciples in the upper room, according to the Gospel of Luke and John. Jesus appeared to the disciples gathered in a room in Jerusalem. Later on Easter Sunday, in John's account, this was in the evening when the disciples were behind locked doors. And then appearance to Thomas and the disciples. In the Gospel of John, Jesus appeared to the disciples 8 days after his resurrection. This is when he convinced Thomas, who had doubted the initial reports, by allowing him to touch his wounds. So it seems like ghost Jesus existed a lot in the Bible, or in the Gospel. Or whatever you want to call it, but like the Jesus that, I don't know, that's a ghost. Something that dies that comes back is a ghost. I mean, that's how I define a ghost. How do you define a ghost? Or maybe a spirit or some shit like that. I could call him Spirit Jesus, whatever you want to call him. Ghost Jesus, Spirit Jesus, Undead Jesus. That motherfucker was dead in front of everybody in the fucking city. All of the whole city saw that motherfucker in Yerushalayim. And then this motherfucker wants to come back 3 days later. If that's true, this motherfucker's a ghost. Dog, I'm saying, well, what do you define as his body? I mean, look, Mary Magdalene apparently saw his body or whatever. In the Gospel of John, Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene. So she saw his body. In fact, Thomas, the guy who gets the name Doubting Thomas, doubted the initial reports that Ghost Jesus was walking around. And then Jesus, in order to make Thomas believe that Jesus was really Ghost Jesus, allowed Thomas to feel his wounds. That's how fucking real this was. So if you're like, no one saw his body, dog, they allowed Thomas to touch his body. His wounds, where he was bleeding.
You know how many people in Jerusalem have the name Jesus Christ at that time, period of time as well?
Well, that's not really his name.
Jesus Christ, not Jesus. Just
Well, I mean, people didn't have first and last names like that during that time. You were basically given a name. That wasn't even his name. If anything, that I understand, his name was Yeshua, which is like Joshua, which an alternative of Joshua is Jesus. That's where we get that. But his real name is apparently Yeshua. So if you're like, Rabbi, how many people were named Jesus Christ at the time? He wasn't even named Jesus Christ. His name would have been something like Yeshua ben Yosef. And if you, like, when somebody would have said, hey, who's that motherfucker over there? And come over here. What's your name? He would have said, my name is Yeshua ben Yosef, and I'm from Nazareth. And that would have been his name. Like today, somebody would ask me my name. My name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild, and I'm from Irvine. He would.
So it's the same thing called the Mashiach, because the Mashiach will be called the Mashiach, but he'll be called Mashiach later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we'll reference him. Mashiach has a name. So, like, my name is Moshe ben Meyer. My father's Meyer and Moses and Moshe. Mashiach will have a name. Supposedly, Mashiach's name is going to be Moses, at least his Hebrew name. That's why he's known as Moshiach, M-O-S-A. The Moshe comes from Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu. So, and Mashiach just means, or like Messiah, essentially just means anointed one. It's just with this oil. People make it out to be a big title like king. It's not. It means anointed one. I mean, it is. It's a huge title, but it isn't like I don't know, Czar. It comes from Caesar. Mashiach means anointed one. It means just the one who has the oil on their head. But when Mashiach's here, Mashiach's name might be well, if his name's Moses, it'd be Moshe ben, whatever his father's name is. So like mine's Moshe ben Meyer. Mashiach, if Mashiach's dad was named Meyer, then he would be Moshe ben Meyer. Now, legally in Israel, what is his name? Depends. What do I mean? However he was born on this earth, that's his name. He will most likely have a first and a last name secularly, but religiously, he has a Hebrew name. And so whatever he was given at birth. And if for some reason he wasn't given a Hebrew name at birth, which could be a thing, we don't know who he is, then he'll adopt one. And perhaps people say that Mashiach has all of this lore to him. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But like Mashiach's supposed to be arrested and sit in jail. Mashiach is supposed to like enlighten the world on all kinds of like types of new wisdom and technology. Once Mashiach is here, everyone in the world's going to know it. What else? Mashiach's going to usher in a time of world peace and the rebuilding of the Temple of Jerusalem. Well, everybody makes a guess. Feel free to guess whoever you like. There are certainly different strategies out there. Yeah, I mean, people say that. People say Jared Kushner. People say it's like Prince Harry or Prince William. It can be any. It can be. There's an argument to be made that they have matrilineal mitochondrial DNA, and there's also at least the Anglo people take their ancestry to the ancient Hebrew people. I'm not saying that they are, they're Anglican to my knowledge, but that doesn't mean that there can't be some kind of way that they could make the right connection. I mean, all they have to do is Diana would just have to be Jewish, which there are rumors that she was. So if that's true, then they're Jewish. If you think it's Sam Altman, that's fine. I don't know if Sam Altman would have necessarily had to resign as CEO of his own company, if that's true. But you never know. I mean, truthfully, it could be any of these people. The person who is Mashiach is the person who's going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. So if Mashiach or if Sam Altman wants to usher in world peace and rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the Temple of Jerusalem, and he's the person there, and he's the person who is conducting the ceremonies, then that's Mashiach, and it very well could be. But it isn't going to be like a big celebrity. Like, oh, okay, I think that, I don't know, like Hulk Hogan. I think Hulk Hogan is a really, really big individual, so I think Hulk Hogan's going to be Mashiach. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, so there's an argument to be made that when Mashiach is here, that we will be enlightened. That, look, when Mashiach's here, we don't die anymore. There's a revivification of the dead. We bring back people from the dead. So when you're starting to do that, that means you could live forever. And if you live forever, then maybe in 50,000 years, Mashiach wants to be with someone who used to be a man or whatever, or maybe with a man after being with every woman on earth. That could happen because Mashiach's so bored, but that's kind of a different being. I'm in agreement with you. From traditional aspects of Judaism, at least, Mashiach's not allowed to be gay. He'd be stoned. So I'm in agreement with you from traditional standpoint, and that would be a very easy way to say this obviously isn't Mashiach. Mashiach's supposed to be very enlightened on law, and one thing that Mashiach would know is that if you practice sodomy, if you lay with lay with a man the way that a man is to lie with a woman, the punishment is very specifically stated that it's stoning. So Mashiach would know that, and so, I mean, yeah. I mean, if I Oh, I think so. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement there. And to be honest with you, there are some people, depending on their Judaism, I'm giving you mainstream Orthodox Judaism, that we believe that Messiah is coming, that Messiah is never coming. There are other people out there who aren't so serious on the Messiah, discussion or importance. There are many people out there who think that, we shouldn't be that religious anymore, and those ideas are antiquated, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that's mainstream, but there are those people who think that too. Yeah. I mean, and I can remember asking this question multiple times when I was learning to become a rabbi in my rabbinical study, because I always figured, it's going to be like some kind of alien, or they're going to be like magic. No, they come from a woman, a human woman, and a human man, and they're an exceptional individual, but they would be what's considered human. He had nothing to convert them to. He had nothing to which to convert them. He was Jewish. If anything, he was a rabbi. He was a rabbi who was upset with perhaps some of the teachings that were going on at that time and the behaviors of perhaps some of his colleagues. And he eventually became a troublemaker and was allegedly crucified because of it. But he wasn't converting anyone to anything. He didn't have anything to which to convert them. They were all Jews, or they were Romans. Well, that's a very good question. It is my understanding that he was a troublemaker within the society, and the Sanhedrin, which is the group of 70 rabbis that were essentially the decision makers of the time, felt that this person was rebelling to the point of perhaps heresy, and the Romans also saw that this person was gaining some traction in their teaching and saw that this type of figure might be dangerous to the Roman state. So the Sanhedrin, as I understand it, said to the Roman authorities, if you guys want to take care of this guy it wouldn't bother us one bit. And the Romans essentially were like, yeah, we can't stand this guy. But specifically Pontius Pilate. Even though Pontius Pilate was just like a sub-governor of the Roman state, certainly wasn't Caesar or anything like that. And it was...
He was crucified because he claimed to be king of the Jews.
Well,
He was claiming to
I am not a Christian. I'm not a Christian, so I mean the best person to ask is a Christian. I'm just going to tell you that. All I know is what I've heard from Christians, and one thing that I've heard is that there was the understanding by some that he felt that he was king of the Jews or Messiah, but to my knowledge, he never claims this. So I think it would be disingenuous to say, yes, Jesus claimed to be king of the Jews, because he doesn't ever say that. I mean, just having the basic understanding of what Christianity is as a Jew, there's not a whole lot about which I have an issue with Jesus personally or his teachings. Certainly, perhaps some of his followers, but the basics of Christianity are pretty consistent with the basics of Judaism. So these central tenets are pretty consistent throughout your major Abrahamic religion. Yo, catch a dub. If you can hear me, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to follow you back. Thank you.
So yeah. I was baptized a Christian, but last few days I started being questioning a lot of the religions.
I can hear that.
Because
Have you ever seen a documentary called Zeitgeist or Zeitgeist Addendum? It's called Zeitgeist, Zeitgeist. It's a German word. It means like of the movement. Yeah, it's one of the best documentaries of all time. And it explains all of this. Everything that I'm saying about the idea of a Messiah. Like here, just for a moment. I'll just type in the chat. Give me the list. There's like an amazing list. Give me a list of similar characteristics between Jesus of Nazareth and and other. You know what though? If you're gonna look at it because it's really good, let me make sure I get you the right one, because it was such a big documentary that a lot of people created documentaries similar, but they're not as good. Like, when I say they're not as good, they're not what I want. They're like almost disinformation. The
best documentary I've ever seen. I think I've told you to watch this before. It's called Donkey Kong: The Fistful of Quarters.
Yeah, you did tell me about that one. Isn't that on the arcade? Yeah, I looked it up. There's some reason why I couldn't watch it at the time, because I do remember you telling me that.
That was one of the best
And I'm not even saying that I don't think I've watched it. Doesn't it have to do with, hold on, I could be wrong. Let me just, I think I am, but did it have anything to do with like Philippine arcade machines? Yeah, it could be different. Is it the story of Donkey Kong?
Yes.
Okay, I think I did watch this when you suggested it. Yeah, the guy, like, who, well, there's a guy who suggested it, but also that it was like, what do you call it? English, where they used like an Asian, like the Japanese thought that the word donkey was monkey. Yeah, I remember you told me this, and I do have something in my mind about it, but I'm gonna have to review it again because
It's about a high school teacher that's trying to get the world record in Donkey Kong.
that's right. That's what it is.
And he does get the world record in Donkey Kong. However, some
Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me about this now.
someone cheats. So they cheat, get the world record, but he actually had the world record. The world record for Donkey Kong is actually named Dayton Sins. This is 20 years ago. But he was the high school teacher was the first person to actually finish Donkey Kong. So,
okay. I'm gonna watch that movie right now.
There's 26 levels of Donkey Kong. And I think when you get to the end, it blank screens. He got to the end, he was the first person to ever get a blank screen on Donkey Kong.
Wow. Okay, I sent you the link. Let's. No, dog, you're watching it now. I'm gonna turn it on, and you're gonna watch it, and then I'm gonna watch Donkey Kong a fistful of quarters.
Watching it now.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show it in here. Just one moment. The reason why we're not watching we don't have to watch the whole thing, though. The whole thing is fucking amazing. It explains to you religion, economics, and the war on terror. And this was a movie that was revolutionary when it came out. I mean, you're like, Rabbi, this movie is like 16 years old. What am I going on from it? It's, to this day, nothing explained at least Christian religion to me as well as this movie did, and why it was just phenomenal. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, you should be able to see my screen in a second. Not yet. You should also know there are 3 of these. There's Zeitgeist, Addendum, and then I think something like Zeitgeist Moving Forward. And the first and second, Zeitgeist and Zeitgeist Addendum, are amazing. And the third one came out like 10 years later, and I've seen it, but it was kind of like, I don't want to say that ship has sailed, but it was almost like it should have came out sooner. I don't know why it took them so long. All right. Fuck. You can't see my screen, can you? For some reason, my camera's not working the way I need it to. All right, so I'm gonna. That's interesting. I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see my screen yet? All right, dog. This thing is fucking amazing. And I mean it. I wouldn't normally be like, dude, we're watching this right now. But all these questions you're asking me are same questions that I had, and I wasn't privy to. Oh, so you're telling lies. So you're telling lies.
Wait. No, I can't see you.
That's okay.
On Telegram.
That's okay.
The big go kick.
Hold on, don't go on kick. Do it on here. Well, actually, can you go on kick?
You got 40 views on kick, right?
Guess how many I bought? Every single one. Can you see my screen now, dog? Dog.
I can see above your bedroom, yeah.
No, not that one. My screen. I know. It just looks like a camera on there, doesn't it?
I just see your bedroom.
Yeah, it should be fucking wild shit. Just one moment. I'm gonna try it again, and you're gonna shit yourself. And if you don't shit yourself, then you're doing yourself a disservice because that's how fucking crazy this is gonna be. You're like, really? Dog. Alright. Share screen audio, I guess. Share screen. Come on, you little bitch. Alright. It looks like it's supposed to be sharing. Like it's trying, but I'm in agreement with you. It's just like loading. Oh, there it is. All right. Let's see here. All right, you can see it now, right? I know I just asked you that, but okay.
What's the Jewish name for church?
Synagogue? Yeah, I mean, because it can get pretty specific. Like, okay, if you want the basic breakdown, Orthodox Jews consider there to only be one temple in the world, and that's the one that was destroyed in Jerusalem. So if I hear a Reform or conservative Jew say, I went to temple on Saturday, that kind of pisses me off because that's not what we're supposed to call it. We don't have temples all over in every city in the world. We have one temple. Then we have shuls, which are synagogues. So that's what we call it in Yiddish and Orthodoxy. The Romans destroyed it in 70 Common Era. They didn't want anyone to be worshiping any gods that weren't the official state Roman gods. Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, Mercury, Mars, Venus. All right. Well, good question. It kind of didn't. It eventually would be absorbed, arguably, into Christianity. So all of those gods that I just said, like Uranus and Mars and Venus and everything, they would all basically make up what would become the saints of the Roman Catholic Church. Like in Judaism, the planets were named after the Roman gods. And the Romans thought that those were the Roman gods. That when you see Jupiter, they felt that that was the king god, and Jupiter was represented in the sky, and you had Saturn in the sky, and you had Mars in the sky and Mercury in the sky. And so those are how those beings were represented, and the names have continued into the scientific world, and specifically in astronomy. Okay, you can see my screen now, right? Okay, this is just the most fucking phenomenal thing ever, and it's gonna blow your mind. Like, I'm even gonna say to you, right now, I want you to think about everything you've known about Jesus of Nazareth and a like Messiah-like figure, and then I'm gonna play this thing for you. It's gonna play the fucking mic. Okay. If you're like, Rabbi, I'm just gonna play it for me. I want to make sure I have the right thing. Early sensitivity to human nature. Remember I said that there were multiple ones? I actually pulled up the wrong one. Okay, Zeitgeist movies, Zeitgeist Wrestling. Again, they named so many of these. Oh, here it is. A similar name. I think they did it to confuse people because even I, as someone who has seen this movie 50 times, get confused which one for which I'm looking for. It used to be really easy. You used to just type in Zeitgeist into Google and it'd show up right away. It was the only thing to show up. Okay, and one thing about this movie has like the slowest fucking beginning of any movie I've ever seen. So I'm actually we're gonna start at 10 minutes in, and I normally don't do that, but you'll fall asleep. I want you to see the part on religion. So we're gonna hear from comedian George Carlin, if you know who that is, and he's gonna talk about religion. This is George Carlin's voice that will be showing up in 1 minute. I want to go back a little bit so you can hear. Here we go. So this is the beginning, and it's the greatest story ever told, and it's the story of Jesus of Nazareth. And I was not aware before I saw this 15 years ago that Jesus of Nazareth had all these similarities to all these other religious figures. Like, he could have been made up. You'll see.
This is the sun. As far back as 10,000 BC, history is recorded that the carvings and writings reflect with respect and adoration for this object. And in this simple to understand life as a provides breaking through and security, saving men from the cold, blind, primitive, darkness of night. Without it, agriculture is understood, crops would not grow, the life on the planet would not survive. These realities make a sun the most adored object of all time.
Likewise, they are also very aware of stars. The tracking of stars allow them to recognize and anticipate events which occur over long periods of time, such as eclipses and solar. They in turn categorize celestial groups into what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it physically passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of the year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized or personified as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them in elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its light, giving, and stable quality, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator of God, God's Son, the light of the world, the Savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented the God's Son, and were identified by names, usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, the water bear, who brings the rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt in 3000 BC. He is the sun that provides his life is a series of outward myths involving the suns and the sky. In the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about the sun side. For instance, Horus, being the son of light, and Set is personification of the darkness of night. And those words every morning we read about it and Set while Set was over Horus and sends him in the image. It's important to note that dark versus light will converse is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still established on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th in the Virgin Isles of Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, and upon his birth he was adored by 3 kings. At the age of 12, he was acquired a child teacher. At the age of 30, he was baptized by a superintendent and thus began his ministry. Horus had 12 disciples who traveled about with performing miracles, such as healing the sick and walking in water. Horus was known by many gestural names such as the truth, the light, God the Lord, the Son, the Good Shepherd, the Lamb of God, and many others. After being betrayed by Typhon, Horus was crucified, buried for 2 days, and thus resurrected. These attributes of Horus, whether original or not, seem to permeate many cultures of the world, and many other gods have the same general mythological structure. Attis, Ophidius, born the Virgin Mary on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected. Krishna of India, born the Virgin Devaki with a star in the east, signaling his coming. He performed miracles with his disciples, and upon his death was resurrected. Dionysus of Greece, born of the Virgin on December 25th, was a traveling teacher who performed miracles such as turning water into wine. He referred to as the King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, the Alpha and Omega, and many others. And upon his death, he was resurrected. Mithra of Persia, born of Persia on December 25th, he had 12 disciples and performed miracles. Upon his death, he was buried for 3 days and thus resurrected. He was also referred to as the true light and many others. Interestingly, the sacred day of worship of Mithra is Sunday. The fact of the matter is, there are numerous saviors from different periods of the world who subscribe to these general characteristics. The question remains, why these attributes? Why the Virgin birth on December 25th? Why death for 3 days and then resurrection? Why 12 disciples and followers? To find out, let's examine the reasons of the soul of Messiah. Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin Mary on December 25th in Bethlehem. Built his life by star of the east, the king and all their followers who lived and grown in service. He was a child who was 12 and he was 30 years baptized by John the Baptist, and thus began his ministry.
Jesus has had disciples who thought about it and miracles, the Spirit, walking on water, raising dead. He was also known as the King of Kings, the Son of God, the Light of the world, the Alpha and Omega, the Lamb of God, and many other ways. After he was betrayed by his disciple Judas, sold to the Jews of silver, he was crucified, placed in after 3 days, was resurrected, and ascended into heaven. First of all, the birth sequence is completely astrological. The star is used to Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which on December 24th aligns with the 3 brightest stars in the Orion belt. These 3 bright stars in the Orion belt are called today what they were called in ancient times the 3 kings. And the 3 kings and the brightest star Sirius all point to the place of the sunrise on December 25th. This is why the 3 kings follow the star in the east in order to locate the sunrise, the birth of the sun. The Virgin Mary is the constellation Virgo, also known as Virgo the Virgin. Virgo in Latin means virgin. Virgo is also referred to as the house of bread, and the representation of Virgo is Virgin with a sheaf. This house of bread, in represents August and September, the time of harvest. In turn, Bethlehem, in fact, literally translates house of bread. Bethlehem is thus a reference to the constellation Virgo, a place in the sky, not on earth. There is another very interesting phenomenon that occurs around the winter solstice. In the summer solstice, the winter solstice, the days become shorter and colder. And from the perspective of the northern hemisphere, the sun moves south and gets smaller and more scarce. The shortening of the days and the expiration of crops approaching the winter solstice was the process of death to the ancients. It was the death of the sun. And by December 22nd, the sun of the mind was truly realized. The sun had moved south continually for 6 months, makes it the lowest point in the sky. Here appears Thanagos. The sun stops moving south, at least perceivably, for 3 days. And during this period, the sun resides in the vicinity of the southern cross, constellation. And after this time, on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree, this time north, foreshadowing longer days and spring. And thus it was said, the sun died on the cross, was dead for 3 days, only to be resurrected and born again. This is why Jesus and numerous other saints share crucifixion, 3-day death, and resurrection concept. It is the sun's transition period before it shifts its direction back into the northern hemisphere during spring and thus salvation. However, they do not celebrate the resurrection of the sun until the spring equinox, or Easter. This is because at the spring equinox, the sun officially overpowers the evil darkness, as daytime thereafter becomes longer in duration than night, and revitalizing conditions of spring emerge. Now, one of the most populous of all the astrological symbolism around Jesus regards the 12 disciples. They are simply the 12 constellations of the zodiac, which Jesus, being the sun, traveled about with. In fact, the number 12 is repeated throughout the Bible. Coming back to the cross of the zodiac, the figurative life of the sun. This was not just an artistic expression to track the sun. It was also a pagan spiritual symbol, the shorthand of which looked like this. This is not a symbol of Christianity. It is a pagan adaptation of the cross of the zodiac. This is why Jesus is profiled with always showing his head on the cross. So Jesus is the Son of God, the light of the world, the risen Savior who will come again, as it does every man, the glory of God, who defends against the works of darkness, as he is born again every morning. and he was seen coming in the clouds up in heaven with his crown of thorns for sunrise. Now, of the many astronomical metaphors in the Bible, one of the most important has to do with the ages. Throughout the scriptures, there are numerous references to the age. In order to understand this, we need to be familiar with the phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes. The ancient Egyptians, along with cultures long before them, recognized that approximately every 2150 years, the sunrise and the morning of the spring equinox will occur at a different sign of the zodiac. This has to do with the slow annual wobble that the Earth maintains as it rotates on its axis. It is called precession because the constellations go backwards rather than through the normal yearly cycle. The amount of time it takes for precession to go through all 12 signs is roughly 25,765 years. This is also called the Great Year. And ancient societies were very aware of this, and they referred to this 2150-year period as an age. From 4200 BC to 2150 BC, it was the age of Taurus for Earth. From 2150 BC to 180, it was the age of Aries for Ram. And from 180 to 2150 AD, it was the age of Pisces, the age we are still in to this day. And in and around 2150, we will enter the new age, the age of Aquarius.
Yeah,
The Bible reflects, broadly speaking, the symbolic relation to three ages
sure. 25 minutes. It's like every 26 minutes. 25, 57. All right, you had a couple wonderful dinners, huh?
Interesting that they're literally like Jesus and never.
And they never say anything about it.
They never say anything about the other 12 others besides.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating. Alrighty, guys, you take care. came to the event. We played at home, relaxed on a couch amongst friends, and they are, and that's fun. But competitive games, they actually made a world record. With the industry, you have to pay the price. But this, and it's like, doesn't matter. I can always go out there. I get control.
I'm glad you touched on this. We have to take this as important. Everybody, grandma, games, eating, checkers, cards, get knocked down in the mask. Show me even a freaking nun or a hermit who hasn't played cards and checkers.
I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. I play video games, which I think is far superior addiction than any of the other ones.
I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be the center of attention. I wanted the glory. I wanted the fame. I wanted the pretty girls to come in and say, "Hi, I see that you're innocent of me."
I had somebody draw an analogy for me once that I always remember. The top French pilot in World War I shot down 24 enemy planes. The top American pilot, you don't know his name, do you? Nobody does. But it's Eddie recognized it. Shot down 26 enemy planes. The German ace, the Red Baron, everyone knows who the Red Baron is. That's because he shot down 87 enemy planes. I mean, he was the best. There's a level of difference between people, and it translates into some games.
Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Dispatching, Galaga, Defender. These are the games that talk the public eye. These are the games people care about. And so, if you want to be known as being world class, you got to match the world. I like the simplicity of it. And that's what you're probably hearing from a lot of people that like retro games. It's the simplicity. Those games challenge eye-hand coordination, mind-body coordination, fast reaction time, comprehensive thinking on a level that modern games don't. Memorization and pattern recognition is key because for you to get a single point further in an old game from the early 80s meant a tremendous increase in skill. If you do not know the next pattern coming up in one life cycle event, you will lose your life. Only the diehard, who for some reason really love those games, continue to stick with it. What we've done is had the mayor fly up the entire streets of the Life magazine to come to town and photograph the world's greatest video game players who have flown especially for this live photographing session. All these great superstars are coming from North Carolina, California, Canada, many other places to be photographed as the official world champions of many different games. That was the first time world-class players went head-to-head for a competition with my body.
Without a doubt, I had players that were amongst the best in the world. And maybe even would say or do whatever they could to make people believe that they were the best in the world.
Well, at that time, he was the world record holder in sympathy. But also at that time, he was the world record holder in Donkey Kong. We didn't know that because someone else was invited us to Kansas City. Because of a claim they had made, it was presumed that they were
Donkey Kong was the one that I first lied about. And he had played a bogus score. And I finally met him there at Life magazine, and I finally sat down to play. We had not been there long, and Bill said, "Come on, let's play." I went to the arcade and sat down with Donkey Kong and beat him to a pulp. Bob was better than that. And I got 200,000 against Bill. Bill got 800,000 on his first meeting in that game. He shellacked me. Basically, he walked away with his head down and humbled and got brought into the truth. And from there, we worked together.
Well, the Bible proverb says, as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Bill Bill made me a better person, and did so by basically making me confess.
I pointed out to Steve that he's the person he is today because he came under the wrath of Bill Mitchell.
The friend of the 19 top players in the nation, that's what he wants to wear. They did, as likely as still possible, and also found out that Sean Hurts in the 22nd year.
Since I so-called debuted on the scene in Life magazine in 1982, there hasn't been anybody who's played even close.
When Billy Mitchell walks into an arcade, everything stops. There's electricity around Billy Mitchell. Everybody wants to crowd around him. Everybody wants to see him. Everything about him is perfect. Billy is just that person. He wants to represent.
If you could hack into the machine and program it to play itself, you couldn't even program it that well.
There's a grammar to Billy. There's a specialist to Billy. He was the first. He was the first great player. The fact of the matter is, Bill is the best classic arcade gamer of our era.
It's actually carved a part of my personality. It benefits me every day. The burning passion never to settle for what I have. In my business, in my family, that's what competitive gaming has done.
He's a winner. Billy Mitchell is absolutely a winner.
It's sort of like being in a maze. But everything you see is actually sauce. The all-around most seasoned person in the hot sauce chicken industry, yeah, for sure, me. There's the production end of it. There's the preparation. When there's the sales end of it, there's not somebody who encompasses all of those areas like me that I've ever met.
He sells his hot sauce and he sells himself because he's so charming. And such a good ambassador for all gaming because he's positive. There's no reason in my opinion why Billy Mitchell couldn't clean up on the Guinness box someday.
The video arcade classic has finally been conquered. On July 4th at a New Hampshire arcade, 34-year-old Billy Mitchell became the first person to master Pac-Man by recording the first ever perfect game.
Billy Mitchell, bring your joystick, dude. To get through every board, getting every dot, every energizer, every host that's applicable to reach the final 256 screen of dying, that is impressive in its own right. The success of this was not just because someone got a perfect Pac-Man score, but because Billy Mitchell got a perfect Pac-Man score. He ran in the car, there's someone perfect game goes down. Billy's on real.
If I have all this good fortune, if everything's rolling my way, all these balls get bounced in my favor, there's some poor bastard out there who's getting his screws put here.
I was thinking, I hear you. I have control or something. So I look at Twin Galaxies. I was typing on the record. So I spread TV on my phone. I saw what the score was. It was held by Billy Mitchell. Race up 874,000. Yeah, almost there.
I mean, I'm not the kind of wife that's needy that I need him sitting on the couch with me every night. I don't need that. What I need is him helping me with my kids or being with the kids. So he would want to come out here and play, and that would drive me crazy. Because he is definitely OCD. He is obsessed on something. He is so focused on how to do it. So then I just said, you don't have to do it.
I've dreamed of, being a musician for a living. That's what my dream was.
He's brought to be that he was smart, he was an athlete, he was talented, and for whatever reason, he could never get those to fit.
Steve was one of the original striving bands here in Seattle to start, and the only people who came to see him was us.
With his music, it's almost like he didn't want people to know he was doing it. He's a total paradox that way.
He has maybe a little social hang-ups here and there that haven't allowed him to be as successful on one end as another. We got to the state farm, and Steve could.
I've probably seen Steve with tears in his eyes more than any other guy I know, because of the frustration of the game. And half the time he was on the pitcher's mound.
I pitched it.
I was a manager, and there was a chance for him to shine for 1,000 people.
That killed him, that he could pitch, because it's like competitive.
My dad worked at Boeing for 30-some years, and the plan was to go to Boeing and be a lifer, as they call it. But things didn't work out.
And look, he told you he was laid off the day before.
He never has quite reached that pinnacle. He never quite in any of his endeavors was regaled as the number one guy, the guy that was better than the rest, and was on top of the mountain.
He's just come up short on a lot of things in his life. You know, nobody wants to do that all the time.
That was my highest score straight last. What plunged me into competitive gaming, never to come out, was Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong, well, that was the first ever water game. The whole thing is a construction site. It's always girders and elevators with ladders going from one river to the next. The whole goal the whole time is to get past the obstacles that Kong was throwing at you and get to go.
Well, Donkey Kong, without question, is the hardest game.
And it's ridiculously difficult in the first grade. Donkey Kong was releasing these barrels. You gotta jump over the barrels, you gotta duck the barrels, you gotta hammer the barrels.
And the secret about the barrel board is you can actually control the barrels right above this ladder. You do a quick left, a hard right turn.
You gotta get past all the barrels, the fireballs, get up the ladders, get up the favorite. As soon as you get to it, Donkey Kong takes your way to the next level.
The average Donkey Kong game doesn't last a minute. It's absolutely brutality.
Each of the 18 elevator boards represents the greatest challenge in video game play.
The average gamer in Donkey Kong will never get past the third elevator stage. Just the slightest touch from the springs first. There's no hammer for them, there's no way to defeat them. All you can do is avoid them. That's it.
And the secret of the third elevator is knowing there's spring to go on. And knowing which spring to put the ladder on, and recognizing when you must retreat.
If you don't know it just exactly right, you will not. It boils down to hardcore skill.
So I go on that one because it landed with the dash line. I'm waiting for one to land to solve my
I have said from the day I met Steve that his talent is in his hands. He pitched. He was a basketball. He's a phenomenal drawer. If you ever seen pictures of him, he's drawn, but he's very artistic.
It's operating on some just level of things. When we were driving to Kansas or whatever family trip, he'd sit there and for 100 miles would bang his head, you know, full time against the back of the seat.
Well, I've often thought that he made
He's just said something. Because he would get something in his mind. He wanted to play drums, and I don't even know what he had. There I do.
This is Derek's drum set, and it's not too bad. It does the trick.
Actual gameplay involves so much eye-hand coordination, mind-body coordination, fast reaction time, and comprehensive thinking, such a high level of precise execution, with so much skill, involves so much learning. You have to have deep, comprehensive intelligence. For years and years, it was believed that Billy's record of 874,000 in 1982 was really the highest score anyone would ever get. And in fact, some of us have played this game every day or every week or every month since then, and no one's gotten close to that.
No one across that big length of time will ever be able to beat his world record.
Look, you're on TV. Ears off? Say hi. I was having a game with my rivals. Like I got 600,000 without advertising. And I started hearing some noises. I heard down the stairs screaming. Believe this.
What, your father?
I will in a second, bud. Okay, bring me some toilet paper, buddy. There, I'm gonna get the world record for it. There, you get the world record. Derek. Derek! You stop it! That's all on tape. That's the tape I just sent her between us.
Everything I'm all about by practicing transcendental meditation. And I like to see that mirror and the way I apply myself to the video game world, that I seek to find champions and watch them grow and become greater as they begin to unfold more and more of their full potential, which is what we do in DTM.
If Walter, through all these years, all the way since 1982, hadn't continued as a labor of love, there would be no central organization for competitive video games.
Why do we do it? Because we actually love this, because we enjoy this, we're passionate about it. It's just something in our genes that my group, Twin Galaxies, raised the banner high to do this and move organized video game playing into the future.
Walter opened the door to truly,
I was going to say international, but at the very least, national competitive game.
We just happen to call it Twin Galaxies. The name first into my brain.
Walter Dale didn't do that by accident, didn't get lucky. He created his own. And join us again for Video Game News Update. I'm Walter Day, the Twin Galaxies International Scoreboard. It's very rare name thing in this book because I'm really because I'm the man. I'm a police officer. Video games need a guy like Bush who will say, this is the way we're going to do it. This is the rule. And if you don't like it, tough. You've got to have that. If you didn't have that in the NFL, no. How do you declare a champion unless there are rules if you're breaking the rules? The best features about it are also his biggest downfall. People think he's well over because he's so nice.
when Galaxy survives because people like Walter, people like Robert Cusack,
details. I want to see big picture shit. I see the big concept that lies behind the whole issue, and then I tweak that and do details. Between galaxies needs a staff of detailed anything that's unexplainable, out of the ordinary, we have to keep our eyes out for. That's not to say we're infallible. I have to watch that pilot 8 tapes over there for Glenn Richards' pre-made Nibbler performance. That's 48 straight hours of paying attention to make sure that he's doing everything correctly. Package from the Metroid team in Brazil, some Atari 2600 records, Rothschild. These things take time to verify. And I have to look at every single one of them. As I showed you over here. This is just 200 video clips. That's nothing. This is the real stuff that I have to do. I see those records in my room set just about every single day. Some people think of those records what set at the Olympics or at the end of the baseball season. I see this every single day, not just sometimes once. It's exciting.
Derek, stop it. No. Derek, I'm throwing your rest. Don't stop it. Derek.
Somebody is accounting something that now I can't do that. Nobody does it. And it's exciting to see that firsthand.
That's how you play Donkey Kong.
Welcome back. Bill Gates isn't necessarily the most famous thing in wrestling tonight.
Coming up, meet the man who's at the top of his game.
A Donkey Kong world record was big celebrity there for a bit.
I was just kidding. I was looking at it. I didn't think it would ever grow up to be a big story.
Because you're the first lady of Donkey Kong. Oh my god.
You know, it was this silly video game thing. It's not many of us that have a buddy who's the best in the world at something.
That was a godsend to him in the last couple of years to get him through. I get my awards at the same table.
We're at Michael here on there's my 7th and 8th grade science class. My first grade teacher, so the challenge is very enjoyable so far.
Sand, soil,
Before I started, I went to the city university, which had a program, 1 year, get a master's degree. And so we wrapped it out for a year. And we're in today, so I'm gonna work that.
It's fun, and he's not making it sound fun. This is science. This is more. It talks to us about stuff that's not just like homework and schoolwork and school stuff.
Okay, here's my history with Donkey Kong is I have the world record.
Okay, I didn't know it was a world record. It's for Donkey Kong, is it? Oh my god. There is like, it's all the science teachers here.
Steve deserves a lot of credit for that because he also broke the record on Donkey Kong Jr. So he took two of Billy's titles right away from him. And I don't think this out, prove it. He did. He did.
That was the last world record that Bill ever had. That was the last one to go. He had 5 world records in 1985, and he had the Donkey Kong, and then Steve Levy took it away. It's far more difficult when you're on top. Anybody who's on top, to stay on top. They always got a lot of things up his sleeve.
He likes to keep quiet in situations like that. So, somebody may take it down now, but behind closed doors, he's got something like that. That's really much.
And my phone was never surrender.
If somebody beat his record, he'd have a pen to beat it down.
I'm sure.
The worst thing that could happen would be to give somebody the credibility of the sport that doesn't deserve it. But even far worse than that would be to deny somebody the credibility when they deserve it. If I'm not there, I don't know.
Get this. I came home one day and there were 2 people in my garage looking at my machine. One of them, they're spies.
was a Saturday. It was in July or August. And my mom was here because I was getting ready to go to work. And these guys knocked on the door. And they said that who they were and they wanted to come to the machine. And I knew I had to leave. I said, I'm not comfortable in letting you do that. I have to go to work. My mom is here. Steve's going to be home shortly. You just need to wait. You just need to wait.
To find out on an ultra elite level whether or not a score is good, sometimes we have no choice but to roll the goes. Brian True, the Donkey Kong player, went to Steve's place. Bill asked me to do it, but I didn't have time to go do it, so Brian did it.
Went there with one of the most respected gamers of all time, Barry Rogers, the back him up. Billy Mitchell from Galaxies, and I asked him to, because I live in the area near them, to go investigate it. So we had your house.
I mean, I'm the homeowner. It's my house. I'm the wife of the Donkey Kong guy. They should have respected my wishes and left my mom alone and not come in, but they didn't.
They took apart a Donkey Kong machine and started taking pictures of everything, trying to look for an excuse to try to validate a score.
They saw this box that has Rothschild's return address on it. So they looked over and they said, Rothschild, why is Rothschild saying that?
Rothschild is the type of gamer that would like nothing more than to see twin galaxies get an egg on its face.
I want you to remember that no punk bastard ever got a gnarly piece of food tank by being sensitive and considerate.
He calls himself Mr. Awesome. He drives the awesome bill to fame and fortune, as he says on his website. He's jealous of Billy because Billy gets attention from beautiful women wherever he goes. Essentially, he wants to be like Billy.
I mean, I've seen the world champion Cherry Pittsburgh on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. If that guy should be on the Tonight Show, at least I can just be a celebrity for a day. I didn't even get that. I got no recognition at all. I didn't get to be on any television shows. It's like I was a ghost, and I just don't feel it's right. I just want a little recognition. I'm not necessarily a celebrity.
Hey, Colin. Twin Galaxy does a lot. Billy's very much the Twin Galaxy advantage. Very much the whole gaming hobby's advantage. The ability to become smart.
They published that book in 1997 with all those egregious errors in there. Bill Mitchell saw it. He knew they were wrong. He knew they were mistakes, but he tried to pretend like they were real to try to take my missile points with him.
Going on net, California Street. He knew that I had the capability of beating Billy on
Steve Weaver's the one who had secrets to Donkey Kong to figure out how to get a million points.
He offered to buy me a board. Now I'm going to work with mine and everything. I didn't have any money. So, it was a mutual beneficial relationship. He would buy me a board. I would have the opportunity to beat Billy's record. At the same time, I would take Billy down and seek Roy's revenge on Billy. And it seemed good at the time, And unknown to me, I didn't know the history between the bad blood with Roy and Billy.
To attempt something like this for the sole purpose of taking down one of Bill's scores, like a slap on the face.
They would say that I somehow monkeyed with the board or something. But they didn't have any evidence. They looked at the board, they took pictures of the board, and they couldn't find anything wrong with it.
The fact that the right gummy substance on the right chip on all of these chips, on the right spot, on the right board. I mean, I have to say, there's a conspiracy here.
Any board that's worked on would have a problem.
To find out that this gamer potentially had a fraudulent score has upset Billy's master plan what he wanted to do.
You come home and see two guys in the garage and you know right, and you learn how to get there. You guys stole it from a guy like Bill Mitchell, who's done crazy thing after crazy thing after the next crazy thing.
Bill Mitchell was one of the evaluators.
It seemed very strange that the guy
records Steve's computer is deciding whether or not Steve's records are valid.
Even if that board is a particular board, Roy's taint on it is too strong.
Rothschild's a liar, Rothschild's a cheater, Rothschild's full of crack, Rothschild's out to get me, he's crazy, blah, 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 blah.
Well, he's threatened Bill Mitchell physically. In fact, he has threatened Bill Mitchell's life.
No, I did not. He threatened his own life.
make it look like me, because for whatever, to gain leverage and be able to get other people, I don't know. He figured what he knows that my missile command score is genuine. No matter what I say, it draws controversy. Sort of like the abortion. If you're for it, you're against it. You're against it, you're something. I'm not God. I don't have all the answers. So I have to be careful. So Royce was trying to help me out, and I accepted his offer. It's just too bad that association with him. I never thought that would hurt me.
We couldn't accept pretender boys, so to speak. So we couldn't accept the score. I would encourage you just to leave that board behind, leave Roy behind, and only play on other Donkey Kong machines, like the one at Spot, for example.
To me, most importantly, is you travel to a section location like on Spot. That makes it official. If tomorrow Tiger Woods goes and golf for 59, big deal. If he does that at Augusta, that's what it counts.
It's never really asserted itself in a way that I think it should. It's been disappointed so many times. It is kind of like very everything would have fell right into place, but he forgot about one thing. That I would not be convinces me maybe not to be a chump, talking about it, being out of chumpatizing himself. I didn't think twice about saying that. He's like, absolutely. It fixes the man.
Hi, my name's Justine Gardner, and I am your school Wasabi. I would like to welcome you to the 7th Annual American Classic Arcade Museum Tournament at Funspot.
Funspot has become the best recognized place worldwide for those who want to set a world record on a classic game.
Funspot is the next classic arcade games. Arcades is awesome.
Funspot's the premier place for the media, the comments unique to the superstar.
That's what you don't see. They get a lot of DVD, which is wrong. Gorgeous if you don't know. Girls who are playing the games.
The world's best players of classic games are coming here to do what they do best. Play well.
Very recently, just a few months back, I turned 30 and I retired. And I moved here to New Hampshire, and I live right close to Funspot. I play games at Funspot every day. We're going to have 10 pieces of wood bacon. I'm going to have 4 of my 4 eggs. I'm going to have 3 pancakes, and those will pretty good games.
Here in my garage, where Billy Mitchell would call it's up to a challenge in Funspot. Let's go ahead down. Hey Billy, this is Steve Lee. Calling this guy. Okay with you. Just seeing what your plans are for Funspot. I was over day, might have been out there. And I was just wondering if maybe kind of friendly competition thing.
I help a lot of people who want to go to Temple. When I look at different people who are my favorites, who I want to help, people just have a little.
Surprise!
And at the right age of 80, she's going to go to Funspot. She's going to set a world record. That's the challenge. Would you agree?
We have a Donkey Kong machine here that Funspot purchased, and it's Europe issue. And it might be a little bit tougher to play. If people can play them, I can too many wild battles. And although it's totally random, if you're going to set a score, you can come to Funspot, set it up, that everybody knows about.
They won't give me my referee, so they urged me to come out and do it live, and I think it's cooler to do it live too. So
Preempt of a Donkey Kong. because I am a serious contender on Donkey Kong. I've been trying to actually beat the score for the Mitchell guy back in 1986.
Nicole, she was stressing about being home. Right, sick of the Donkey Kong thing. Doesn't seem to die.
This is a big weekend, and I'm really hoping that this fella shows up because he'd like to tell you that he's a Donkey Kong champion. And the fact of the matter is, all of us have not seen him play Donkey Kong.
No one really noticed me at first. I was kind of looking to see who I paid the money to get in the tournament. Signed in. I recognized Robert Mierzak.
About 30 seconds.
So I just pretty much walked over to the Donkey Kong machine.
Okay, we might have a good story. It looks like the mysterious player from the West Coast, Steve Lee, was here playing Donkey Kong. So maybe I'm going to stop watching the tournament and we'll go over to see him. It is, man. Good to see you. I'm really glad you came. Yeah. I don't want to divide your attention too much. It's very funny. What did you last talk about? Steve, I'm here right now to first record one of the Dr. Takes. Well, Donkey Kong is, it's red. You could get bad rough barrels. You can get barrels. Bad rough barrels. Because that's a tough machine. People think that the machine is possessed. Really, Bill thinks it's possessed. But if Steve can pull up 850,000 pirates machine, that's a good score. Well, Billy Mitchell champ. I guess I'm going to see the Prodigy. So we've got the Prodigy against the. You can really make a comparison between an athletic and this, because this is 4 days of really of alertness and paying attention, and it's not as hard as doing a decathlon or a triathlon, but still very, very hard.
That's fun stuff. Oh. Hey, bro, how you doing? What do you think? All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Brian Kuhn came over and was one of the guys that came to my house that fateful afternoon to check out the machine.
We're about to pass 520,000 on one man. So we really have a memorable game. So maybe I'll skip dinner and squeeze in a game, and we'll come back with a score on that. That game is very, very funny. I couldn't get up past it. Scored 229,000 points. Pretty weak game considering I've played a few already. A little bit half than what Steve scored. And Steve's up again.
Dedicated time for you. So you give up some of your other vices in order to practice. We're not going to lose. We're not going to be disappointed. We're going everything. But I have one project, one thing far more important. What I need you to deliver is this. This is a story that they wanted to see for a long time. I've held it for all too long. You give it to Robert, you give it to Walter. You can lose your luggage. Don't lose the tape. Okay? I'm doing it just for the fun of it. When I do an actual sport, I'll do it in person.
It's a very big experience. He puts things activities and very well.
We're really seeing a great game here. Steve almost lost a man right there at the end of that board. He got a lucky break. Randomness went the opposite way that it usually goes. And Steve is still going.
Steve Lee is on his second win. He's at 696,000.
This is Steve Lee.
He could be anything if he you have to have a really good game. I think he knows the tricks that really knows. And I hear he's very good at the vascular stage.
Okay, well, right now, Steve Levy has 870,000 points in an active game of Donkey Kong. If he clears a few more boards, he's going to have a shot at getting to the kill screen. As far as I know, no one's ever achieved a kill screen on the Donkey Kong machine and fun spot.
Numerous classic games that all have something in common. They have an end to the gameplay.
There's not quite enough memory for the final board.
It's called a kill screen because basically there's no way to finish the level. Some sort of random data or code inside the program ends up getting used for what you see on the screen. Donkey Kong is really strange in that it actually lets you play the kill screen level for maybe 5 seconds or so. Everything looks normal, and then suddenly Mario stuff and dies on you.
The people who could get, besides myself, that have been seen get to the end of Donkey Kong. Gee, now that I think about it, I don't think anybody knows.
If anybody wants to see, there's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to watch. You're going to be able to perform in the show with someone who's a contender, staring straight at you, staring at the game, possibly you're playing mind games with him. I mean, it's part of being a champion. You have to overcome it. There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch.
I can tell he's not on one side. He's a disciple of Billy.
This is, he's going to have to play it perfectly. He's at the hardest part of Donkey Kong, and it's not going to get any easier. So we may have an exciting moment here, or the pressure may get to him. One of those random elements might happen. Sounds like he just cleared another board. Whether it was a wild barrel or some aggressive fire calls. I thought I was going to be the first punch spot kill screen, and then I had 4 fireballs trap me. I had the hammer in my hand. They still got me. So anything can happen in Donkey Kong. So for someone else to beat me to the kill screen would be a letdown. But let's see what happens. Maybe he'll crack under the pressure, and maybe I'll get my chance to do it. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to see it. Hey Todd, if you're interested, there might be a Donkey Kong kill screen in a couple minutes.
Energy. Pick me up. I was feeling kind of a zombie in the middle of the game. But towards the end, I got a little bit of a natural rush going from the crowd. So that kind of boosted me and put me over the top to complete the game.
This is the highest Donkey Kong score ever in public. Walter Day stated that this was the highest score ever done, and this was the first kill screen achieved on FunSpot's machine. Steve Levy has become the 3rd person to reach Donkey Kong's kill screen.
This is completely hard verification, you know what I mean? There's nothing stronger than having it be done in front of a crowd. The crowd stands for itself. He did it in front of all of us, and this solves any kind of doubt that there could ever been.
Now you'll get all the accolades you deserve, and that's just the way it is. But you'll be sort of redeem yourself now. That's good. And I guess it was kind of like an impromptu press conference after the. Levy, there were cameras on the crowd looking at Steve Levy. I didn't get an exact count of the people. There were a lot of other witnesses in the crowd and people watching it. So, we the internet, where I logged on the front page of the Twin Galaxies website the news story that Steve Reed just scored 985,600 points, which essentially is the officially recognized first place score on the website. So he's been announced to be the world champion. We'll see what happens now with Steve putting the pressure back on Billy Mitchell.
Thank you. I think we hit it pretty hard. Thank you for volunteering your call. This was an important call to
I understand that. Yeah, I can imagine that probably goes way through.
So now he's playing to take the instrument is more important than ever. I guess don't share that with anybody. Okay. We got everybody on the invitational list. And, Walter's here. We're just kind of, telling jokes and having fun.
Who's it, like Todd and Dwayne?
Yeah.
What I mean is probably a good idea. Like, if I say hi to Todd.
Actually, would you believe he's in the middle of a ladybug game? I don't think we want to interrupt.
We have a ladybug cabaret in the cabinet. And how's my score going?
Okay, we're going to get Walter up the phone.
A couple hours ago, we were at the front spot, and Ryan Crew said that Billy had a delivery for us here at the cabinet. Ryan Crew, he's kind of like really good friends with Billy Paulson all the time. He said everybody's going to want to see what's on that game.
Brian Koo is there. He knows everything to do with the tape. He knows to guard the tape with his life. I explained to him he could lose his life, but don't lose the tape.
Who wants to hear the announcement? So even in Florida, the long arm of Billy Mitchell has reached in here to 1.7 to cause more interesting developments. Now, we're going to start on this TV screen, the videotape, and essentially, if Steve Reed or Brian Kerr or anybody else can also beat the score on that tape by about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, they'll give them $10,000, okay? And we know Billy Mitchell can pay these promises too, okay?
So he has it, while I'm trying to get it really live, he has it set out so people are, at fun spot and gather around and look at this tape.
Okay, here we are. We got cameras on the screen, cameras on the crowd. No one's going to miss this moment. Right, 98 too? Here we go. Everybody's looking, every camera's on here. We're not going to miss this for anything. I don't think there's any distraction. I can pull everyone away right now. Oh, look at that. With the bonus, we have the first million-point game of Mountain Cup. And the score reads 0. 6 zeros all the way across.
Not even Helen of Troy got that presentation.
Billy kind of steal the show when he's not even there. It's kind of the way they, were kind of diffusing what I was going for, and hyping up Billy's videotape.
1,047,200 points is the highest score they've ever seen.
I don't know, I suppose Walter's got to get that office today. Okay, go ahead and hand Walter the phone real quick.
Hi, Billy. Pretty good. It's all been wonderful.
Billy's probably the closest person to being a Jedi of any of the players. He refers to it with humor as Obi-Wan to Obi-Wan.
Can I see some of Billy's tape? Did Billy mind if I saw it? Steve Weeby not having the opportunity to view anything that Bill Mitchell does. I mean, Bill Mitchell plays at a great advantage. Billy Mitchell is watching Steve's world record winning tapes. He's in a position to study Steve's technique.
And the man says, I want to see your papers. Everyone from the goes, you don't need to see your papers. So the guy says, here we go. I need to see your papers. Okay, so let me ask you this, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're getting at. Are you officially submitting the score?
You saw the tape, which is no doubt a copy, because I'm sure he didn't send a master. He's going to send a copy or a master
to Rob Rothschild, who is the chief referee of Twin Galaxies. I try to promote Twin Galaxies as integrity above all. I will do that with my dying breath. And if a gamer knowingly cheats or tries to pull it past us, we will make sure that the score is not recognized. Robert was noting the tape jump, score to score. How did that happen? Did the gamer pause any time? Did they even glitches? Okay, so that's a copy. Obviously, that's why it's so blurry sometimes on the left side. Okay, well, you kept impressing on that you were submitting. Did they cheat? Did they pause the game after loading for the purpose of using flying erase heads and then reload the game in different settings? I gotta look for things like that. This tape may be done in a week and a half, to answer your question. So I think it's an acceptable story. Maybe we'll see if I can put that on the website. Walter is entering this into the internet as we speak. Well, Billy Mitchell being upgraded. We're officially submitting the score. $1,047,000. How much, Billy?
Right on the barrels, yeah. It's kind of ironic that he was a guy that just relied on scoring all the time. And now here I am in a hard spot, busting ass. You get a live score, you just so this tape score. What record headquarters can help you?
If this score, this Donkey Kong defines Billy Mitchell, then why could he not find time in his life to play fun spot? Steve did. Steve has a job, Steve has a family, Steve has kids, he went. Why can't Billy?
I think he feels that pressure to meet people's expectations of him. And he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and if he doesn't succeed, I think he feels like he's failed them. And he feels that deeply. If I were to break $1 million, he wanted to maybe show that, I've done it, because no one knows that I've done it too. I haven't really thought too much about the controversy I've kind of let it go since I went to Fun Spot. Did my best, got my score on. I've been killing myself with school 12 fucking hours, covering 3 classes in a grade. Every day after school, it's there for me.
A lot of my stories are like big rocks, lots of guitars in them, lots of layers of vocal. There's one called Three Lies. I'm just showing this to you guys in the midst of this cold summer day. This is who I really am. I'm so bad because it's supposed to be an artist and stuff. They're just being wild and crazy. Because I'm being disrespectful. And I've been doing it for 25 years, so it's not just hard. Okay, yes, and the reason for this is that is this. Still, the others are more attached to it. Part of the reason we're still here doing it is for them to help them have the benefit of this. Because it's such a place that I don't have to get to, but I really would love to see it have closure that's positive.
If you don't know, you're not looking for it. Which one was I wearing yesterday? So I had Latin friends and I had Canadian friends. And I always had to keep American on top.
Frank, this is Josh, and they were True Galaxies. How are you? They're the person for the world. They trust everything we do. They're going to rely on everything we do as being true and honest. And so that's why they're doing this. As the official support because the providers and the it's very complicated. So tell someone like Walter, they're just TV, just know everything just know about it's classic concept. There's a lot of people after they do books. I can't remember people don't care about the world record is in it. They don't care that they are part of Guinness. Yeah, a lot of people never want to be looking at take out. We're just recording a big piece of things out of business. We're probably excited. We're going to actually for the world where the official places is awesome. We're very proud about that. Wait till you see the poster upstairs I just did to train the process of submitting to Guinness and do a contest.
When you want to put a score up and you want to have a title of world champion, you're competing against everybody in the world. You want a title for your own living room? Man, I'll send you that title. Your own arcade? Man, I'll sign it and I'll make up a paper and I'll send you a plaque. You want your name in the Guinness Book of World Records and the Fun Galaxies International Scoreboard? You have to earn it. I have to earn it. There's a lot of scores I've gotten. And when the time comes and the pressure's that hard, I'll have to do it in a public forum, as I always have.
What if I told you that Guinness Book of World Records has asked the Galaxies to provide 6 to 10 classic scores from the 2007 edition? Is that truthful? Yeah, that's it. Is that true? Yeah, they better get some tracks in. The only thing for you is to go somewhere and break 47 live. That would be the only way to do it. For sure, there would be no getting screwed over and kicked around like a dog so long that I don't trust referees.
Listen to contests and get to these events for the world records. So they would have that inspiration.
As far as my skills, I've got
And I'd love to see Bill defend his title against Steve Reed head-to-head. That'd be good. It's all about head-to-head competition.
It's kind of one of my toughest drills.
Yeah, when are you gonna go kick that guy's ass? Watch your language.
I go, I'm gonna do it here soon.
If some of those books are great, the classic arcade game record, they're gonna have to come prepared.
Maybe that's what I need. So I can get my best head in there. Live scores, but now he's all assessing this through video game. I know to win is like so important. You have to blatantly do things that are against the rules and you know in your heart that you didn't do it correctly and get credit for it. You know what kind of, is there any satisfaction in that? What's the kind of story?
Billy Mitchell's interesting. It was short as his
Yeah, but
frustrating words against my association.
Steve, I just need one favor. I know it's all you've done for me. I just give me a shot at it without you kind of in my back. I mean, to kind of attack it by myself.
Work is for people who can't play video games.
Out of the entire project all the big rivalries in history. You know, this is up there on that level. So Billy Mitchell and Steve Reed are going for the top spot in the forthcoming Whipple Row records on Donkey Kong.
Well, Billy, this is Steve Reed. I really think we need to settle this thing and the best man win. So we see him next week. He knows I'm going to be there. Just to skip away, hop, skip, and jump to his house. So there's really no excuse for him not to be there.
He's never leaving without it. How to win a Donkey Kong. Yes, a lot of people are. Yeah, a lot of people read that book.
This is actually technically a weightlifting glove because I discovered in the 80s that you could buy a weightlifting glove which is fingerless. And I used it to play Marble Madness. See the double padding? Occasionally I use this to avoid analysis and enjoy certain joystick games. It can do Marble Madness and crack all day long.
I got a celebrity in the car here. That's funny.
Did you get dropped off? I got dropped off. Was Billy driving? Well, anyway, welcome to the Dodge City of video games. Thank you, Walter.
I'm afraid if he can't do it, he's going to beat himself up about it. I don't know if that's the form in which he will be successful. I mean, I know he can be successful. I'm just afraid, what if it doesn't happen?
Yeah, the longer I wait, the more I notice. Steve Reed is a trooper. Steve Reed has come to 3 events to prove himself in a fire in-person competition under the stress of having all eyes on him.
Steve Weeby is who I wanted to be when I grew up. He's quite the player.
knows that the day is so loaded. Everybody rolls with their fingers crossed. Everybody knows the war is over. Everybody knows the good guys lost. Everybody knows the fight was fixed. The poor stay poor, the rich get rich. How it goes. Everybody
Well, maybe they'd like it if I lose. I gotta try losing.
Oh, I can break 1,000,000. I've done it. I've been on pace. The 2 games I got to 850. I thought I was gonna do it, and I just got just in the mind.
Everybody knows Captain Line. Everybody got this broken feeling.
Does this have my name on the back or something? It says you have a yearning for perfection.
Because he's in his own business, it's very flexible for him. He can go over to the school for events. He was at an Easter egg hunt the other day.
Because he'll come in the office someday and he'll say, geez, where's Billy today? Billy's not here.
I told him last night that he hasn't come. That there's no reason why I'm not going to be here. I said, I have 15 reasons why I can't come. I said, they're all BS. Does that mean they're all BS? I have 15 reasons why you have to be here. You have a chance to play in the Fun Spot this year. You have a chance to play in Pompano Beach. You have a chance to play in California Extreme. That's 3 of them. I can figure right there. Why wouldn't he play? This is he's going to lose.
I traveled 3,000 miles. Give myself a chance to get the world record and be in Guinness. I hope he can at least come 10 miles and put his game on the line. So you make the call. Where are you?
All right, well, like we're all here. We're all so different. Getting ready to over. So. Okay, look at that list here. Now, Rogers. Those to me in the back. Bill, well, Mark and Steve showed up unexpectedly and uninvited me, but hard to keep them up. And Bill just doesn't have anything to do with it. All right, Steve.
He's got a plan. So he comes out because Billy is Billy, and he's going to come out. Billy Mitchell always has a plan.
He's thinking secrets.
Yeah.
He likes surprising people. He likes people seeing him do the unexpected. Say, oh boy, I didn't realize you did something like that. That's how it is.
It's annoying when somebody's ahead of you. When you're not the lead dog, the shoe doesn't change. I always wanted to do it. So.
He's got the Rothschild excuse. He's got, he's not going to show up. I've heard a lot of talk of Billy Mitchell, and I've heard a lot of talk of strange videos and things, but I haven't heard much more of him getting filling in camera crew before him. I haven't heard about that yet. Maybe he did that 25 years ago, but I haven't heard of doing it lately. It makes me not go on.
perform, literally on demand.
Have you ever seen us being hand-to-hand in video games?
Never. Never.
When you do that, you have far more credibility than someone who says, "Oh, I did that last week." No matter how good you play tennis, no matter how good you play golf, if you don't play when you have to play, if you don't play when the pressure's on, you're really not good enough. I can handle losing if you would at least competing with somebody. I'm not afraid to lose. I'm just some no-name guy in Washington. Billy is trying to live up to this image of being the greatest ever. So he's afraid that if he loses, that's going to tarnish him. For this. Three days. The fatigue started setting, this penalty is starting over. It takes a toll on her.
Steve Weave, I think, is a very straight shooter. I think that he gets influenced sometimes by people. And that's probably one of his lessons, to be stronger in himself. You know what I mean? Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I'm not great. This will be the last part. Okay. Okay. Here it is. This is the last song. It's so hard right now. I guess it's not even about talking. Just, just a game and trying, for me, trying to get a score recognized and trying to beat this empire that I'm trying to break through and get a fair chance.
He is not manipulative, and he is a decent person. In the end, it's all yours.
The funny sort of way, it's like being a kid and having advisors pick their opinions, but they're trying to choose the right answer and the right path of action based on the advice. I think that Steve Weave has to be viewed in his own merit, and not of anything alleged which may have happened. Steve Weave feels funny. Doesn't he? Steve Weave. Could you come up here? Is this Steve Weave? For some reason, I keep thinking it's weird. So the thing about Steve is special. Steve has gone through a long history that I don't need to burden you with, but I just want to tell you that I want to congratulate him, shake your hand again, that as far as I'm concerned, you are a top player worthy of the highest regard for twin galaxies, and we're very honored to receive your videotapes at any time you want to record with us on the show, because we think your skill set is on the highest level, and to remember the family, and you're great. So you're okay. You're great. You're a great performer.
I can only speak for myself, but I talked to Steve, I talked to his wife, I talked to his kids, I met with them, talked to him in detail, and speaking for myself, I have no question about his integrity, his ability, or anything else. I mean, he's proven himself not just as a Donkey Kong player, but really as a person, as somebody who really desires to do the right thing. I'm not familiar with this situation.
I feel I won. I tried. I hope people will remember Andy's name tag here. After I returned from the trip, Walter had these words. Steve, your Donkey Kong accomplishment was fantastic. After soul searching, we at Twin Galaxies wish to apologize to you for such inconsiderate treatment. We look forward to your future exploits and are excited about the amazing high score breakthroughs you will be bringing to the Donkey Kong community. Blessings and friendship, Walter Day. So that's his the way he wanted to bring peace to this situation.
He was searching, you know, he wanted something, he wanted that thing. So now I see that.
Oh yeah, I wanna go back to my hometown. Be a big shot, be a little star. Drive the best car on Cologne. I wanna be your lucky winner.
top accredited MBA program offers real-world experience to prepare you for high-level positions in the industry. Qualify for scholarships that are working in person or online for maximum flexibility. It's time to bridge the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Visit co.fiu.com/online. People call Myrtle Beach beach. Speak up, slow down, and make waves. You have land. You belong at the beach. Start today at myrtlebeach.com. Hey, I'm Jay Shetty, and I'm the host on I told you what I don't do. Where it's This is the on-purpose with Jay Shetty, my America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search on Earth.
Hi there, I'm Bob Goodman, Chairman and CEO of iHeartMedia. Welcome to Math and Magic Stories from the Frontiers of Marketing. This week I'm talking to acclaimed musician and entrepreneur, Pitbull.
I think that education is the real revolution, because as much as we speak about all the problems that there is in society and the world today, my mother's always told me, son, don't worry, the world's always been coming to an end. Don't let it scare you about living.
Listen to Math and Magic on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Math and Magic to start listening.
The world is full of magic and wonder. If you know where to look. I'm obsessed with looking for it. I'm Simonson, and I host a podcast called The Real Optimist. Each week, I have a short conversation with someone who inspires me or teaches me something about life, leadership, and other curious things. I hope you'll join me on the journey. Listen to A Bit of Optimism on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And your electricity bill will be out of control. Local increases on the way. There needs a solution. Solar plus batteries from local American Semper Solaris. And now Semper Solaris is making the switch to solar easier than ever when you bundle solar with batteries or roofing. Get powerhouse savings from Semper Solaris, the #1 volume solar plus battery installer in America. And award-winning always scoring platinum preferred contracting. Right now, for a very limited time, when you bundle solar plus under roof, the average customer saves almost $6,000. Bundle solar plus a Tesla Powerwall 3 and a new roof. You can save an average of over $15,000. Get 2 Tesla Powerwalls, solar, and a new roof, and you can save over $18,000. Build solar plus batteries and get a new roof from Semper Solaris. Call now 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Savings are reducible for the technology system sizes 2,000 always subject to supply quality with effective gas solar plus 431 671 budget.
I don't know what the old tomatoes did that were so bad, but these new tomatoes, I don't know.
Purple tomato.
Wow!
The color comes from genetically modified chemicals.
Right. Orange grapes around. Yeah. More preservatives.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
You were around this food until we all died.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We can't go roundabout, and we're supposed to do like order, return, and then keep going straight. So she does a 360. She goes all the way around, and then goes on the street with one walk. That's what you do. She doesn't roundabout. You gotta go around the whole thing. People don't know roundabouts. Cute. Is that right?
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. That's what we go. Yeah, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My grandfather bought a Chevrolet Caprice. It was the first one that he began with a seatbelt.
Yeah,
He cut him out of the car.
we got the seatbelts now.
He cut all the seatbelts out of the car.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
He put a little class into the other ones so the belt would stop working.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the one animal that's most like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded monkeys for the issue of throwing their feces at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
If nobody else did that, they'd kick me out forever.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my gosh, that is a choice. That is a choice.
Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people because of the drugs.
No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in a gang is a choice. Stealing from your grandparents, all decisions.
Gary and Shannon.
Nobody forced this guy
truck accident. Call me 4424 KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Has been pre-recorded. science company that wants to bring back extinct men. Is that a good idea? Think about that. And the Robert Douglas Wesley back with us his latest work, Extinction. Next on Coast to Coast.
I'm glad you touched on this. We have to take this as important. Everybody, even grandma, games, eating, checkers, cards, if I'm down in the past, show me even a freaking nun or a hermit who hasn't done cards and checkers.
I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. I play video games, which I think is far superior in addiction than any of those other ways. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be the center of attention. I wanted the glory. I wanted the fame. I wanted the pretty girl to them to say, hi, I see that you're good at something.
I had somebody draw an analogy for me once that I always remember. The top French pilot in World War I shot down 24 enemies. The top American pilot, you don't know his name, too, but it's Eddie Rickenbacker, shot down 26 enemy planes. The German ace, the Red Baron, everyone knows who the Red Baron is. That's because he shot down 87 enemy planes. I mean, he was the best. There's a level of difference between people, and it translates into some games.
Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Tinder, these are the games that caught the public eye. These are the games people care about. And so, if you want to be known as being world class, you got to master one of those things.
I like the simplicity of it. And that's what you'll probably hear from a lot of people that like retro games, is that it's the simplicity.
Those games challenge eye-hand coordination, mind-body coordination, fast reaction time, and comprehensive thinking on a level that modern games don't. Memorization and pattern recognition is key, because for you to get a single point further in an old game from the early 80s meant a tremendous increase of skill. If you do not know the next pattern coming up in a Tron life cycle event, you will lose your life. Only the diehards, who for some reason really love those games, continue to stick with them. What we've done is, had the mayor climb the entire streets of the Life magazine to come to town to photograph the world's greatest video game players who've been flown on especially for this live photographic session. All these great superstars are coming from North Carolina, California, Canada, many other places to be photographed as the official world champions on many different games. That was the first time two world-class players went head-to-head for a competition this happening.
Without a doubt, I've had players that were amongst the best in the world, and maybe even would say or do whatever they could to make people believe that they're the best in the world.
Well, at that time, he was the world record holder in something. But also at that time, he was the world record holder in Donkey Kong. But we didn't know that because someone else was invited there from Kansas City. Because of a claim they had made, it was presumed that they were the Donkey Kong champion.
Donkey Kong was the one that I first got about. But he had submitted a bogus score, and I finally met him there at Life magazine, and I finally sat down to play.
He had not been there long, and Bill said, "Come on, let's play."
I went to the arcade and sat down with Donkey Kong and beat him to a pulp.
Bob was better than the best. I got 200,000 points. Well, Bill got 800,000 on his first win in that game. He shellacked me.
Basically, he walked away with his head down and humbled, and that brought him to the truth, and from there we went together.
Well, the Bible proverb says, as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Bill made me a better person, and did so by basically making me confess.
I've pointed out to Steve that he's the person he is today because he came under the wrath of Bill Mitchell.
There's one of the 19 top players in the nation, actually North America, who did the highest Donkey Kong score possible, and also found out that the winner here was on the 22nd floor.
debuted on the scene at Life magazine in 1982, there hasn't been anybody who's played even close.
When Billy Mitchell walks into an arcade, everything stops. There's electricity around Billy Mitchell. Everybody wants to crowd around him. Everybody wants to see him. Everything about him is perfect. Billy is just that person. He wants to represent.
If you could hack into the machine and program it to play itself, you couldn't even program it that well.
There's a glamour to Billy. There's a specialist to Billy. He was the first. He was the first great player. The fact of the matter is, Bill is the best classic arcade gamer of our era.
He's actually carved a part of my personality that benefits me every day. Burning passion, never to settle for what I have. In business, in family, that's what competitive gaming is done.
He's a winner. Billy Mitchell is absolutely a winner.
It's sort of like being in a maze, but everything you see is actually sauce. The all-around most seasoned person in the hot sauce chicken industry, yeah, for sure. Me. There's the production end of it. There's the preparation. When there's the sales end of it, there's not somebody who encompasses all of those areas like me that I've ever met.
He sells his hot sauce. He sells himself because he's so charming. And such a good ambassador for all gaming because he's positive. There's no reason in my opinion why Billy Mitchell couldn't end up on the Guinness box something.
The video arcade classic has finally been conquered. On July 4th at a New Hampshire arcade, 34-year-old Billy Mitchell became the first person to master Pac-Man by recording the first ever perfect game.
Billy Mitchell pretty much always stick there. Amazing,
To get through every board, getting every dot, every energizer, every ghost that's applicable, to reach the final 256 screen without dying, that's a precedent in its own right.
The success of this was not just because someone got a perfect Pac-Man score, but because Bill Mitchell got a perfect Pac-Man score. Man in the corridor singing the blues. Perfect game goes down. Billy's on the move.
If I have all this good fortune, if everything's rolling my way, all these balls have bounced in my favor, there's some poor bastard out there who's getting a screw full.
When I got laid off, I had time on my hands. I was thinking, what can I do to kind of feel like I have control of something? So I looked at Twin Galaxies. I typed in Rabbi. Some spreadsheet came up and I saw what the score was. It was held by Billy Mitchell. It was like 874,000. Yeah, I can read that. Almost there.
I mean, I'm not the kind of wife that's needy that I need him sitting on the couch with me every night. I don't need that. What I need is him helping me with our kids and being with the kids. So he would want to come out here and play, and that would drive me crazy. Because he is definitely OCD. When he is obsessed on something, he is so focused, and I have to so then I just said, we have to do it.
I've dreamed of, being a musician for a living. That's what my dream was.
He was brought up to be that he was smart, he was an athlete, he was talented, and for whatever reason, he could never get those to fit.
Steve was one of the original starving grunge bands here in Seattle, just starving. The only people who came to see him was us.
With his music, it's almost like he didn't want people to know he was doing it. It was a total paradox that way.
He has maybe a little social hang-ups here and there that haven't allowed him to be as successful on one hand as on other hands. We got to the state finals, and Steve couldn't pitch.
I've probably seen Steve with tears in his eyes more than any other guy I know because of the frustration of the
chance for him to shine in front of thousands of people.
That killer that he could pitch because it's that competitiveness in him.
I related him as a leader here at Boeing.
My dad worked at Boeing for 30 some years, and the plan was to go to Boeing and be a lifer. But things didn't work out.
I don't know if he told you that he was laid out for Davidson warehouse.
He never has quite reached that pinnacle. He never quite in any of his endeavors was regaled as the number one guy, the guy that was better than the rest and was on top of the mountain.
He's just come up short in a lot of things in his life, and I just think, you know, Taylor wants to do that.
As my high score saved last. What plunged me into competitive gaming, never to come out, was Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong. Well, that was the first ever Mario. The whole thing is a construction site. It's all these girders and elevators with ladders going from one girders to the next. The whole goal the whole time is to get past the obstacles that Kong is throwing at you and get to the.
Well, Donkey Kong, without question, is the hardest game.
It's ridiculously difficult on the first screen.
Donkey Kong is releasing these barrels. You gotta jump over the barrels, you gotta duck the barrels, you grab a hammer and hammer the barrels.
And the secret about the barrel board is you can actually control the barrel right above this ladder. There's a quick left, hard right turn.
You gotta get past all the barrels, the fireballs, get up the ladders, get up the place. And as soon as you get to them, Donkey Kong takes you away to the next level.
The average Donkey Kong game doesn't last a minute. It's absolute brutality.
Each of the 18 elevator boards represents the greatest challenge in video game play. The average gamer in Donkey Kong will never get past the third elevator stage.
Just the slightest touch from the springs to the hammer for them, the feet go. All you can do is avoid them. That's it.
And the secret of third elevators is knowing which spring to go. And then knowing which spring to move up the ladder on and recognizing when you must retreat.
If you don't time it just exactly right, it boils down to hardcore skill.
So I go on that one because it lined up with the dash line. Now I'm waiting for one to line up with the salt line there.
I had said from the day I met Steve that his talent is in his hands. He pitched. He was a basketball. He's a phenomenal drawer. If you've ever seen pictures that he's drawn, but he's very artistic.
It's operating on some subconscious level of my face. When we were driving to Kansas or whatever family trip, he'd sit there and for 100 miles would bang his head, 4-4 time against the back of the seat.
Well, I've often thought that he maybe is a little autistic, but he's just that obsessive compulsive. Because he would get something in his mind. He wanted to play drums. I don't even remember that idea.
This is Derek's drum set, and it's not too bad. It does the trick.
Actual gameplay involves so much eye-hand coordination, mind-body coordination, fast reactions and comprehensive thinking, such a high level of precise execution. There's so much skill, involves so much learning. You have to have deep, comprehensive intelligence.
For years and years, it was believed that the Phillies record of 874,000 from 1982 was really the highest score anyone would ever get. And in fact, some of us have played this game every day or every week or every month since then, and no one's gotten close to that.
No one across that big length of time will ever be able to beat his world record.
Derek Lewis, you're on TV. Ears off, say hi.
I was having a hate in my life. I got 600,000. I had it died with. And when I start hearing some noises coming down the stairs, screaming, believe this.
Wipe your bottom? I will in a second, bud. Okay, bring me some toilet paper, buddy. Derek,
I'm gonna get the world record, Derek. Derek, I'm gonna get the world record.
Derek. Derek! You stop it!
That's all on tape. That's the tape I just sent it.
Everything I'm all about, I practice in transcendental meditation. And I like to see that mirrored in the way I apply myself to the video game world, that I seek to find champions and watch the world become greater as they begin to unfold more and more of their full potential, which is what we do in DTM.
If Walter, through all these years, all the way since 1982, has just continued as a labor of love, then there would be no central organization for competitive video game playing.
Why do we do it? Because we actually love this, because we enjoy this, we're fascinated by this. There's just something in our genes that my group, Twin Galaxies, raised the banner high to do this and move organized video game playing into the future. Walter opened the door to England. I was going to say international, but at the very least, national competitive movement. We just happen to call it Twin Galaxies, and then burst into my brain. Walter Day didn't do that by accident, didn't get lucky. He created his own empire. Once again, for Video Game News Update, I'm Walter Day at the Twin Galaxies International Store. We're in leaving this country because I'm really personal. Because I'm the man, I'm a police officer. Video games need a guy like Bush who will say, look, this is the way we're going to do it. This is the rule. And if you don't like it, it's tough. You've got to have that. You didn't have that in the NFL. How do you declare a champion unless there are rules and if you break it, you lose? The best features about it are also his biggest democrats. People can be well over the fantasy center.
The Galaxy survived because people like Walter, people like Robert Muzak, people like me who participate all for a passion of competitive gaming. Nobody draws a paycheck.
I see details, I see big pictures. I see the big concept that lies behind the whole issue. And I tweak that. I can do details. The Twin Galaxies need to stay up in detail. Anything that's unexplainable, out of the ordinary, we have to keep our eyes out for. That's not to say we're infallible. I have to watch that pile of 8 tapes over there for Glenn Richards' 2-day Nibbler performance. That's 48 straight hours of paying attention and make sure that he's doing everything correctly. Package from the Metroid team in Brazil, some Atari 2600 records got rushed out. These things take time to verify. Now, I have to look at every single one, as I showed you over here. This is just 200 video clips. That's nothing. This is the real stuff that I have to do. I see world records in my room
first time.
That's how you play Donkey Kong.
You were record.
Welcome back. Bill Gates isn't necessarily the most famous name in wrestling tonight.
Coming up, meet the man who's at the top of your game.
A Donkey Kong world record.
There's a big celebrity there for Seattle. I was just kidding because I was in the industry. I didn't think that I heard well, it could be a big story.
Because you're the first lady of Donkey Kong. Oh my god.
Even though it was this silly video game thing, it's not many of us that have a buddy who's the best in the world at something.
That was a godsend to him in the last couple of years to get him through. I get my meals, I can say thank you.
We're at my career high in grade 7th and 8th grade science class. My first year teaching. So the challenge for very variable so far. Sand, soil, and before it started, I went to the city university, which had a program. It had a 1 year, get a master's degree. So we wrapped it out for a year. And here I am today. So I'm going to work out.
It's fun, and he's not making it so it's like, this is science, this is more. He talks to us about stuff that's not just like homework and schoolwork and school and stuff.
Okay, here's my history with Donkey Kong is I have the world record.
Okay, I didn't know it was a world record. It's for Donkey Kong, isn't it? Oh my god. There is like, it's all the science teachers here.
Steve deserves a lot of credit for that because he also broke the record of Donkey Kong Jr. So he took two Billy's titles right away from him. I don't mean to sound crude or anything, but he did officially he did.
That was the last world record that Bill ever had. That was the last one to go. He had 5 world records in 1985, and he had the Donkey Kong, and then against Steve Levy took it away. It's far more difficult when you're on top. Anybody who's on top to stay on top.
Billy's got a lot of things up his sleeve. He likes to keep quiet in situations like that. So, somebody may take him down now, but behind closed doors, Billy's got something with him. That's Billy.
On my phone, it says never surrender.
If somebody beat his record, he'd have a plan to beat it back. I'm sure.
The worst thing that could happen would be to give somebody the credibility of a sport that doesn't deserve it. But even far worse than that would be to deny somebody the credibility when they deserve it. If I'm not there, I don't know.
Get this. I came home one day and there was 2 people in my garage looking at my machine. One of them. They're spies.
It was a Saturday, it was in July or August. And my mom was here because I was getting ready to go to work. And these guys knocked on the door. I knew they were going to be here. And they said that who they were and they wanted to come in and look at the machine. And I knew I had to leave. I said, I'm not comfortable in letting you do that. I have to go to work. My mom is here. Steve's going to be home shortly. You just need to wait. You just need to wait.
To find out at an ultra elite level whether or not the score is good, sometimes we had no choice but to pull in the pros. Brian Toon, the Donkey Kong player, went to Steve's place. Bill asked me to do it, but I didn't have time to go do it, so Brian did it.
Right there with one of the most respected gamers of all time, Barry Rogers, to back him up. There was a short analysis, and asked me to, because I live in an area near him, to go investigate and say we went to his house.
I mean, I'm the homeowner. It's my house. I'm the wife of the Donkey Kong guy. They should have respected my wishes and left my mom alone and not come in with the bacon.
They took apart his Donkey Kong machine and started taking pictures of everything, trying to look for an excuse to try to validate a score. They saw this box that has Roy Schild's return address on it. So they looked over and they said, Roy Schild, why is Roy Schild's name on it?
Roy Schild is the type of gamer that would like nothing more than to see 2 galaxies get an egg out in space.
I want you to remember that no punk bastard ever
being sensitive and considerate. He calls himself Mr. Awesome. He drives the awesome away to fame and fortune, as he says on his website. He's jealous of Billy because Billy gets attention from beautiful women wherever he goes. Essentially, he wants to be like Billy.
I mean, I've seen the world champion cherry pit spinner on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. If that guy should be on the Tonight Show, at least I can just be a celebrity for a day. I didn't even get that. I got no recognition at all. I didn't get to be on any television shows. It's like I was a ghost, and I just don't feel it's right. And I just want a little recognition. I'm not necessarily to become a celebrity.
Twin Galaxy does a lot to promote Billy, because it's very much the Twin Galaxy's advantage, and very much the whole media partner's advantage for Billy to become a star.
Walt, did they publish that book in 1997 with all those egregious errors in there? Bill Mitchell saw it. He knew they were wrong. He knew they were mistakes, but he tried to pretend like they were real to try to take my missile command score.
Lloyd and I met at California Stream, and he knew that I had a capability of being really on Donkey Kong.
Steve Levy is the one who had unlocked the secrets to Donkey Kong to figure out how to get 1 million points.
He offered to buy me a board, Donkey Kong board, because mine had broken, and I didn't have the money. So, it was a mutual beneficial relationship. He would buy me a board. I would have the opportunity to beat Billy's record. At the same time, I would take Billy down and seek always revenge on Billy. And it seemed good at the time, And unknowing to me, I didn't know the history between the bad blood with Roy and Billy.
To attempt something like this for the sole purpose of taking down one of Bill's scores, like a slap in the face.
They would say that I somehow monkeyed with the board or something. But they wouldn't have any evidence. They looked at the board, they took pictures of the board, and they couldn't find anything wrong with it.
The fact that the right gummy substance on the right chip, and all these chips, in the right spot, on the right board. I mean, I have to say, there's a conspiracy here.
Any board that's worked on could have a problem.
To find out that this gamer potentially has a fraudulent score has a set Billy's master plan what he wanted to do.
When you come home and see two guys in your garage and you know why you can learn right there, and you got stuck with a guy like Bill Mitchell, who's done crazy thing after crazy thing after the next crazy thing.
Billy Mitchell was one of the evaluators. It was so very strange that the guy records Steve was competing against, he's deciding whether or not Steve's records are valid. Even if that board he has a particular board, Roy's taint on it is too strong.
Roy Schultz a liar, Roy Schultz a cheater, Roy Schultz full of crap, Roy Schultz out to get me, he's crazy, blah, 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 blah.
Well, he's threatening Bill Mitchell physically. In fact, he has threatened Bill Mitchell's life.
No, I did not. He threatened his own life to make it look like me, because for whatever, to gain leverage with other people, I don't know. He figured what he knows that my missile command score is genuine. No matter what I say, it draws controversy. Sort of like the abortion issue. If you're for it, you're a son of a bitch. If you're against it, you're a son of a bitch. I'm that guy. I don't have all the answers, so I have to be careful how I show.
So Roy just was trying to help me out, and I accepted his offer. I just, it's just too bad that the association with him, I never thought that would hurt.
We couldn't accept a pretender board, so to speak. So we couldn't accept the score. I would encourage Steve just to leave that board behind, leave Roy behind, and only play on other Donkey Kong machines like the one at FunSpot, for example.
To me, most importantly, is you travel to a sanctioned location like FunSpot. That makes it official. If tomorrow Tiger Woods goes and he's also 59, big deal. If he does that at Augusta, that's where it counts.
It's never really asserted itself in a way that I think it should. It's been disappointed so many times where this kind of like throw your hands up here. Well, it's really one of the next thing.
Everything would have fell right into place, but he forgot about one thing. That I would not be convincing Steve Weeby not to be a chump, talking him out of
being out of chumpatizing himself. I didn't think twice about sending him to back east. He's like, yeah, absolutely. Go kick some ass.
Hi, my name is Justine Barker, and I am listening to Sophie. I would like to welcome you to the 7th Annual American Classic Arcade Museum Tournament at Funspot.
Funspot has become the best recognized place worldwide for those who want to set a world record on a classic game.
Funspot is the mecca of classic arcade games. The place is awesome.
Funspot's the premier place where the media becomes a nation of the superstars.
That's what you don't see maybe a lot of DVG, which is gorgeous if you don't know, girls who are playing the games.
The world's best players of classic games are coming here to do what they do best: play well.
Very recently, just a few months back, I turned 30 and I retired. And I moved here to New Hampshire, and I live right close to Funspot. I play games at Funspot every day now. I'm going to have 10 pieces of local bacon. I'm going to have 4 hard-boiled eggs. I'm going to have 3 pancakes, and hopefully play some great games.
Here in my garage, I'm going to give Billy Mitchell a call, see if he's up to the challenge of Funspot. Let's go head down. Hey Billy, this is Steve Lee. Calling to get okay with you. Just seeing what your plans are for Funspot. Walter Day invited me out there, and I was just wondering if it'd be cool if we could maybe attend a kind of family competition thing.
I hope a lot of people who want to go to contests. When I look at different people who are my favorites, who I want to help, these are the others that surprise. And at the ripe age of 80, he's going to go to Funspot. He's going to set a world record. That's the challenge. Is it agreed?
We have a Donkey Kong machine here at Funspot purchased in Eurovision. It might even be a little bit tougher to play. People can play them. I can't too many wild barrels. And although it's totally original, if you're going to set a score, you come to Funspot, set it on their Donkey Kong. Then everybody knows it.
They won't give me my record, so they urged me to come out and do it live, and I think it's cooler to do it live too. So
Pretty amped up about Donkey Kong. Because I am a serious contender on Donkey Kong. I've been trying to actually beat the scores Billy Mitchell got back in 1982.
Nicole, she was stressed about it this weekend with the kids. She's probably getting sick of the Donkey Kong thing. Doesn't seem to die.
This is a big weekend, and I'm really hoping that this fellow shows up because he'd like to tell you that he's the Donkey Kong champion. And the fact of the matter is, all of us have not seen him play Donkey Kong.
No one really noticed me at first. I was kind of looking to see who I paid the money to get in the tournament. Signed in. I recognized Robert Wierzak.
That was about 30 seconds.
So I just pretty much walked over to the Donkey Kong machine.
Okay, we might have a good story. It looks like the mysterious player from the West Coast, Steve Lee, is here playing Donkey Kong. So maybe I'm going to stop watching the tournament and we'll go over and see him. It is, man. Good to see you. I'm really glad you came.
Yeah. Plane ride.
I want to divide your attention too much. Is Roy coming? No.
He didn't say anything to me.
But Donkey Kong is, it's all red. You could get bad luck with the barrel, the barrels. You can get like 5 minutes with the barrels with the owners, because that's a tough machine.
Well, Billy Mitchell's the champion. I guess that makes me the prodigy. So we've got the prodigy against the newcomer. You can really make a comparison between an athletic event and this, because this is 4 days of, really of alertness and paying attention, and not as hard as doing a decathlon or a triathlon, but still very, very hard.
That's fun stuff. Oh. Hey, bro. How you doing?
What
do you think? All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Brian Q came over, and it's one of the guys that came to my house that fateful afternoon to check out the machine.
We're about to pass 520,000 on one hand. So we really have a memorable game. But maybe I'll skip dinner and squeeze in a game, and we'll come back with a score on that.
That game is very, very fun. And if you ultimately leads to a song.
I couldn't get up fast enough. They got me on the line. Yeah. Scored 229,000 points. Pretty weak game considering I played a few already. A little bit half than what Steve scored. And Steve's up again.
Dash the computer, dedicated time here. So you give up some of your other vices. In order to practice, we're not going to lose, we're not going to be disappointed, we'll go have a game. But I have one project, one thing far more important. What I need you to deliver is this is a story that they wanted to see for a long time, and I've held it for all too long. You give it to Robert, you give it to Walter. You can lose your luggage, don't lose the tape. Okay? I'm doing it just for the fun of it. When I do an actual sport, I'll do it for you.
It's a very devious person. He puts things out to his ends very well.
We're really seeing a great game here. It almost, Steve almost lost a man right there at the end of that board. He got a lucky break. The randomness went the opposite way that it usually goes, and Steve is still going here.
Steve Lee is on his second man. He's at 696,000.
This is Steve Lee. He could beat it if he you have to have a really good game. I think he knows the tricks that really work, but I hear he's very good on the other games. Okay, so right now Steve Levy has 870,000 points on an active game of Donkey Kong. If he clears a few more boards, he's going to have a shot at getting to the kill screen. As far as I know, no one's ever achieved a kill screen on the Donkey Kong machine at Fun Spot. Numerous classic games that all have something in common. They have an end to the gameplay.
There's not quite enough memory for the final board.
And it's called a kill screen because basically there's no way to finish the level. Like some sort of random data or code inside the program ends up getting used for what you see on the screen. Donkey Kong is really strange in that it actually lets you play the kill screen level for maybe 5 seconds or so. Everything looks normal, and then suddenly Mario just up and dies on you.
The people who could get besides myself that have been seen getting to the end of Donkey Kong. Gee, now that I think about it,
to see, there's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to watch. You gotta be able to perform in the show with someone who's a contender, staring straight at you, staring at the game, possibly even playing mind games with you. I mean, it's part of being a champion. You have to overcome it. There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch.
I can tell he's not on my side. He's a disciple of that.
This is, he's going to have to play it perfectly. He's at the hardest part of Donkey Kong, and it's not going to get any easier. So we may have an exciting moment here, or the pressure may get to him. One of those random elements might happen. Sounds like he just cleared another board. Maybe like a wild barrel or some aggressive fireballs. I thought I was going to be the first punch by kill screen, and then I had 3 fireballs trap me. I had the hammer in my hand. They still got me. So anything can happen in Donkey Kong. So for someone else to beat me for the kill screen would be a letdown. But let's see what happens. Maybe he'll crack under the pressure, and maybe I'll get my chance to do it. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen likely coming up if anybody wants to see it. Hey, Toss, if you're interested, there might be a Donkey Kong kill screen in a couple minutes.
Yeah, there might be a Donkey Kong kill screen.
Energy.
It's like no one cares, dog.
In the middle of the game. But towards the end, I got, a little bit of a natural rush going from the crowd and siren. So that kind of boosted me.
Very quick, yeah, it's really hard to. I like it. You got something Steve's dick?
Walter Day stated that this was the highest score ever done, and this is the first kill screen achieved on Punchbox Machine. Steve Levy has become the 3rd person to reach Donkey Kong's kill screen.
This is completely hard verification, you know what I mean? There's nothing stronger than having it be done in front of a crowd. The process stands for itself. He did it in front of all of us, but this solves any kind of doubt that there could ever been.
Now you get all the accolades you deserve, and that's just the way it is. But you sort of redeem yourself now. That's good. And I guess there was kind of like an impromptu press conference after the. Steve Levy, there were cameras on the crowd looking at Steve Levy. I didn't see the exact count of the people. There were a lot of other witnesses in the crowd and people watching it. So, we have a verified score on a legitimate Donkey Kong machine for Steve Levy.
We just got off the internet where I logged on the front page of the Twin Galaxies website the news story that Steve Weeb just scored 985,600 points, which essentially is the officially recognized first place score on the website. So he's been announced as the world champion. We'll see what happens now with Steve putting the pressure.
I'm a big motherfucker drink. I'm gonna get $1 million. I might drink a beer and just fucking spike it.
I think you hit him pretty hard. Thank you for volunteering your phone. This was an important call to. I understand that.
Yeah, I can imagine he probably wasn't real good.
Yeah. So now he's playing on the tape that he submitted. It's more important than ever. I guess don't share that with anybody. We've got everybody on the invitation only list. And, Walter's here. We're just kind of, telling jokes and having fun.
Who's there, like Todd and Dwayne?
Yeah.
What I mean is probably a good idea. Like if I say hi to Todd.
Actually, but he believes he's in the middle of a ladybug game. I don't think we want to interrupt. We have a ladybug cabaret in the cabin. And how's score going?
Okay, we're going to get Walter on the phone.
A couple hours ago, we were up at Fun Spot, and Brian Creed said that Billy had a delivery for us here at the cabin. Brian Creed, he's kind of like really good friends with Billy Foster all the time. He said everybody's going to want to see what's on the tape.
Brian Creed is there. He knows everything to do with the tape.
What the fuck?
He knows to guard the tape with his life. I explained to him he could lose his life, but don't lose the tape.
Who wants to hear the announcements? So even in Florida, the long arm of Billy Mitchell has reached in here to Fun Spot 7 to
cause more interesting developments. Now, we're going to start on this TV screen, the videotape, and essentially, if Steve Reeve or Brian or anybody else can also beat the score on that tape by about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, they'll give them $10,000, okay? And we know Billy Mitchell can pay these promises too, okay?
So he has it, while I'm trying to get everything live, he has it set out so people have Sunspot can gather around and look at his tape.
Okay, here we are. We got cameras on the screen, cameras on the crowd. No one's going to miss this moment. 998 too. Here we go. Every eye in the crowd focused right on your screen. Everybody's looking. Every camera's on here. We're not going to miss this for anything. I don't think there's any distraction like to pull everyone away right now. Oh, look at that. And with the bonus, we have the first million-point game of Donkey Kong. And the score reached 0. 6 zeros all the way across.
Not even tell a story of that.
Billy can't steal the show every night in there. It's kind of a weird thing. We're kind of diffusing what I was going for. Hyping up Billy's videotape.
1,047,002 points is the highest score they've ever seen.
What are the ones they want? You gotta get more office for that. Okay, go ahead and hand Walter the phone real quick.
I believe. What do you got? The solving microphone. Billy's probably the closest person to being a Jedi in the players. But he refers to it with him as Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan.
Can I see some of those here? Steve Weeby not having the opportunity to view anything that Bill Mitchell plays, and Bill Mitchell plays at a great advantage. Billy Mitchell is watching Steve's world record winning tape. He's in a position to study Steve's technique.
When the man says, I want to see your papers, everyone will go, you don't need to see your papers. Somebody else says, here we go, I don't need to see your papers. Okay, so let me ask you this, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're getting at. Are you officially submitting the score? You saw the tape, which is no doubt a copy, because I'm sure you can send a master. He's going to send a copy or the master to Rob Rothschild, who is the chief referee of Twin Galaxies.
I try to promote Twin Galaxies and integrity above all. I will do that with my dying breath. And if a gamer knowingly cheats or tries to pull him as us, we will make sure that the score is not recognized.
Robert was noting the tapes jet square to square. How did that happen?
Did the gamer pause any time? Illegal glitches.
Okay, so that's a copy. Obviously, that's why it's so kind of blurry sometimes on the left side. Okay, so you have questions that you were submitting.
Did they cheat? Did they pause the game after loading for the purpose of using flying race heads and then reload the game to different settings? I gotta look for things like that.
This tape may be done in a week and a half to answer your question. So I think it's an acceptable score.
Yeah, then it took a week and a half.
Walter is entering this into the internet as we speak. For Billy Mitchell being upgraded, we're officially submitting the score.
1,047,000. How much, Billy? 200.
How you living, pimp?
I think it might be the last time I work because of all of that bullshit with
Hold on a second. Hold on. This is important. Let's see what's going on. Come to Rabbi. Just one moment. Okay. Caspian Sea, what happened? Okay.
So tomorrow morning, I got my friend. We're gonna go pick up my stuff. So I got my bed, my computer, and after tomorrow, I'll be. I don't know. We'll see how long I work here because it seems like they like me, but I just can't obtain the legal document to keep working here. So I mean, I'll be here to say that, but so really for that.
Right. Wow. Okay. How long are you on probation? You said a year? Okay. Did you get that officially figured out? Is it going to be 8 months or a year? Okay, so let me ask you this. Is there an appeal process? Wow.
So I basically screwed myself by saying no contest. Whatever.
Right.
Onward and upward, right?
That's correct. Okay, so how long can you stay with your friend?
Well, I'm paid up. I'm paid up through the end of June.
Oh, so you have a place to stay.
Yeah, I have a place to stay. I mean, tomorrow morning, I'm bringing my bed, my computer over. I might spend the last of my money to get the internet connection, and then try to see if I can't do like what Rabbi does, but try to, I don't know, get a fucking, who knows, I have no fucking clue, man. That's why I get back to the streaming anyway, and now I got nothing else to do except look for work and stream. So, I need to get the internet connection hooked up.
Definitely. Okay. Huh. That sucks about that no contest.
Yeah, apparently it's just done. I talked to a lawyer today about it, and he should be more than happy to take my money, but he was like, he looked into it, and was like, there's really nothing you can do. It's like, it wouldn't even hear an appeal because of the no contest.
As opposed to pleading guilty.
As opposed to if I would have been found guilty, then I can appeal the decision of what they decided. But because I pled no contest, everything it's a plea deal, so you can't renegotiate the deal.
I gotcha. Oh, okay. I understand. All right. I mean, frankly, Caspian Sea, that's just Yeah, I mean, okay, that's just a job though, and it's totally not the end of the world. And do you own a bicycle? Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I'm thinking what you could do with the last money that you have. Okay. So then, what you do? I mean, if I were you, and this is just how I am. You may be different, but like I'm always bored when I'm having to do that shit. Like, um, apply for positions. So, and like, here's the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna just put myself in your shoes and tell you what I would do. Here we go. I would talk to Kat and just explain to her that what the situation is, and I would say, is there any way that when my probation's over, say January 1st, I could come back and do this job for you? Because I really enjoy it. I think we have a good opportunity here. I just didn't know this was going to happen. You're an excellent owner, and I like it here. Is there any way we could do that? So basically, this isn't goodbye. It's just goodbye for like 3 to 6 months. That's it. What did she say to that? So then she needs to replace the position. Okay. So if I were you, I would say, Kat, I know I mentioned this yesterday or recently, but I want you to know that I need a position. And unfortunately, I can't do this position for you right now. Is there any way I could work for you as a cook in the place right near me for 3 to 6 months, and then I come back and work your night shift? I know that's not ideal for you, and you're not planning like that. But if anything, if you don't have you're always going to need night bartenders. You have enough of these, and I don't think that you'd want to see me go, and I don't want to go. I would really pursue Caspian Sea. You're going to get another job this time, and that's getting that cook job. So you explain to her, look, obviously, I have had a lot of experience in bartending, but I can also cook. I've worked in a lot of places that have that. Please give me the opportunity. I mean, Caspian Sea, I mean this, and you haven't heard me say anything even close to this. I would beg her. I would absolutely beg her. I know you can get other jobs, and this isn't the end of the world, but you already have a foot in here. And you never know if it's going to take 2 or 3 months or whatever. You already have a foot in here. And if she says no, no, not there you go. I would let it marinate for a bit, and I might ask her one more time. Meaning, like, I'm not going to just take no as an answer. She's going to know that I really like her and that this was just an unfortunate set of events. I mean, you have to transform her mind into this. She owns enough businesses that she's had employees who go to the military or get pregnant and have to take time off. You just explain to her, look, I want to continue to work here. I know I can't work here as a bartender currently. I wanted to know I want you to know that I want to work as a cook in your restaurant that is near where I live. And I want you to know that I will do it for whatever your absolute minimum is because I understand I'm putting you in a difficult position. And this way you still have a position. It would actually might be, I don't know if it's gonna be better, but you won't have necessarily have the commute and everything. And so what I'm saying is don't, I know you're not gonna burn a bridge. I know you're not stupid. I also know though that I don't want you to give this up. And I don't think you need to. Exactly. Yeah, so I would, well, actually, change the way that you phrase the question to her and say to her, what do I need to do to be able to work at that location near where I live? Exactly. And if she says, look, I just don't like you, okay, or whatever, but you can take the honesty and that's fine. Exactly. And I understand where she, good. So don't give this up. And you can say that. You can say that. You can say, look, I haven't missed. I've been here every night. I'm an accountable person. And this came as a total surprise for me. But this isn't the end. Actually, I want to sit with you for 5 minutes and you tell me what I have to do to be able to get a job there. Meaning, you may say, we're not hiring at that location. We're not hiring cooks. We're not doing any of the things that you want to do right now. That's fine. I know you. I have your contact information. You have my contact information. Please make me aware. You're going to have a cook position available, and if you don't currently, there will be one available very soon. You know that I need a position. Is there any way also that I could, if you don't need a position right now, you trust me, can I just work in the kitchen and help to do whatever assistance needs to be done and just learn a little bit, just to show you that I'm very serious about this? Anything I can do, because I like working here. I know that it has a future for me, and this isn't a very long amount of time. We're already in May, basically. So you've got May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So at worst, you have 8 months. So you explain to her, at worst, it's 8 months of me perhaps being a cook, but maybe I'm really good at it, and you now have someone who's a cook and a bartender, and that's not a bad thing either. Have you missed any days or been late or anything? Okay. So then you need to perfect. Absolutely. So then that's great. That's excellent. So then then to me it sounds like you need to schedule a meeting with Kat as soon as possible, and that means like tomorrow or today. And you have to say to her, Kat, I'm in a predicament where I can't work as a bartender until January 1st. I want you to know, though, that I very much enjoy this position and that I'm an accountable person. I am an amicable person. I get along with people. I'm a good teammate. And I like the position here. This has been mutually beneficial to us. And I want to know, and I mentioned this recently, but I really want to know what I need to do as a person to get hired as a cook at that location near where I live. Listen to what she says. And then if she says, well, I don't want you in that position or whatever, you can say, look, you really want to highlight that I am here every night. I'm accountable. You can trust me. This was an incident that occurred that's been outside my control, and I'm doing everything I can to address it. And this is something that I know that I'm going to get through, and I want to continue working for you. Honestly, I like you a lot as a person. If you tell her, if you go up to someone and you haven't missed any work, missed any time, and you get along with everyone, and you say to someone, I like you. I want to continue working for you. May I please work in another position within your organization? And if not, what do I have to do to be able to put myself in that position? And if she says no, I would say to her, please, I'm not someone who normally would do this, but I'm begging you. I need this position. You look her eye to eye and you say, I need this position and I'm willing to do everything I can. This is a long-term opportunity for me. I want to work 8 months as a cook for you and come right back here whenever you have a position available and as a bartender, and I can be a swing bartender. You trust me. This is a good relationship we have, and frankly, I don't want to get rid of it, and I don't think we need to. And then you start working as a cook. And then you do that for 8 months. It's close to your house. You can stream. You probably could, I don't know if you'd be able to talk into being able to stream while you cook, because there are a lot of cooks that do that. But nevertheless, you'd still have like 8 hours to stream a day or whatever, and get that going, get your podcast going. And I mean, all of those are definitely options, but I would right now, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let you, well, I'm not going to let you go because you're still at work, but when are you going to see Kat? Okay. No. So then, what if I were you? Because it's already going to be your weekend coming up, and she's going to replace you. She's going to have to replace you. She knows that, but you don't want her already thinking like, all right, I'm going to replace him, and he's gone. It'll just be like, well, I got to hire for that position. However, I have an opportunity where at least I could have a part-time chef and perhaps a full-time chef or a cook at one of my places. And, he's already on the payroll. I already know his personality. He's not going to rob me. And I'm sorry to say, but I'm not. I'm being very truthful to you. You're very difficult to find in Las Vegas Valley. Someone who's accountable, who is not going to rob them, who is professional. So I think that she's gonna. I don't know her. I have no idea about her, but she seems like a wise business owner. She doesn't want to see that go away. But you can't be like, well, I think I'm going to see her the day after tomorrow. You can't be like that. So what I would do is when it is professional time to do so, so perhaps like after 9 o'clock in the morning or so, I would send her a text asking if I could speak with her in person. I know you don't want to make a special trip all the way back down there. It's going to take 2 or 4 hours of your day, but it's worth it to preserve the job. So just like you did when you got the job, you say to her, you text her and you say, I'd like the opportunity to speak with you as soon as is reasonable or feasible. Can you please let me know of a time when we can meet? It won't take long. 10 minutes is all. And she's going to say, yeah, I can meet with you on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Okay, that's fine. So then you stay over for your shift and you talk with her, or if you need to make a special trip out there, you do, and you lay it all out to her just like I did, and you highlight your pros, and you also make her aware that this is just a temporary situation and that you'll continue to communicate with her through it all, and that you can explain to her, I don't want you to have to do anything. I want you to know that you're investing in a person, and I'm here for the long term. I'm not just going to up and leave you. I don't want to leave you. Most people, and you've even said this to me, you're afraid that they're going to come here and leave. I don't want to leave. I had a situation that occurred that could happen to anyone, and I want to continue to work for you. This is the opposite that people are normally going to do. And if you're going to show her a whole bunch of things. One, that you take this very seriously. Two, that you have a plan. And three, you're there for her, there to support her business, and you're there for the long run. Those are all positive things. And if she says no, at the very end, after you even beg and you say please, you then have to, I feel. If I were the person, I would say, will you please tell me why? Let me know. And she might say, I don't like people with beards. And you'd say, okay, thank you. At least I know now. But basically what you don't want to be left in a situation where you don't have a reason. So I would even propose to her, if you will not let me work as a cook, may I ask why? And if she says, I just am not hiring or whatever, well, may I please, will you let me know when you are? This is very serious. This is a really great opportunity for me. And I want you to know that if you invest in me here, you're going to have a long-term employee. I know you don't want to work there forever, but here's the thing. It's a good job that you can work with another job. That's why I don't want you to have to get rid of it. And so what I would tell you to do is, like, once you get off your shift, that'll be what, like 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting picked up and I'm going to go. I already have a truck reserved that moved this morning. I had it reserved, so I got to go do that this morning.
I understand, but that doesn't mean you can't send her a text to say, I would like to speak to you whenever you have the opportunity for 10 minutes. And I mean, I know moving is important, but the job's important. I mean, of course, moving is important, but even if you have to jump back down there, or the thing is, I wouldn't want to do this on the phone. It's too easy for her to just hang up on you. Don't do this on the phone, and don't do it over text message. You want to make the effort. And I know you don't want to have to go down there one extra time, but it's worth it for you to keep the job. I'm telling you, if you do this on the phone, your chances of keeping the job are like 25%. If you do it over text, I don't know, maybe 25, 30%, something like that. If you do it in person, it's 80%.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I don't think you, and one other thing, I mean, you know more about it than I do. You need to say to yourself, Caspian C, this, I shouldn't be saying this is the last night that I'm going to be bartending here or whatever. It's not. This is perhaps one of the last times that I will be bartending for 8 months. And I anticipate being back in this role January 1st.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, already in your head, it's already cut out, like it's terminated, it's done. And I don't want it to be that way. You should see this, you should see that there's an opportunity to bridge in multiple ways. 1, may I please work as a cook? Yes or no? 2, all right, well, if I can't work as a cook or anything else under your place of employment, is there any way perhaps you would reconsider me as an employee once this is all done? Those are some excellent questions that you can ask her that you don't want to ask her on the phone. And I can tell you this, if this were, excellent, if this were 1980, 1990, even the early 2000s, you could call her on the phone and I'd be okay with that more so. But nowadays, like, people just ignore their phone so much that it's very easy for her to make it a business decision, just like, yeah, I'm done with you. As opposed to you're there in person and she can see your puppy dog eyes and know that if she says no to your request, honestly, Caspian, see, I know I told you this when you first got this job, but if you do what I said and you go back to her in person and ask for her to be a cook, and you don't put it like this, hey, I know there's a place, maybe I can work there near you. You say, what do I have to do to be able to work there for 8 months and then come back into this position? You're giving her the plan. You're absolutely giving her the plan. She doesn't have a plan with you right now if you leave on Wednesday or whatever. There is no plan. But if you give her the plan and you say, Kat, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to work for you as a cook for 8 months, and then I'd like to come back into this role. When there's an opening, I understand you might not have nights. I work as a swing bartender, whatever I need to do. And then if she says no, what do I have to, why not? And if she tells you whatever the reasons, and then I'm telling you, you beg. And you don't get on your hands and knees. You don't have to do that. But when I say beg, you basically make, I would say, I'm begging you. I'll do anything that you need. And guess what? If she says no, it's not the end of the world at all, but you kind of want to make it the end of the world. You want her to know how important this is to you. All right. So then you have a new attitude, or you should. It's not, this is the last time I'm going to work in this establishment. This is the last time, perhaps, or one of the last times I may be in this establishment, just till the end of the year. Excellent. And then you have to meet with Kat in person and fight for your position, for a cook position, and then fight for your position when you return. And I would definitely do that in person. And if you do, then it would more so be like, there's just so much more opportunities for you. And then basically you could say to her, I obviously can start as a cook whenever you need me to. When would you like me to start? Like basically you're giving her the plan, but also she can be like, well, okay, just like with this job, I need someone as soon as possible. And perhaps you can start working that job. I mean, that's kind of how she operates. And you know, at the very end, if it doesn't work out or whatever, you can kind of do what I did with the bartender for whom I work, and you can just say, hey, I want you to know that I want to preserve this friendship, and you continue the friendship as long as you need. Well, you know what to do, but I don't want you to have to think that way. I really think that you just need to explain to Kat that you just need a transition period of 8 months to work as a cook, and use these phrases, transition period, not, you know, I need a whole new career change. Exactly. Good. All right. So actually, I think that so you got to plan it out this way. I know you're moving today. But you're gonna have a vehicle, right? Exactly. Wait, exactly. So the fact that you have a vehicle means you do all the moving that you need in the morning. You're gonna be tired as hell, but then you can. I mean, you'll have the text out to her. I'm telling you, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, you have to send a text to her. You have to keep her in the loop, and that's really good communication. So let's just anticipate what she's gonna say. She gets your text at 10 in the morning. She says, I'll be there at 1 o'clock or whatever. Okay, fine. You continue to do all the moving that you need. And then at 1 o'clock, you go in there and you say all the stuff that I said. And then you're either going to continue to be able to work somewhere, or you're going to have a couple options. And those will be that maybe she would let you work in when you return. Maybe you get some feedback that why she wanted you, why she didn't, whatever. But I don't see her doing that. I see her. I know.
I figure if there is a way to keep me working with the company, that will be.
Oh yeah, the cook is a definitely good way. And so I almost want to create a phrase that I want you to use with her. And that, I mean, it's really just a transition period. I need.
When you said that, I definitely took that. I was like, I like that. That's good. That's very fucking good verbiage.
Exactly. So you need an 8-month transition period to work as a cook, and then whenever is feasible for her and her best interest, you could come back in your current role, and nothing ever changes. But the highlights, the key highlight, like if I had to summarize this in 1 minute, I would say, Kat, I'm an accountable individual, and I think we both know that that's a difficult thing to find. I want you to know I really appreciate the opportunity to have worked here for the amount of time that I have, and I want this opportunity to continue. I would like to propose to you a transition period where I would work as a cook in your location where I currently live for 8 months. I want you to know that over the course of that 8 months, I will continue to be accountable and do the absolute best job that I can. And once that's done, and I'm able to return in my job whenever there's an opportunity as a bartender, I can work as a swing bartender, do whatever else that you need. I want you to know that I'm here for the long haul, and I'm going to continue to work for you. Boom, 1 minute. There you go. Well, she didn't say no to you as working as a cook. She doesn't have to look into it. She could have said yes or no. Does she know why you're on probation? Okay, she knows everything about that? Okay, so that's another positive that you can say, look, I didn't know this was going to happen, but you know everything that I do, and I'm going to continue to maintain any communication that I need with you. And look, being in Las Vegas, you can't be the only person who has had these kind of issues with her being a business owner. She knows this very well. And honestly, when she saw you, she's had to say, this is too good to be true. There's something wrong here. There is something wrong here. Well, I mean, she's gonna say to herself, I mean, there's kind of a hidden story I don't know, and I'm gonna find out. And I mean, she's not done. She knows what's up, and but she seems like she's a reasonable individual, and so the most key thing you can do is send that text this morning to her, set up a meeting, go. I know you're gonna be tired, do whatever you need to do there, and then also you can say as well. Look, here's what I want is a really good counter to her being able to say no to work as a cook. If you say to her, I want to know what I can do or what do I have to do to be able to work as a cook there. I know I mentioned this recently, but what do I have to do? Do you need me? And like you can almost pose it to her, I would in a humorous way. Do you need me to get some kind of special education or training? Or do I need to apprentice under someone? If that's what you'd like me to do, I will do that because I like working for you and I like your organization. She's gonna say, hell no. We hire people off the street every single day to work as cooks, but it shows that you're willing to go and get extra training if needed because you really appreciate the opportunity to work under her. Okay. Well, I really think if you fight for this position, you're gonna keep it. Caspian Sea, that was not the attitude we've had for the last week. I mean that. It wasn't even the attitude that I had for it, but the fact that you said that she has chef positions and you don't need one of these cards or whatever, you don't need the authorization to work in one of those, well, then that just sounds like a perfect opportunity. And I want to think, is there any other kind of position that she has that you might be able to do? Okay. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it then. You just want something easy, and that's perfect. Okay. Good. Yeah, so you should feel very positive about that. Well, it's really good actually. I know it's not the best, but it gives you some time, and that's really important. Okay, then if I were you, I would feel very positive and now. Well, I can tell you there are kind of two ways that you could go about this, and I like the way that you anticipate going, that you're gonna contact her, make a meeting, and talk to her, let her see eye to eye, explain to her within 1 minute. And that's the thing. This doesn't need to be a long conversation. It's 1 minute. I want you to be really prepared for it. And you have to have counters to everything that she says. Probably the worst counter she can give you is she just doesn't give you any reaction. Just say, like, I'll think about it. And just keep pushing you off. If she says something like that, I would confront her and I would say, you're a smart, savvy business individual, and you're a shoot from the hip kind of person. You make decisions on your toes. You don't need to think about anything. Please make me aware why you have any hesitation. I've only shown that I am a hard worker, that I can be trusted, that I'm accountable, that I have integrity, that I'm a good teammate. What more do you want out of me? And it will help me as an individual in my next position. But basically, you're going to come out of this with one of two things. One, continue the opportunity for your position, or two, have an absolute reason why she doesn't want you there anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Both are positives.
Yeah.
Both
And she doesn't have one. It's not like she came to you and she just is like, look, Caspian Sea, this isn't working, and you're having to fight for your position like that. It's not like that at all. You're doing everything that you needed to do, and honestly, this is just kind of a minor thing. So this is her big concern right now. I need to fill this nighttime bartender position, and it's a pain in the ass because people just keep cycling through on me. So it's fine, but it's part of her job, and so but there's nothing you can necessarily really do for that. But what you can do is make sure that she knows how badly you want the position, that you want to continue to maintain that relationship. And it's just going to show so much that you went down there to speak with her. You might be starting up at that restaurant on Monday or whatever, as a cook on Monday or whenever. I know I said this before, but like, I want you to fucking fight for this job. And I'm going to be honest with you, Caspian, see, you weren't fighting for it. I want you to fight for it. I mean, you have an opportunity. I understand why you don't want to fight for it too. If I were you, I would feel almost like shocked. I would be in shock. I'd be like, look, the whole situation. You were in a situation where you really needed a position. You were shocked to get it. Then you have this random ass thing that shows up. So it's just kind of like when you're in a state of shock, it's very easy for you to just like to fall into a level of what's the word for which I'm looking? A level of just you're okay with anything happening with you. And I don't want you to feel that way. You really should see this as an opportunity for you to be able to fight for your position. What's the word for which it's almost like just weakness, where when you're in shock, you don't have the ability to focus and be like, no, this is exactly what I need to do. And it sounds like you know it, though. You just got to be like, okay, we're going to adapt. And the way that we adapt is we have a meeting with her as soon as possible and be able to set up a transition period. And I don't know why you won't get it. That's the thing. Like before, when we were like, before when I was like quizzing you with all those questions about getting a job, I was in the same position. I don't know why you won't get this job. I'll really be surprised. And I figured, honestly, something like this was going on, Caspian C, simply from the fact that you're just a very accomplished and intelligent individual, that there had to be something. And it's nothing major. I mean, it's like, so what? Big deal. And she's going to see the same thing. And like, you know, she read you. She knows what's up. And now everything's on the table. And if she says to you, it's a cook position. She needs cooks eventually. So I don't know why she's going to, again, I like being in this position when I speak with someone. And this happens quite often, but where I don't know, I don't have reasons why she would say no. It's not like she's a small business where she can't afford one extra employee. No. And and she knows how you work. She knows. The surprising thing to me was that she didn't say, do you want to work as a cook when you mentioned it? But this is how I would be as a boss. And this is kind of actually a perfect thing. You want perfect employees. You want people who are going to show up every day and do it. You don't want to get involved with their drama in their lives. And now you're kind of some drama. And that's okay. I mean, everybody's got a little bit of something. She doesn't know what else is going to show up. So then when you say to her, can I work as a cook? She's already like, well, you're a little bit of drama. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a no. And she would. It's drama she already knows about it. Exactly. It's not drama. This is a perfect. There's a perfect phrase, Caspian C. You got it. It's the devil you know or the devil that you don't. And this is an easy devil that you know. And so I think you're going to, so it's like 3:51. No, I'm saying this to you right now. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. And by 4 p.m., you're going to have a cook position for 8 months. And then you're going to be back to being a bartender, which is what we want. And so, like, again, before it was 36 hours and you were working as a bartender, this one's 12 hours and you're going to have this cooking position. And I would also go on her website, wherever she has this cook position, see if she has anything available. Because you could say to her, look, I know there isn't a position near where I live, but there's a position in Henderson or there's a position in Paradise. Hey, you take care, Caspian C. 12 hours. I want you to have this job. You got it, dude. You got it. Take care, my man. Bye. Go Go get him, Casper, and see. It's a tough situation. I think he's gonna do it, though. I think he's gonna do it. And if he doesn't, it is not the end of the world.
Guinness has colossal biosciences invested in this. $100 million. They have an investment round that was overweight by many more people wanted to give the money than they even have needed it. So, they're rolling in money. They also they're some of the most brilliant investors in the world. They're really on their way. The name of the book is called Extinction. Thank you, Douglas, for putting back on the show. Well done. Up next, channel messages of famous people. Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com. Download it today.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In the mountains of California, the program that promises trouble, controversial form of therapy, and you are my God. Months ago, I began investigating the story of a 16-year-old woman who went missing from a so-called top floor residential. What I discovered was that parents were sending their kids to expensive therapeutic boarding school, not knowing that it was linked to what some experts call America's most dangerous cult. The Lost Kids Podcast.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
In another sports game with Kill Experts brings you the best deals around the internet all year. But now, instead of hunting down those discounts, we're creating them ourselves. Our savings
fun to find Bill Mitchell, then why could he not find time in his life to go to Fun Spot? Steve did. Steve has a job, Steve has a family, Steve has kids, he went. Why can't I go?
I think he feels that pressure to meet people's expectations of him, and he puts a lot of pressure on himself. And if he doesn't succeed, I think he feels like he's failed that, and he feels that deeply.
This is the presentation